Yeah, I had to get this. The sad thing is not every time it works though. Sometimes I'll have like I'll have these two just doing their usual shenanigans, and then other cases it's Belka just staring at me for some reason. But no, it's cute seeing these kind of things. This one was just a lot easier to work with because I can get the camera in a pretty good perspective. So sometimes we'll see, sometimes you will see them here, other times you will see, other characters here. And Doris sometimes pampers the sleep ball. Oh, really? I don't think I've actually seen her on that one. Then again, I think most of the time I've seen her in the, I've seen, good old Mekti in the workout room, because, you know, that makes sense. Hey, Anthony, Musashi. But yeah, no, I do like a lot of the, like, dynamics that happen here. It's cute. Makes me kind of glad to have these little extra interactions between them. Like, there's the, how many of them are there, actually? I'm trying to think how many there actually are. Because I know Vector and Mekti have one. Actually, I know, I'm trying to think, how many are there? Oh no, I have the, I can't guarantee it, Savon. Oh, here's one right here. I love this one. Oh yeah, watch this. You see that right there? See that? Watch this. She put it in the pizza! I love this one too. It's cute. They're both doing their best, they're both doing their best to cook, and then all of a sudden they steal each other's stuff. In other areas it doesn't work. Well, okay, maybe it's because I have everybody else on random. So that's probably why, because sometimes I'll have, like, Belka here or somebody else. I've had Mosin here before greet me. I'm like, oh, hi, Mosin. Oh, shoot, that reminds me. Shoot. Hang on. I was like, wait. I knew I was forgetting something. I was like, why did that name suddenly, like, remind me of something very important? A lot, because it's mostly, yeah. I just kind of forgot about it. I was like, wait. You know what, here, while I am doing something real quick. Actually, wait, hang on. Where's Beepo? Beepo, are you in here? There she is. Because, you know, this makes sense for her. But no, this is the most important thing right here. Look at it, chat. Look at it. The most important thing in the entirety. I love this thing. The best mood this game could ever give. The fact that it's just in a little frame right here is great. Krollik, I'm missing one of those, sadly. I think isn't there one with Mosin and Voimastina? I think there is one there. Because it's like, I'm fairly certain I've seen one for Voimastina in here, and Mosin. And I think I have all the, because I think they're like, messing with these. But yeah, I've completely unlocked the gym now. I don't have this, so I can't do anything with it. But Mekti is in here. The Michti. Let's see, is there any other unique interactions I've got going on around here? Nope. Okay, you know what? Let me actually try. Let me actually do some. Where do I do for the? It's F3, I think, right? And then doll assignments? Yeah. Rec room has you 3. Rec room is the room we're in right now. So I actually wouldn't want... How do I clear? Do I have to go to them and clear them out of it? Oh. Groza doesn't really have one, does she? I want to put Mekti in here. And Vector in here. Do I still have Suomi and... I do not. You keep forgetting how short. Yeah, she's like super short. It's really kind of funny. Fitness hitters, Waymastina. I want to put Mosin in there because I'm pretty sure I have Mosin now, don't I? Yes, Mosin, you go in here. Go in there with her. Lounge should have those two, which is where I want them to be. I think those are the ones. Mekti has a special one with... Well, I want to get the Vector and Mekti one. It doesn't change them immediately, does it? Look like it did. Yeah, there it is. This one's cute. I like this one, it's really cute. Voy and Perry have one. I don't have Perry though. That's the only downside. And then I think we need to go to the workout room, or whatever we call it in this place. Oh, is it not active? Or do I have it wrong? I thought she would have it. Oh, it's Lewis! Oh, it's Lewis. Right, because she's got the Lewis gun. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was like, was it Voymastina or was it... Okay, yeah, now I know it's that. Oh. The creature. We can't have GFL without this face at some point. The creatures. I do know we have what's her name, Basti coming. So there is that, which will be interesting. Because people were telling me she's like, no, you think the cat is something. You should see this cat. So I will give an update. In a really, really, really good stroke of luck, we do have Helen. I also got her gun, so it worked out really well. Did not actually break my stash, so that was fantastic. So I do have Helen. Because I said I'm going to try to pull for her and see what happens. So we do have her, we're good. And also since it is summer, Sentinel is in the skin that all of you helped reduce for me. I appreciate that. She bonks. Yes, I know she bonks. It's where I got the thumbnail from with her. Just Girl's gonna need a lot of armor. Alright, that... I forgot it does the thing when you zoom in all the way. It does the double special interaction at point blank. Is that a bug? Oh, it's looping. Oh, wait, no, no. Is this a bug where it just, like, you hyper zoom in and it just does it twice? Okay, that was the mouse hitting it. Like, what causes the double on this? I never understood that, because it happens on every character. It's not necessarily specific to, like, I can do it to... I think hers even does it too. It probably will do it twice. Oh, it didn't. But yes, somebody brought it up to me about something relatively important. And then I noticed it and forgot about it. Well, I forgot about it, and then I was reminded of doing it. So I need to fix something real quick. We are gonna fix something real quick. Something I need to fix. There we are. Let's see. Okay. Anyway, I am gonna get Fetusa today. So we will do that. But let me very quickly. Let me see this. Wait, no, this is not where I would do that from. Is it? No, I can do it from here. Ah! Is this where? Yeah, okay. Where are you in here? There you are. Found it. Perfect. Let me... fix something real quick. Here. Just go to the dorm. I did not know this was a thing. And as you will know, this character, for some reason, the game wanted me to have her, like, V6 first out of all of the characters. So I am committing to the bit. Much like how I think I did this in AL too. I forget which character it was, but I think I did. It was Shinano, I think, actually. I did this with Shinano, so I'm gonna do this here because now that I know that I can do this, I'm gonna commit to it. So yes, come here, Mozen. We are taking the Mozen. Boom. It has been done, chat. We are good. Perfect. Do you ever wonder if Shikon ever makes a SOCOM joke with Basti? I don't know Basti enough to say much about it. She is ready, Comrade Commander, I see. Today really is the most wonderful day. From now on, please entrust all protection duties to me. However, I want to make one thing clear. Don't think you could just push me aside by saying things are dangerous. I'm your most faithful comrade, no matter what thorny briars or bottomless abysses lie ahead. I will stay by your side to protect you until the very end of time. Cute. There's another Sumire Isaka. Wait, she's a Sumi. I did not know she was voiced by that character. Alrighty then. Today is the most wonderful day. It does kind of look a little smug, which is funny. Should I open up a bottle of vodka? In any case, I'll repay your trust in me with all sincerity from now on, Comrade Commander. Perfect. We have done it. It has been done, chat. She now has the ring. I need to actually sit down and do a lot of these, because I think most of these, I was like holding off on doing those for a day, but I'm like, I haven't really had the time to do this. Don't these knock over? Yes. I just want she takes her jacket off in this. Wait, where's her jacket? Does she have it like hung up somewhere, or do they just throw it, disable it? It's just disabled, okay. Reset view, there we go. Oh, that is janky with the... I've seen Faith Burritos. Yeah, I did. I did see that video. They kind of messed the dance up. They messed the dance up a little bit. How you get Prithia and Adorn together? You can control where they go. So if you're in here, for example, you can see my cursor. Okay, I was just like, there's some games you can't see the cursor. Go here. Doll assignments. Find the doll you're looking for on the left. And then, in this case, Alva and Prithia, and put them both in the lounge. Like this. I can't, if you have a bunch of people with just visiting, you're gonna have a lot of people fighting for it. So I probably need to set up a few. Where is the lounge is also considered the? I'm actually gonna move Sabrina and move Sabrina to the lounge because I think that's where lounge is where the kitchen is, right? Kitchen and tea spot is. Because I'd rather just lock them into these spots. I think that's where they are. To remember, M. Yeah, okay, that is the lounge. Cool. Okay, so this is the lounge. I don't have Lewis, so I can't do anything here. I have no idea if Caboose is here. But in case he is, there we go. People will look at this creature and say... YouTube translates messing it up. What language does Amy know in? The funny size doll. Yeah, you can see right here, they're not guaranteed. Alright, who is on the couch then? A whole lot of nobody. Except Faye, who's behind it. What is going on in her head, I wonder? Alright, hang on. Let's have someone cook for us today. What's chat fill it up for today? You gotta get some. What is this? Is this supposed to be like a meatball? Hang on, what is this? Looks like a meatball. That looks good though. She was admiring Mr. Pizza. Wait, what's the difference between the? I see. I guess I should have considered that when there's two different types of burgers and two different types of these things. It's fine. What is this? Less damage. Okay. This one is... Confectant's skills is increased. Considered a buff, cannot be cleansed. I see. Ultimate skills. Wow. Okay, so there's a lot of different buff types. That actually looks good, actually. You know what? Let's go with the Robin Ball. I'm gonna upgrade this too. Alright. Fate has decided. Well, actually, or have I decided? Fate will decide who makes it today, chat. Papasha makes us the ramen. So, how do you guys think this is gonna go? Do we think Papasha is gonna do well or nah? Hang on, I gotta move this screen so I can actually make sure I've still got all the other stuff. There we go. And I am not in top chat. Or no, I am in top chat. There we go. Alrighty. Oh boy. Oh, she did fine. Look at that. Papasha did okay. Not bad. Well, I'll be. I wasn't sure if she was good at cooking or not. Still. Don't go to top chat. You'll disappear. I still don't understand how you go to top chat. How you're not in top chat. There's room for improvement. I don't want to say I don't want to say anything negative. Nice. That's a cute face though. Alright, not bad, not bad. So hydro damage is the ploy for today. I'm quite amazed Vepli almost don't fail at cooking. Does Vepli have a hard time at cooking? Oh no. What are you doing? Not have so many cooks to get the rivalry going. Alright, I gotta get the... Ooh, okay. Well. I know where that's going. It's gonna go right in here, and I should just pull, honestly. This one I'm almost like close to finishing, because this is just where I've been quoting everything. So I don't necessarily know. Great! It's a purple ball. Or pink ball, yeah. Ooh, actually that's nice. Cool. Alright, I think I've done all the things I can do right now. I don't have enough for Ulrid's tea stuff. Row failed you 4 times in a... Oof. Yep. This is the only downside to this at times. There's nobody here. Latara's back there, though. And Macchiato is doing something. That is the only unfortunate thing that goes on in this. Alright. We have waited long enough, ladies and gents. I did like her. I thought she looked cute. I don't know anything about her aside from the fact that she looks like Creepy Doll's sister. So I am kind of curious what they talk about with her in the story. So we sell she. But yeah, I've got a good stash. I had a lot more of these, but that went to Helen. But now we'll see how well this goes. I definitely have enough for everything else, so I'm not super worried. So let us go, ladies and gentlemen. 67 till we get to elite. Let's see how well this goes. What? I had 76! What do you mean? It's 50-50, I think, yes. What? No way. Wait, what does this do? Yes, yeah, hello, wife. Yes, I know I just coveted you, but you don't need to say hello. I wasn't ready for you to say hello. That is really funny, actually. How many Doritos do you get with a dupe like that? Oh, hi, Groza. Well, we don't have 50-50 anymore. Wow. Okay, then. Oh, yeah, 90 whole. So I just got 3 pulls back for that. Plus the 72 here. That's... So I got 5 of... I basically just... I did a 10 pull for at the cost of 5. That's not bad, actually. Better than some wraiths at times. Oh, I got 7, sweet. And so I just got back a lot. Alrighty, cool. So that's not gonna happen again, right? You know how disgusting that would be? How actually disgusting that would have been if this is a spook right here? I guess I could probably skip it. I don't really have a reason to keep going. Ah! The A. I'm genuinely am baffled by that. I am honestly baffled. What on earth just happened? Also, can I hang on, my YouTube chat is bugged. Sure. I was like YouTube has been really quiet. Then I realized, oh, I see now. My YouTube chat is delayed, so give me a second. Let me actually read through YouTube chat because I probably missed a whole bunch of conversations that you guys were talking about. Because hang on, because YouTube is being stupid. That's a lot saved up. Yeah, oh yeah. I would have. I'm surprised I didn't go through any at all for Helen for the cube stash. I had about 100 of these because I forgot to do my weapons recently. So I was like, okay, well, hey, that makes that life easier. First 10 plus. Okay, yeah, that's a fail 50-50. It's all right. It is literally funny that it was Mosin though. She wants a second covenant. You know what? I'd give it to her if I could. I guess that's the gold one, isn't it? Would you guys argue that? Would you guys argue that that would be the second covenant? Is it rainbow or is it gold? I thought it was gold. Because I remember seeing gold variants. Oh, there's a rainbow one. I guess there is a higher. There's a one higher level of affinity now, isn't it? Yeah. So then that would be the third? I don't know. How would that work? Keep getting the other. Gosh, I cannot. I legitimately cannot wait until Groza and Groza are both in here. Or I guess Groza and OTS 14. Can I get a Kralik, please? As well, just get the whole group. Level 9 is rainbow. Okay. I think the rainbow one does have the whole cutscene again with a covenant machine. It does? That's cool. Fair enough. Wow, that would have been really cool if I got Kralik and then Kofni, and they were all side by side. I was like, hey, look, I got the whole starter squad. I had to imagine. I want to imagine if someone's ever gotten that, because who is on? Oh, Kofni was on banner there, so that would have been more possible. We got Nemesis, who is an off banner purple. Kralik is possible. We're still going, boys. So you guys think it's gonna be a spook, or do you think it's gonna just be a normal yellow? RGB RGB at level 9. I love that. RGB at level 9. In fact, you can guess if you win the 50-50 or not before revealing what you get. If the game lags and loads the second you press the pull, then the game doesn't. You win. Really? Oh yeah, because I guess the loading, what's it called? The videos themselves are way more, like the acquisition videos are way more heavy than the original ones. It makes a lot of sense, actually. It's still funny that she just puts the little band-aid on her and just kind of does that. Hey Bluey, how you doing? Oh, we need Kralik. Yeah, that's all we need. We need the off-banner character to roll for us. I probably have enough for no. I keep clicking details when I click shop. I almost clicked that. That would have been a disaster. Actually, how many normal banners do we have? 5. I answered that question. Alright, now we're dipping into the stash. We are at 44 now, and this is guaranteed if we roll it. So then, Lena, would you be able to tell if it's a fake too, if it lags for a second on a purple? Because it's like, you'll find out it's a spook when it does the... That would have been really funny. That's happened before. The only reason I laugh at it so much is because it's happened so many times on stream at this point. Alright, can we get Kralik? Purple won't lag, only a yellow one. Why does a purple one not lag? Why? I wonder what the reason for that is. It has to do with the video? I'm actually curious. And I got Moses purple. That is something. All right, now we're dipping into the stash, boys. Can we stop here though? Nope. Unless it debase me. At this point, I never know. Permission to send you a funny on Discord. Oh gosh, what's the funny? What is the funny? What possibly could that funny be? This has already been shown. I guess? I don't know. I'm like trying to figure out what causes the lag. It doesn't make sense to me why it does that. Alright. This is probably where it's gonna hit the gold. Because it usually is around right here. There's the lag. Okay, that's the lag. Okay, I see what you mean. I don't understand that. That is so weird. Why does it lag? There we go, boys. I actually want to hear her voice more. Oh, very last one? Coffee! Maybe? Oh. Softer voice than I expected. Nice. I do like melee units. I actually do want Ulrid, but I haven't been able to pull for her recently, so it's a bit of an oof. Alright, we shall also... I do like going for the weapon. I am a collector person, so we shall try for the weapon. Pop! But that is really weird, though. There is the, I have the, what's it, the Battle Pass weapon? I wonder how, is that a good replacement for her, I'm assuming? Or is it better to go for, like, Ulrids? I'm actually kind of curious what the better backup is for her. Because what's the Battle Pass one called? Jackal? It's like some animal. I actually forgot what the Battle Pass sword is called. Can't really afford to go for weapons right now. Jackalope. Oh, close. Alright, I was close. Jackalope. Close enough. Any gold sword from what I've heard. Well, there's like, what, 2? Is better than the Battle Pass for her. Really? Okay. Is it possible to get the, like, if you lose the toss up here, is it possible to get, like, a character on it? Because I do get characters on this banner, I think. Battle Pass sword is a good replacement if you can't get a signature. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, cool, got a purple at least. The swords, I've always been way more, like, willing to let them go a little bit in terms of, like, you know, I'll use the legendary one or the elite one over the purple one because it's like it may look a little futuristic-y, but swords that are more modern I would kind of expect to be either not necessarily this crazy, but at least they can't go too crazy with the sword. Like even Ulrid's like I forgot what hers is called, but even hers is like relatively not simple. What's the right word? It doesn't look too crazy. No, okay. I wasn't certain. I guess it's only the standard banner where that can happen. But it is fine. Guess I really don't need to do this in a video. I'm sitting here like, do I really need to click through this all the time on the purples? Alright, let's see. Usually within the next 2. Because I don't think I've ever gone below, like, 20 on a weapon. I still can't believe I got the 50-50 that early. That's crazy. Alright, this looks like a normal. Oh, just keep getting Coffee's gun. Is there a rate up on the... on certain guns? Ah, yeah, that'll do it. Makes sense, the guns for the other characters. Ooh, we're actually doing worse than at normal. We'll be getting a new T-Doll after Wellrod. Because usually my weapon banner is pretty solid. Alright, well, this is probably it then. Yep. I guess we could still lose this. That would suck. A copy of Cat's gun would be fine. Major luck you're having there. You know, you win some, you lose some. 'Tis the natural law of the land. It is alright. It shall not be the end of the world. We got it, boys. We good. And then before you know it, another one. I'm just kidding. If I ever did call that, I would be terrified. Alright, we at least got some of our pulls back. Very small percentage, but it's fine. But, on the other hand, we did get the character I was hoping for. And nobody is still here. Why do I have mail? Who sent me mail? What? Am I supposed to... What? What mail? Mail? Okay. Was there a month? But that would have just been this. I already saw this earlier. Both of these I already saw. I guess, I don't know. Weird. No, I remember when you opened the mail, but I saw this earlier though. Oh well. It's fine. Anyway. Where is Fatusa? Actually, I've not really looked at her set. Oh, she's corrosion. Okay. AoE. Ooh, corrosion damage. You got a 90% of attack to all enemy units within 5 tiles. Consumes all stacks of blade resonance. Where'd you get this from? Doesn't say here. Fancy. Gains a stack of blade resonance and applies a lacerating wound. Attacker used a blade. Take an additional instance of damage equal to 40% of the original damage considered. Ooh, so extra damage for melee characters. And she gets extra command, which is nice. Dealing and lands in select tile, dealing AoE damage equal to 90% of attack to all enemy targets in a 1 tile wide path. Okay. So she just like jumped and lands there, and it's like it's like a 1 tile wide area, like AoE, or is this one of those where it's like Kluke, where it does damage on the way to that tile? Because this isn't very descriptive. It says lands on, then deals. I guess that maybe it's the landing impact. Okay. Corrosion boost or close quarters attachment? I could probably do... I don't think I have a... That's not what I want. Well, I mean... I would lock that anyway, because I should be doing that. The sword does look nice, though. Yeah, I think I'll keep that one on. I don't think I even have any, Fellas. Is it tradition to use the stick? Actually, that one looks cool, though. Do we change the damage type from slash to blunt? Because, you know, the most important thing to do... What am I doing? Hang on, I gotta see how that looks. Hang on, I have to see how this looks. Lore-wise, she would use this stick. Cause she's in like the doll community, right? Like where she originally originates, I assume. Why do you have those unlocked, bruh? Because I wanted them. Because I needed them, man. I don't think you understand. I would have thought by now that the tactical banana. Look at this abomination, Lena. The most tactical of bananas. Banana is the supreme weapon of choice. I think I have I've got a few other characters too. Like I think even the goofy, my goofy shotgunner's running the carrot. Yep, there it is, the carrot. We are good. I don't know. I find them really funny. I just like them a lot. It's a little bit of a goofiness to it. But no, it fits her well. But no, I have the stick and the hammer on my Kralik. Because I want her to bonk people. That's all. Did we get knife yet? Yes, we did. We do have our knife girl. And right now she's good. I need to stop. That is something. Alright, let's see the other one. That does look really cool though. Getting impaled by a hammer is crazy. I mean, it can happen. With enough force, anything can absolutely destroy something like that. It's great though. I don't know. I'm also like keep in mind my history as a TF2 player kind of forces me into that when you think about it. Oh, I have a whole bunch of. I need 9. I probably have a whole bunch of boxes from the what's it called, dispatch room that I can open up and craft upwards. Am I enough? Yep, we're good. We've even been told Helen, DP12's artist, is currently the lead artist for GF. I did hear that. I found that kind of interesting. A firm member of the Dotbon's club. Yeah. I do find that really cool how her sword does that with like the little, it's like the umbrella, but it's like a half umbrella. Do we leave the silly shenanigan hammer on, or do we just make it a stick? What are we thinking here? And I think, actually, I should be able to take this pretty far. How many cores do I have? 15. That's not enough for the full thing, but you know what? I did unlock all of Helen's, I believe. Oh. Well, how many of these do I have? Can I convert up? Without dying? I already spent my... Yes, I can absolutely. It'd be 40 otherwise, 36. Stick only. You guys want me to do stick only? All right, I can't do those. I'll have to wait for the next whatever it's called, because I used the what was it, the ×2 or whatever it is to get the rest of those, which means I'm stuck with these 4. That's fine. Blade Resonance. Is that the Blade Resonance is the one that she consumes on her ult, right? Yes. No, I'll stick to your gut. I'm gonna time you out for that. I'm just kidding. Alright. What is it? First time Blade Resonance maximum success. Crit rate increases by 20%. Is that a permanent 20% increase once you reach that threshold? Or is it just while it's there? You actually build one fully cored. Yeah, because of all the what is it? You get all the cores from the shop. You get all the ones you can get from Battle Pass if you're a big person for Battle Pass. You get like what, the 1 a week for the boss fight? Start turn applies last turning wound to all enemies within the battlefield for 1 turn. Last turning wound is the one that increases damage by blade users, right? Yeah. If you're running a corrosive, I don't know how realistically that one is used. That doesn't feel like one that's commonly used, unless. Well, I guess if you're running full melee team, that's huge, because that'll help the rest of your melee team do much. Granted, that's just what, Kralik and Ulrid. Does Faye count as melee or rain? Like, how does that work? She's kind of a hybrid. Have I watched Stranger Than Heaven? I have not. I cannot say I have, Midnight. When an active attack only hits one enemy unit. Voice, basically. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, because she does punch. No, count as melee. Well, okay, in that case with, like, what's it called? Lacerating wound, right? It has to be specifically, like, the weapon is a blade, right? Because, like, a melee attack is one thing. A blade, using a blade technically means something else. Each stack of Pleasant Resonance recovers HP equal to 10% of attack and 1 point of stability. Oh, for each stack consumed. That feels like a good one to take. Like, I almost want to take this one, Cold-Blooded Pulse, and Mutualism. I would probably consider Wandering Will if I was running with a bunch of melee units. This one probably would be my go. Like, I'd probably use these top 2 and then this one for now. I don't know what these other 2 are yet. Before 1 support action resolves, cleanse 1 buff from the target. Oh, she's a buff cleanser. Okay. Using the skill override trap, gains 6 extra tiles of movement. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, what is... Oh. Wait. How do you guys know the numbering? Is it what? 1, 2... You generally don't consume many stacks per fight. Oh, fair enough. Because you're probably not gonna be doing a long fight with them. Top to bottom. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So 1, 2, and 3 are best keys. And then 5 would be this one, which is a buff cleanser, which I have used this on, like, Gunsmoke. Okay, so I guess this just makes her do more damage, so I guess that's fine. She does have extra command on one of her moves, so that would actually benefit her there. Is there? Yeah, there technically is. I was just trying to see if I could figure it out before I did that. So general uses, there's not a boss one. Okay. Which makes sense, because usually blades aren't used for that. Okay, yeah, so it is that group. Okay, I'll grab those two then. Oop, not that one. Actually, I think that one is one of them. I feel like I should just go ahead and grab the fourth one, even though I won't be using it just for the extra stat boost. Because I will bring her onto the stages now. I have to borrow someone's Ulrid, I think. Because you just looked at 2 and 4. Wait, what? Well, I was looking at most of these. You've got this one, which is a huge AoE area, and then it increases the damage based on consumption, yeah. She gets an extra command from this and applies lacerating wound and gains blade resonance, which is used into this. You get the cross-shaped one, which is always... These skills are always weird. That's just a normal attack. And then this, I think, was mostly the support action, right? Yeah. Took up to 3 times. Does AoE. So that would trigger, what's it called? That would trigger, yeah, I'm pretty certain, yeah, because it's AoE melee corrosion. Gains a point of extents of confectants, can do up to 3 times per run, or per turn. When an enemy within range take AoE attack from an allied unit. Oh, so she works just like Prithia. Wait, so like how would this... If you had Fetusa and Prithia together, do they just chain each other? Has somebody tested this? Because I'm pretty sure Prithia's support is also an AoE. Except it's a single... It's weird, because it's like a single target AoE. Oh, hers is just AoE damage. It's not necessarily corrosive. Support actions cannot trigger each other's. Cannot be triggered by another support. Well, that answers that question. Good. Because that would have been broken, especially with the high fortification Prithia. Because I think she gets like 20 of those. For Lorelei banner soon. Yeah. No, purple weapons can be deconstructed. Yes. 100 weekly supply gacha. Fair enough. Okay, make sure there's nothing else I need to do beforehand. I think we're good. Yes, okay. No. This throws me off, because I almost clicked on here thinking this was part 1. No, this is part 2. This is part 1. I'm so used to going left to right on this stuff. Why did they switch that up on me? No, they just follow up each other. Okay. So if they're both in range of the same target, that kind of makes me want to use Prithia with a bunch of... The funny you sent me. Alright, let's see what's so funny. What is so funny about it? Bruh. Bruh. What is this? What is this? Bruh. What's your comment on the Voimastina skin? Which one? The police one that I saw recently, or the other one? Are you talking, I'm just gonna do this, honestly. This is so much easier. I don't know why I keep doing that. Are you talking this one? Or the other one that I just saw recently? Wait for Kaichu here. This one, I mean, honestly, it's not bad. It does fit her pretty well. She's like that very professional kind of feel. Alva looks amazing in hers. I honestly really like it. She's very pretty. The police one. I didn't see the full thing of it. I know it's a thing. It looked kind of funny though. Let me look at it real quick. Let's see the Voima. Because it's a collab, right? Wasn't it like a collaboration or something? Let me see if I can find a picture of it somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna have to rely on something from Twitter probably, because I will not probably be able to find it otherwise. Alright, I'm not logged into Twitter on my PC. Hang on. Give me a second. More than likely, somebody has posted it here. I would hope. That's Basti. No, those are old. Alright, let's take GFL2 out. Just type in Voimastina. How am I not finding it? I thought there'd been like some people overseas who have definitely posted it. No, I guess I'm not finding it. I saw it on Twitter, ironically enough. You can see it on the Discord. Oh, it's on the Discord? Okay, hang on. That will actually make a huge difference. Let me see. Bro, what are you sending me, bro? I've been tagged, let's see. Let's take a look. Oh. Hang on. Hey, hold up. Hold up. I need to see that again. I want to see this again. What is this? I didn't know about the mech. Just so you guys can see what I'm looking at. I didn't know about the mech. Hang on, I'll play the whole thing again. What on earth? I know it's Kamen Rider, but still, it's funny. The little charm on the bottom, too. I will say the only thing that kind of is weird is how you've got her like normal, like the stereotypical police uniform, and it kind of goes it's weird with the like Kamen Rider feel of the mech, because it just doesn't mesh well, but it's fine. By herself, it's okay. That did no damage. Oh my gosh! They're just not doing anything there. I forgot how that one skill just is a plonk. What is happening? Oh, this is the melee. Yep, we've been handcuffed. Well. That's not mine, I swear. It's not mine, I swear, I didn't do nothing. It is really goofy. Yeah. I think the only thing that's a little jarring is the police uniform with it on top, but it's fine. It's kind of what I would expect out of like the shenanigans that is that like genre, or at least with the Kamen Rider stuff. This is her most fan service skin in history for What is she? I'm kind of not surprised by that. It would be very like it would be very weird for her to be like that, because we already know her personality. Like, I mean, a lot of you already know better than I do. I learned it from her event she was from anyway. So it's like, I wouldn't expect her to do that, right? You know, I wouldn't expect her to be like, you know, to be like Helen in this or something. I don't I don't feel like she's that, what is it, feminine? You know what I mean? Voimastina isn't anywhere near as like feminine as a lot of the other characters, and I don't mean that. It's like it's the tomboy feel more so than anything else. So it's why like the suit works so well for her, because it fits her. So it's like the other characters though, I don't think there's a problem with that. I mean, I think I wouldn't say she's as tomboyish anyway, but she does look good in this. She does look really good. This gorilla, yeah, she gorilla woman, yeah. But yeah, that's what I mean is like, it's not like we would see her in it, so that's kind of why it's like I would hope she doesn't do anything that crazy. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, they don't need to pull an Ozzer Lane with that one. Anyway, I want to see what this is about because I see Cocoon here. She's kind of cut off. Oh, I still need to do all these. All right, I clicked on part 2 again. Gorilla woman without the fear of cake rolls. Mika's weakness. AK-15 is Mika's mom's. Oh. Wait, where did she get the other side of her then? She's got the bigger ones. Held her Cocoon. I don't know. I don't have. You'd have to have them side by side. You can't really tell. They look about the same from my perspective. This event is a fun one, by the way. It's top 4. Oh, really? Fun one isn't just enjoyable, like silly and enjoyable, or because it's like we have the serious ones that was the last handful. Which side? What do you mean, which side? Oh. Never mind. I mean, to be honest, you know, they have different hair color, but their figures look very similar. And it wouldn't surprise me if one was based off the other, because it wouldn't be surprising to a degree for dolls to be like newer generations of dolls to be based on older generations of dolls. It's kind of the thing with what, Igla, and like how Igla was so like heavily fixated on Voimastina. It wouldn't be that weird for me to see that. So it doesn't really, I guess even if you guys did spoil, I'd be like, oh, well, I kind of would figure that, you know? Because like I said, Igla and Voimastina kind of feel like that to a degree. So, alright, we're gonna go heavy melee for this group. So I'm gonna try to do that as the main focus for fun. So if you have an Ulrid, I will be happy to borrow it for some Sardiskull. So feel free to put on your Ulrids if you haven't. If you don't, it's okay. Don't feel bad. If I don't have an Ulrid myself, so Sag. 1 week after the explosion at Lviv, the Elmo continues its sprint through the desolate, empty wilds. We paid a bitter cost to break out of Lviv in order to escape from URNC's forces. We were forced to pass up several resupply opportunities. Instead, we had to move repeatedly between satellite cities. This back-and-forth movement continued until we finally shook off our pursuers. So, my understanding, if I remember, this is right after that event, so, we had the whole thing where, you know, we kind of, like, jumped into a different, like, divergent point in the timeline, and this is, what is it with every gacha game going into timelines at this point? Like, I feel like every single game is doing it. Blue Archive's done it. Wuthering Waves is technically doing it, because it does feel like that. Ozilane, duh. Now this game is doing it. I'm just like, there's so many different games incorporating some kind of timeline thing. I guess it was like what was it? Marvel movies did kind of popularize it a little bit because it wasn't, they utilized it in Endgame. GFL started doing it in the first game. Fair. Well, when did Endgame actually come out? I actually don't know when Endgame... I'm pretty sure GFL 1 was out before Endgame. Hang on, let me actually see. Oh yeah, definitely. If GFL 1's 10 years old, that's only 7 years ago. Okay, we're good. We paid a bitter cost to break it. Yeah, already done that. All maintenance work on the dolls has only just been completed today. It was only through the support of underground brokers that our combat squads could be kept running, albeit with great difficulty. Even so, the Umma only dared to move within the most treacherous areas of the Yellow Zone. We hid ourselves in the wilderness like an injured beast, carefully hiding all traces of our advance, afraid that a movement too abrupt would invite the bounty hunters to encircle us once more. We had to shut down power to the majority of the Umma's facilities to conserve energy and evade our pursuers. Only the most crucial equipment still runs, such as the equipment inside the medbay. Sparse sunlight filters through the window, painting faint splotches of light upon the floor of the medbay. Though a few rays illuminate the interior, they cannot dispel the heavy, chilling stillness that hangs in the air. GFL 1 ending has different timelines that lead you to bad endings. Spoiler. Oh, okay. I'm guessing it's based on decisions and everything. Now that I think about it, with modern gacha games, roots with visual novels, timeline equals roots makes sense. Yeah, because it allows, you know, the cool thing about timelines is if you do all this like stuff about space-time travel and all this stuff, is that it allows the ability for people to kind of imagine their own situations. Plus it plays into the gacha angle to a degree. You can have a storyline that is focused on the main character, and then another one, it could be you as the main character. Because it's just like, you're the commander instead of this guy. You've been through all the stuff he went through, if you want to go from that, like, meta level stuff. But at the same time, it allows the creative writing process to also explore, what ifs more. I do feel like as much as Ale goes hard into its time travel stuff, how they dealt with the metas was a really, really cool idea. So it's like, because it's like, we know these characters already from the story, but then you get this other variation of them that has been through something that you don't understand, but you've seen the aftermath of what it's done to them. And then it's the same thing, like, I'd make that same point with Shiroko Terror in Blue Archive. You know how Shiroko is, now you have, well, somewhat, you have this Shiroko that's been through so much crap. You don't understand it until it goes to that part of the story, and then it shows you the what-ifs, even pointing out things like in her Momo talk, she talks about how, hey, I wonder if the lottery numbers for this day are the same. So it's like, there's a lot of really cool things that can be done when you explore that and execute it properly. If you mess it up, it gets a little dicey. So, which Shiroko? Weak Shiroko or Fast Shiroko? I said Shiroko Terror, or Kuroko. Do you guys call her Shiroko Terra or Kuroko more? I'm actually kind of curious for the Blue Archive people in here. Anyway, but yeah, like I don't mind the time travel stuff that is in these stories or anything to do with timelines because it does make things really cool. GFL's what ifs are great. They do seem like it. I like the idea with like what they did with the last event with what was her name? Orphalune? I think that's her name. Igla and Orphalune. It's voiced! Yes! I glance down at the freshly applied white bandage around my waist and shake my head. Wolfie shakes her head. Her gaze follows mine to the small figure beside me. Helena lies quietly on a bed, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion as pale as a sheet of fragile paper. After rescuing Helena from the underground laboratory in Lviv, her conditions continued to deteriorate. Even upon our swift return to the Yellow Zone, Helena's weakened state showed no signs of improvement, and indeed appeared to be progressively worsening. Except for a brief period of lucidity on the day that she returned to the Elmo, Helena kept falling into a state of semi-consciousness, with her daily periods of deep sleep growing even ever longer. An almost imperceptible knocking sound, akin to the faint friction. Oh, hang on, that's my. I was like, what? There was something apparently right there on the eye. Faint friction of fingertips against the door rather than actual knock interrupts Coffin's anxious statements. Hatch slides open gently, revealing a figure with pink hair standing outside, seemingly hesitating whether to enter or not. It's Melanie. Melanie doesn't reply immediately. Her gaze, tinged with unease, passes right over me, fixed intently on Helena in the hospital bed. Melanie clutches the hem of her skirt, as though summoning the courage to reveal some secret. Because the idea of them was to be like somebody that can absorb a lot of the collapse radiation, right? And then basically funnel it into basically act as a key for opening. I forgot what the terminology, what the exact term was, but they basically serve as a key to open a door, right? Or some kind of an object to act as a key to a gateway. Yeah, Nirvana. That's what it was. Key to Nirvana. That's such a funny thing when you think about it. Melanie's words are disjointed, as if she's desperately piecing together concepts and terminology she does not fully grasp. I look at Helena is gay. No, not that guy. I look at Melody, who seems somewhat flustered, and try my best to understand what she meant. Hana. Jikenshitsu. Kyushu. That makes sense, though. Coffee tilts her head for a while before slamming her fist on her palm, seemingly having come to some sort of conclusion. That makes sense, yeah. As though startled by her conversation, Helena stirs in her sleep and opens her eyes. Poor Helena. Helena. She's doing her best, chat. She's trying. A smile breaks across Helena's pallid face as she struggles to rise. Hophni hurriedly moves closer, helping Helena sit up as she gently smooths out the disheveled strands of her hair. Helena sits demurely. That word. This word, like, exploding in use right now is, or actually for a while, has been strange to me. Tilting her head curiously to observe the new visitor. Oh, right, because she doesn't, I don't think she's met her in that watch, has she?
Helena D68 今はメラニーだけどね
Basically, yeah, literally, I'm you, but I don't want to say better, honestly.
メラニーどうしてここにいる私を知ってるのかうん姉妹たちの存在をかすかにだけど感知できるあなたからは何か特別な感じがする
Does make me wonder how many different versions of these two exist. Like, do we know the number of them? Because we've seen, what, 3? I think? I feel like it's been, that number is 3? At least 60 were made. A lot. Well, yeah, I know we have the numbers. I mean, like, how many has the commander actually seen? Like, how many different versions? I'm pretty sure it's 3. Not like we mainly interact with 2, but I feel like we've seen a 3rd. Agnes, I love how that's just her name now.
どこか遥か遠くの場所にある気配みたいな
So who is the if she's the if that one character whose name I can never pronounce because it's Chkalov? No. I don't remember how to say it. Gosh, it's so hard saying some of these names. The one that looks like Agnes Tachyon. If she's supposed to be the Agnes Tachyon, then who's the Manhattan Cafe? Who does she bother all the time? Kyloveg, thank you. Kylo, yeah. Chilo something. I give up. Who is the Manhattan Cafe to that character? That she's spinning. Is it Igla? That does kind of feel accurate, actually. Helena finds herself lost in recollection, as if a key had unlocked the door to her memories. Who was the butler doll? Igla. Probably the only Gen 3 I actually feel bad for. I didn't even read that last one because I was too busy talking. Helena's gaze grows distant, as though she were straining to recall something. But she quickly returns to a state of weakness, much like a withering flower deprived of the sun. Poor Helena. Helena starts to sway with weariness before she can even finish. Kofne, standing nearby, immediately steadies her. Helena closes her eyes and falls into slumber the moment Kofne lays her upon the bed. The girl's complexion grows increasingly pallid. Her face is etched with pain as her irregular breathing becomes more apparent. Helena's recent moment of lucidity feels like a momentary illusion in the face of her current reality. I turn to Melanie. Melanie steps back nervously, then continues to compose her response.
私も聞いただけで詳しくは覚えてないけど、特殊な養分がないと花は枯れるんだって。栄養剤だけではダメですか？
This is one of those weird circumstances where it's like they're going to have to rely on the very technology developed by the people they hate just to keep somebody alive. That sucks. Melanie shakes her head vigorously.
なんというか、緑色の
Green type?
実験室のすべてのヘレナはそれが必要だった。
FEV? Let's not give them FEV, please. I don't want to turn people into super mutants.
緑色。コルフェン、グローザが持ち帰った資料の中に近いものは？
そうですね。あ、思い出しました。チルロビグの実験室から回収したデータに培養に成分不明の高濃度栄養剤を使った記録があります。
Child-sized culture tech. Jeez.
状態を安定させるのに非常に有効だとか、それのことなんじゃないでしょうか。
Seekers are used to repurposing tech from used by Zen. I mean, isn't it the ultimate T-pose of authority to fight enemy dolls, convert them to your side, then covenant them? Sex dads? That's the ultimate T-pose of authority, isn't it? Narwhally. I think that's the response, right? Oh my goodness. Is already doing that. It's basically his bread and butter. Yeah. I was making more of the joke about sex dance.
今からその実験室を探す時間はないな。成分はわからないのか？
すみません。栄養剤の成分についての記録はありませんでした。それに成分が分かったとしても詳細不明のまま製造に取り掛かるのは危険です。
Yeah.
そうだな。やはりパラデウスの拠点から既製品を拝借するのが無難か。わかった。
Well, again. Oh, what you're telling me is I need to rely on getting the resources from Paradeus bases? Oh, okay, let's just level them and at the same time collect the stuff. Two birds, one stone. The girl on the sickbed is still deep in slumber. Her eyelashes flutter gently like a butterfly's wings. Yet one could not help but worry if the next flutter would serve as the final beat. No, this isn't the time to think of such things. I shake my head to throw off the worrisome thoughts. I caress the girl's hair as I open my mouth to speak in a soft voice, as though I were making a promise.
ヘレナ、薬を探してくる。
I don't know if I'm what you need. I think he said medicine in there.
大
Kusuri.
丈夫。すぐに良くなるさ。
You said kusuri, right?
ヘレナ、薬を探してくる。
Yep. You said medicine in there. Helena's body floats upward from the sickbed, as though her half-asleep self had heard my promise. Her 3 spears gradually disassemble themselves in an azure glow and surround her. They eventually coalesce into a blue glowing box with Helena contained within.
コルフェン、メラニー、ヘレナを頼む。
任せてください。ちゃんと面倒を見ますから。私も頑張る。
It really is a huge, like, the whole importance of, like, Kofni for this entire, like, plot line is crazy. Because I was, like, sitting here thinking she was just going to be a character that shows up mysteriously, has her own little arc, and then that's really it. But no, she's got, like, a huge... She's been pretty heavily involved with, like, Melanie and Helena.
大丈夫。きっとうまくいくよ。
Also, the fact that she's a medical doll helps a lot with her being a personal bodyguard slash medical EMT. I leave the medbay and walk straight to the bridge. The anxiety in my heart burns like a raging fire, combusting any semblance of composure I had to ash. The real storm, it seems, has yet to pass. Groza has just finished downloading the latest list of bounty commissions from Brief through an encrypted network, and my name is prominently featured. It is certainly fortuitous that the picture used by my wanted poster only features a hastily taken blurry side profile. Even so, we still took measures to clamp all external comms channels. The Umma alters its course once again, heading deeper into the yellow zone. As it stands, acting rashly would be unwise. We wouldn't risk drawing attention to us. But Helena can no longer wait.
グローザ、イエローエリアにあるパラデウスの拠点をマップに表示させてくれ。すでに知っているものと闇ブローカーから聞いたものも含めて。
Imagine Florence instead of Colgate. Is Florence mostly like that because she's around the commander, or is it, or has her mind, like her mind is busy with the commander, or is it like one of those situations where it's like when she doesn't have the commander around, she's actually like a really good medic? Because like the only times I've ever seen anything with Florence is when she's around the commander, and we know how freaky she gets. I have to believe she has to be a super competent medic at the same time, though. Like, she has to be like this, what is it? Like, I think, because there's the whole thing people were saying was like Kofni was based off of Florence. Or at least some, I don't know if entirely if I would say based off of, but like a lot of her comes from that. Don't you dare pound my life like that, you Perry. Why you gotta do me like that? She's French. Ah. Fair. Is it Kofni Brazil? Oh, but that's... I see. I see, got it.
どうしたの？
ヘレナに必要な栄養剤はパラデウスの実験室にしかない。状況は一刻を争う。今はもうリビウに戻ることも前みたいにグリーンエリアを出入りすることもできない。イエローエリアにある奴らの拠点が最良の選択だ。
了解。すぐに情報を整理して候補をピックアップする。ここ数日でリビウからかなり離れたわ。この辺は人口密度が低いし、しばらくは追っ手に見つかる心配はなさそうね。理想はエルモ号を目立たない場所に止めて態勢を整えることだけど、そうすれば実験室に向かう招待だけ出せばいいから、エルモ号を危険にさらすリスクも減るわ。
Target. Yeah, that makes sense. Klukai, who had been listening in silence all along, takes over the conversation. Her voice remains as composed as ever.
物資も限られてるし、補給できる場所を探すのも急務ね。
見つかるといいな。ずっと警戒態勢維持するのも楽じゃないし。
I hope we get more Mekti noises. Kuklai ignores Mekti's complaints with cease and ease. She turns to me.
指揮官、補給任務は404にお任せください。
ああ、イエローエリアの奥深くまで行けば闇ブローカーも減ってくるし、エルモ号の維持にもリソースがいる。確かに臨時拠点を作った方がいいな。
This feels like a good time, a good time more than ever to actually to meet up with the doll community or something.
そんな都合のいい場所あるのかな。あったとしても、とっくに生き袋とパラデウスに乗っ取られてるに違いないよ。
Mekti's statement throws the ops room into silence. I stare at the yellow zone's sprawling foreign map. Sprawling foreign map. Oh, I see, okay. Unable to suppress a frown from surfacing on my face. Then the sudden alert sound breaks the stifling silence.
指揮官、メッセージを受信したわ。あの信号、スーミさんです。
スオミ、どうしてこんな時に。再生してくれ。
The call is put through. After a burst of crackling static, a familiar, anxious voice comes through.
スオミです。
Suomi!
突然連絡してすみません。でもどうすればいいかわからなくて。
Oh no.
私のいる人形コミュニティのことを覚えていますか？コミュニティのいる場所が何者かに狙われています。数日前から人間の部隊から攻撃を受けて。
You can't. Yes, glad to see we're back to these comments. You can't say Suomi with the. Okay. A sudden boom cuts off Suomi's voice. The ensuing footage grows intermittent amidst the smoke billowing everywhere.
全力で迎え撃ちましたが、こっちは人手も物資も。
More intense gunfire can be heard through the call. We even hear some of the frantic, disjointed shouts amid the noise, like "Suomi, come help us!"
指揮官、余裕があれば助けていただけませんか？座標は。
Uma's voice abruptly ceases after yet another tremendous boom. The call is severed. The last signal transmitted contains only a set of coordinates. Minley grabs my hand in a panic.
どうしますか？早くスオミさんたちを助けに。
こちらにはまだ戦力があるわ。どうする？指揮官。
あちらは一刻を争う状況だ。
Speaking of dull community, I mean, it's not like this was a pre-read or something. Like, it's Dushevnaya being a part of this, as well as I'm assuming the sister of Creepy Doll, kind of hints towards it.
考えすぎだといいが、このタイミングできす
And
ぎ
all
じゃ
red,
な
I
い
think.
か。
何者かが私たちをおびき出すための芝居だとでも言うの？でもさっきのメッセージに偽造や乗っ取りの形跡はなかったわ。
今はまだわからない。だが身を隠してる人形コミュニティが見つかって利用される可能性は低い。
Might genuinely just be a bunch of people being like, "Hey, free supplies!"
逆に言えば足がつくリスクを冒してまで助けを求めるほど逼迫した状況ということになる。
They just like show up, and they just start shooting, and then you just start hearing Varjager death noises.
グローザ、スオミの送った座標をマップにマークしてくれ。
Rosa swiftly marks a flashing dot on the map. I studied the set of coordinates marked on the map, weigh my options briefly, then issue my orders.
計画変更だ。スオミの座標へ向かう。総員、警戒態勢。
The entire Elmo is coming to support.
メッセージが本当なら助ける。
This is one of those Gondor has called. Gondor has called for aid.
その後は予定通りパラデウスの施設を探す。これも罠だった。
The dolls have called for aid. The commander shall answer.
スオミを敵から救出する。
了解。
We shall answer the. I'm pretty sure. I think the actual phrase was, Gondor is called. Is it Gondor has called for aid and Rohan will answer or something like that? It's been a long time since I've done anything with Lord of the Rings. Alrighty, let's see. And I bring my melee girls in here. It's been a long time since I've had Krullik in a fight. I feel like, at least in story.
指示了解。
Look at the hammers, boys! Look at the hammers! Something transformer rollout. Oh, there's that. All right, let's see. Anyone got any old rids they can borrow for this time? It's probably a rarity. Oh no, Matt's got his. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Where did I put my creepy doll? Or not creepy doll. My brain is thinking creepy doll because of the collective. Faye, where are you? There you are.
行くよ。
I don't want to use Voimastina here just because I feel like if I did, like half of this gets wiped by her alone. Faye works well with this team, right? Because of how, like, was it Nash? Or not Nash, Gash and Rend, right? It's Rend specifically, not Gash. Gash is more for something else. Alrighty, we're going melee, boys. You have a Puhi too. Well, put your Puhi on. I'll borrow her. You can get some Sardis gold. What's that there? We have to anything. Anyone she works with get heroic mode 400. Foes get like 200. Yeah. I feel like we're in this rough situation, right? Where it's like gacha games could be like substantially more challenging, but they always get. Oh, these are the dudes that attack you if you attack them. Rude. Man, why you gotta do me like this? I hate it here. The pugs with guns at the back. Yeah, literally, if you're in the adjacent 8, they will bite them. And then in a game mode that's just like reverse collapse. Well, like, I mean, the artifact recovery ones are kind of funny. Sweet tiles, right? Yeah. Like the artifact recoveries and whatnot are nice. So is she just gonna like wipe out a bunch of people with like the explosive? Alright, what should I do with Ulrid here? Oh, I have to go around. Okay. You have good mobility, so honestly, I'm just gonna have you just do this and shoot this guy. Shoot him with the I forgot she's got the banana! We got hammers and bananas on this fight. This is great. Buy a diner gate and call it roll. They love 15, what does it matter? It's just I like to have fun with this. You're the one I want to use this skill as much as I can, right? I think I could do this. And this hurts both. Oh, it just hurts that. Oh, it triggers an enemy. It's who cares? She'll be fine. Can I use her like ult right here too? I want to see what this does, even if it doesn't really do anything right now. Nipped her in the back for 10. That's cool animation. Oh! Nice. Oh, there's a sniper. You think you're safe over there? You think you're safe? You thought you're safe? Get over here! You think you're safe on that side of the game? Melee units don't like the idea of physical distance. They will close it, regardless of how they do it. A meticulously tended garden sits within a certain corner of the white zone. A poised, elegant girl in a white dress silently enters the garden, stopping behind Dandelion, who is currently pruning some flower stems at a leisurely pace.
Dandelion-sama, 4日前、リビウにて大きなコーラプス放射線の波が観測されました。
Who?
放射線量は過去のとある大事件に極めて近い数値です。フランクフルトの事件ね。
There you go, chat. There's your Dandelion. Child of the Commander and Dandelion. Yo, what?
One of Dandy's forks. Oh, this is one of her. Okay.
はい。不可解なのは、放射線量は一瞬にして最大値に達した後、すぐに通常の数値に戻りました。この現象は複数の地域で同時に観測されました。
で、老人たちに調査を命じら
She
れた
shows
わ
up at the
け。
Diane event. Ah, that was the event I speed ran. Okay. Because that was the one I didn't actually cover, but I read it myself.
はい。この件についての報告はまとめられていません。数値が乱れた原因、一部情報が錯綜している理由、調査が必要な事柄が多くあります。ですが、私の閲覧権限は限られています。
Dandelion remains focused on her pruning, trimming away excess branches with her garden shears without turning her head.
フランクフルト事件のデータセンターの閲覧を許可してください。今回の件について一から情報を精査して調査活動に参加したく存じます。
現実と妄想の境界線は曖昧なものよ。
Reality unreality is often blurred.
人間は真相を隠すためには手段を選ばない。
The fun thing about multiple timelines, what is reality and unreality can actually switch places, and that's one of the more interesting things about it. Dandelion trims off a final forked branch before setting down her shears. She turns to Helly.
用意された真相を見てくるといいわ。でも覚えておいて、彼らの与えた選択に必ずしも従う必要はない。
肝に銘じます。ダンデライオン様。
Helly bows slightly and turns to leave the garden. At the same moment, a vast flood of data surges into her core. She stands in silence as the torrent of information is rapidly deconstructed, categorized, and reorganized within her level 2. Dandelion slowly turns around once Healy's silhouette vanishes at the edge of the garden. Her gaze falls on the branches that she had trimmed earlier. A small pure white flower blooms quietly on one of the branches, having escaped Dandelion's shears by sheer luck. Dandelion gracefully picks the flower from the branches. She rolls its slender stem between her fingertips, twirling it leisurely before her eyes, as if she were savoring some kind of ludicrous art. A soft laugh ripples through the garden.
面白いことになったわね。
Ladius, I didn't know you were gonna watch GFL or look into GFL here. Just something to pass the time, I guess.
無知な人は真相を探し求めることで不安を和らげようとする。
And are ever eager to search for an unknown truth to fill the chasm of unease in their hearts. Well, it's the fear of the unknown. The fear of the unknown drives many to do things. Dandelion frees the pure white flower from her fingertips, allowing it to float down to the ground.
たとえその真相に意味がなくてもね。
To them, it's closure. Sometimes, even if it's an uncomfortable one. Dandelion sometimes sounds like that the fragile, beautiful hacker Hot Wheels elf. Mari stands and chats, "Hey, don't color Hot Wheels." You heard the Himari in her voice. Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. Oh boy, how bad's this place gonna look? The acrid smell of smoke hangs heavy over the temporary base. Bathilda, I think that's how you say her name, despises this very scent, which often came bundled with conflict in the past. and for the Doll community, this scent often signifies a great danger, which has already arrived before them. Although they just managed to repel an assault from their enemy, there was not a shed of joy within the temporary base. Thilda frowns as she repairs Suomi's heavily damaged frame.
組対、次の戦闘に耐えられますか?
She did get quite the upgrade. Yeah, she doesn't need a wheelchair anymore. I'm not finishing that any further. They fixed her legs, Chad. They fixed her legs. Unless they put her in the dinner gate, then that's a different story. Me asks her gingerly. The enemy had managed to surround Suomi in a battle prior. Although she did manage to break out of the encirclement with Dushevnaya's help, her frame still sustained severe damage. Bethel stands up and shakes her head at Suomi.
応急修理はしましたが、今は撤退するべきです。
撤退するんですか?
You actually have me now curious, laddie, is how many characters in Blue Archive voice GFL2 characters. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot of overlap. I'm fairly certain there are a good number. I just haven't looked at them.
物資が残りわずかです。このままでは、あなたもドゥシェーブヌイさんも廃品になりますよ。
Did you get put into a dinner gate for a bit? Yeah, no, that's the point.
外周の防衛線を突破されたら、お姉様と皆さんが隠れてる発電所を守りきれません。敵は何か探しているように動き回っています。ここで引いたら発電所の位置が知られる恐れがあります。
Nagisa is Vivi. I could see that one actually. They have the but isn't the voice actor for Vivi is the one that does Shimakaze then, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's the same voice actor.
みんなコミュニティの未来のために頑張ってるんです。私たちだって。
Yeah, laddie, exactly.
私とデュ
I
セ
just
ー
don't
ブ
know
兄さ
them.
んの迂回戦術とバチルダさんの作った装置があればまだなんとか。
I'm pretty sure she does. Because that, like, if it's the same voice actor I'm thinking it is, the one that does Vivi also does Nagisa, who would also do Shimakaze, who also does I am forgetting the sister's name in Irregular Magic Academy. The sister of the main character, Tatsuya Shiba, Miyuki Shiba. I'm fairly certain it's the same character or same voice actor, and she's very well known, which means she also does Ayaka and Genshin, I think. Like, she has a crap ton of voices that she's done. If it's the same character. Or same VA. VV subtitles are cake rolls.
勇者たる者、命を賭して国を守ってみせよう。
Wretched ne'er-do-well.
賢明な判断とは言えませんね。攻撃を受けてから数日経っています。敵がその気なら、私たちがいくらここで踏ん張っても無駄です。それに、あなたの組対ももう限界。潮時です。
せめてもう少し。
みんな私たちの帰りを待っているんです。
Sumi looks at Bathilda with an expression bordering on pleading.
指揮官に応援を要請しました。増援部隊さえ来れば、きっと敵を撃退できます。
Bathilda's frown deepens when she hears the origin of Suomi's reinforcements.
本当に来るんですか?
Her distrust is palpable.
今の私たちを助けたところで、面倒ごとに巻き込まれるだけです。
Commander do be built different.
賞金ハンターがメリットもないのに、そんな要請に応えるわけがありません。
Right, ooh.
いいえ、指揮官なら必ず来てくれます。
Zomi's serious rebuttal makes Bathilda fall silent for a moment.
あなたが信頼していても、私が警戒しない理由にはなりません。これ以上の不確定要素はごめんです。
You also like the Rhine faction. Yeah, I do like the Rhine Lab. They're a very fun team to play, but it sucks when they have high res. Enemy
マチルダ
does.
さんの心配もわかります。けれど、一度でも指揮官に会えば結論は変わると思います。それにもうみんな限界です。この拠点を守るにはもはや指揮官に頼るしかありません。
Eeh. The shrill crack of gunfire and artillery shatters the peace before Swim can finish.
戦力の薄さを見抜かれたようですね。
思ったより早い。包囲される前に何とかしないと。塔に登り、我が裁きを下してみせよう。はい、私は狙撃を援護します。
無茶だ。今は拠点の遮蔽物を利用して反撃しながら交代するべきです。
Where's Latara and Ulrid then? I mean, not Ulrid. Sorry, we know where she is. She talked about it.
本当に少しの猶予もないんですか？ずっと交代し続けたら。
分かってます。けれど。
Bathilda grits her teeth, conflicted. Hold the line and wait for the commander whom Swomi trusts, or abandon the position, break the out of encirclement, and retreat. Just as Bathilda's about to make the decision, a new yet familiar signal source slices through the battlefield like a peerless blade, carving through the raging inferno that was poised to swallow them. Bathilda's brow unfurrows somewhat when she finally recognizes the icon of the new signal source. Beside her stands Suomi, whose fate is already lit up by a radiant smile stemming from her heart. She couldn't be happier. This is a doll community outpost. Yeah, I'm just wondering. I'm guessing Latara's back at HQ then. Wow, that was stupid. That was stupid. Finland. There she is, boys. I just believe the commander would help us. Now I'm sitting here thinking I should actually play these two. But at the same time, oof. Reorganize and regroup. We need to hold it a little longer. They added Dushevnaya and Suomi as ally. Oh, really? Okay. Hero who turns the tides has arrived. So I just have them as allies? Oh yeah, they are green. Look at that. That's cool. Alrighty, let's see. Anyone else have Ulrid that I can give Stardust Gold to? Even if it's like, what, 500 alone? Let us see. Let us see. She's a Sentinel, right? Should be physical. That's the one I'm currently using. There's at least... Okay, so I got 3 more I can see. You have this one. I don't know whose one this is. We'll keep the melee squad, because this is like the only melee I really have. Well, we're not going to use her because she'd take too many out. Alright, let's stick to this. Can't you move and attack with this? Oh yeah, we can do this. I think I could use Whirlwind here. Nope, 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 nope.
15k is probably yours. Okay. Oh, you think you're safe up there, huh? What do you think you're doing up there? Get bonked. Blade and 1 sniper. It's fine. I have a feeling Suomi and Dushevnaya can handle the rest. I don't think I can do anything. Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah, I can't do anything with her here. Even with her massive mobility. Don't unfortunately. We can use this. I think I need to use this though to get away with it. Let's. Is that cover? Yes, that is cover. Okay. That should hurt this blade right here. Oh, wait, no, that's not how that works. Okay. So it's okay. I read that as she lands there and does AoE in an adjacent 8 circle, not Kluke's damage attack. Okay, so I misread that. Wait, can't I just literally do this? Yes. Well, that worked. That was a little finicky. I see though. Because I read it as it lands and then does AoE in a 1 tile, like it was like a 1 tile radius or something. But it means more like it does it moves like Klukai's does and probably does damage in that for anyone in between. So it's like a modified version of Krallik's ultimate. Also, Mango is back. The Mango is here. The Mango security. That's the final Mango. I can never let that go. The final Mango security drone plummets to the ground as a pile of burning scrap. Slowly practically bursts out from the temporary base, frantically waving as she leads her companions to board the Blackhawk helicopter, fetching them. This would be... I'm assuming this is still Sharkery. The Blackhawk touches down smoothly on Elmo's helipad, its downwash accompanied by a mighty roar. When the door slides open, Zombie sees the commander waiting for her in the helicopter's outwash. Standing next to him is Mei Ling, toolbox in hand, a hint of anxiety on her face. And Suomi's smile couldn't be any bigger than it already was. Like, I know it's the meme of, like, the little smiley face. Like the :D. But this is like 3 times the size of that. Bethild will now meet the beacon of peak humanity. Which makes me wonder if this would have been the reason why she would have been, why we have her now.
スオミの頼みとあらばどこにいても駆けつけるさ。
Mei Ling hurries over with a toolbox as the conversation proceeds. She's probably like, "Are you hurt? What's going on?" Alright, that was me, not you guys, don't worry. I got two. Who called me 3 hours ago? What? What? I'm gonna look at that one later. I think I read that message wrong. I have a neighborhood alert app, and apparently
Hang on. What the heck? Somebody must have haven't. Somebody's about to have a bad Sunday night. Anyway, the two girls reunited after a long separation, hold each other in a tight embrace, but only for a moment. Mei Ling grabs her tools the moment they release the hug, immediately beginning to examine Suomi's frame. As Mei Ling examines Suomi, a doll dressed in a mechanic suit appears from behind them and walks up to me.
ありがとうございます。あなたたちがいなければ、今頃あのエリアを放棄して、スオミも今以上のダメージを負っていたでしょう。
気にするな。スオミは君たちが信じてくれたおかげだ。
Well, maybe not her, but it's fine. The doll, whose name I do not know, gives me a curt nod. Seeing that, Suomi steps in to introduce her to me.
指揮官、こちらはバチルダさん。人形コミュニティの凄腕メカニックなんですよ。ここ最近、ずっと全員の素体を直してくれていたんです。
I realize, I do have most of the doll community. I don't think I have Latara leveled, but I can at least use, like, Ulrid, Borrow, if we wanted to go that way, too, with story. Because if it does let me use 5 or 6, then I would be able to do that, but I think most cases it's 4. Suomi is production on GFL 1. You can make KSVK back. What? Oh, they were map drops. I see. I'm only missing Zhao Hui. I'm missing a lot of characters. I think I'm at like 6 or so right now.
民生用人形の私にできることなんてそれくらいですから。
For now.
そんなことはない。ここまで持ちこたえられたのは君たち一人一人が頑張ったからだ。状況は君たちの通信を聞いて理解した。重大な損失はないか？
すぐに防御体制を整えたので、みんな多少ダメージを受けましたが、誰も犠牲になっていません。
That's incredible. I nod. Looks like we managed to help them before they sustained any losses.
でも変だな。なぜ君たちがマグニセキュリティに狙われているんだ？
Map drops in GFL1 are lore-wise rescues during the mission. Oh, that's cool.
マグニセキュリティ？私たちを襲った部隊のことですか？
ああ、手強い傭兵集団だ。前に戦ったことがある。雇い主は強力な存在だ。目的もなくイエローエリアに現れるとは思えない。
Unusual employers. Or employees.
これまでの経緯を教えてくれるか？
最初にあの人たちを見たのは数日前、コミュニティの拠点の近くでした。何かを探していたようで、あらゆるものをなぎ倒しながら荒野を進んでいました。お姉様も最初は死者を送って接触を試みましたが、相手は逆に攻撃を仕掛けてきました。結局彼らの目的は分からずじまいで。
連中の手口、まるでこの地域一帯を一掃するつもりのようでしたね。
お姉様はコミュニティの存在を隠すためにみんなを連れて発電所に行きました。
Oh, okay. So that's where they are.
この辺は環境が劣悪でずっと人気がなかった。スオミが座標を送らなければここに誰かが来るなんて思いもしなかっただろう。一体何が目的でこんな不毛の地まで？
わかりません。狙いが発電所じゃないのを願うばかりです。発電所？スオミさんが前に言ったはい、私たちはそこで。
Bethla gives Somi a tug, shaking her head. To that, Somi beams her a soft smile.
大丈夫ですよ、バチルダさん。メイリンさんも指揮官も信頼できますから。 発電所の周囲はまだ少ししか探索できていませんが、リッタラさんによれば農作物の栽培実験を行っていたようです。実験は失敗に終わって人間のスタッフは全員いなくなって、あの人形だけが残りました。
They did rescue Dushevnaya, right? I have not seen her at all yet. Because she was assisting them. Right? Like she was on board the Blackhawk, right? Experimental farm? That does sound suspicious. If that is indeed related to the plants in the Lviv lab, I can understand why Mengi Security would have their eye on it.
ソミ、発電所の地下にパラデウスと関係のあるものはなかったか？
でもパラデウスは確か指揮官が10年前に。
Still waiting for 9891 and ASVAL to enter the game. I don't know. This is where I'm like, man, I wish I knew all these characters. Because you have to, like, it is, like, the more I read through this game, the more I do appreciate, like, this game's writing. They do a really good job. Because, like I said, there are a few times where I can genuinely hate a guy that acts as an ally, then come to mad respect him later. And then there are also times where you can have an antagonist that you actually pity. It's like, I think that's one of the few times I've had that in a gacha game story.
ああ、そのはずだが、少し前に奴らの痕跡が見つかった。今もイエローエリアで活動していて、この前リビウに大きな被害をもたらした。
To add to the game. No, you're good. I wasn't sure if you meant that. I was like, I'm pretty sure you said add, but I didn't know. You're fine, dude. No worries. I just found it. That's a very unfortunate mistype.
そんな。
Wolf.
それじゃ指揮官はこの発電所が怪しいと思っているんですか？そうですね。少なくとも前回の探索ではパラデウスと関係ありそうなものは何も。それにこの辺に人間はめったに来ません。
It happens. Like I type relatively fast too, and if my fingers are like, because I do like the the ASD JK ASDF JKL semicolon like position or whatever the default, and sometimes I'll have one to the left and one to the right, and then like I'll start typing like a mad, like a lunatic, and then I'll look up and be like, it's a jarbled mess. I'm like, oh, whoops. I am curious. Who is this 9891? If I can. Oh. Interesting. That's what she looks like. It is kind of funny seeing like the damaged artwork for the characters, because it's like it very much reminds me of Conclave. Because Conclave had the same thing with the like moderate severe damage. That was one of those things where you're like, uh-oh. That was usually the, oh god, severe damage, pull out. You're almost there. Nice.
本当にパラデウスの拠点があったとしても、もう長い間放棄されてるんだと思います。
That's when you know the game is old. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's what, 10, when did it first release? It's been what, 10 years of operation now? So that would be, was it really was it like a 2013, 2014 game? It has to be a little older than that, wouldn't it? I'm pretty sure. Jay, how old is... Jay, which game is older? Content Collection or... Oh, Contact Collection has them by 3 years. Wow. That's crazy. 3 years. Yeah, Contact Collection was 2013. I'm talking the web browser variant, not all of its other side ones it has, like the arcade one I think that exists that I've seen. I was there when it first released. I was so young and filled with life, love, and hope. Which one? GFL 1 or Contact Collection? I think back to the time when I visited Orphalune's research base. Crops were not exactly in abundance there. Maybe it really is a coincidence. A sudden comms ringtone interrupts my train of thought.
お姉様からです。
そうみ、お前のメッセージを受信した。無事か？
はい、指揮官が駆けつけてくれたおかげで敵を撃退できました。今はエルモ号にいます。
そうか。よかった。
The caller pauses for a moment right before we hear a flurry of discordant noises mixed with some muffled murmuring.
人形コミュニティの代表としての威厳を
Get the toy out, get the toy.
お姉様？
よし。そうみ、その指揮官につなげてくれ。
Sumi nods and passes the terminal to me. A distinctive dashing doll appears on the screen before me.
いや、指揮官。
There she is, boys!
私が人形コミュニティのリーダーのウルリドだ。
どうも。君がスオミの言うお姉様だな。スオミがよく君の話をしていたよ。
そうか。私にはよくあなたのことを話していたぞ、指揮官。
Time to board the train. The doll on the other side of the column scratches her head as she laughs nervously, but quickly withdraws her hands and stands up straight, as if she just realized something.
本題に入ろう。以前、スオミはあなた
Resist
から援
action.
助を受けて貴重な物資をコミュニティに持ち帰ってくれた。
I have definitely seen. I think I've seen her Bond story because I think she just starts. She calls you her eagle. I think, right? I have no idea. See, are you still here? Is that what they? Is that what Ulrid calls the commander?
今回あなたに助けを求めようと思ったのも彼女だ。私たちは外部とのつながりを持っていない。正直に言うと、そちらからの増援は期待していなかった。だが今さっき、あなたは敵を退けてくれた。
I don't think she's here. It's fine.
コミュニティを代表して心より感謝する。
The doll bows slightly to the screen, flashing a grin so broad it was borderline theatrical.
気にしないでくれ。スオミは私たちの仲間でもある。助けるのは当然だ。
Imagine this, or squeeze. I don't have to, because I've seen goofy artwork of that stuff. Falcon, that's the word. That's the bird name that was used.
当然か。
The laughing doll pauses and looks at me with an expression more hesitant than before. Is it just me, or does she kind of seem nervous?
何かコミュニティについての相談なら乗るが。
え？あ、そんなに顔に出てたか。
doll pulls her hair nervously. Seeing that, Suomi steps in to offer her some reassurance.
安心してください、お姉様。指揮官はいい人です。何でも言ってください。
そうか、分かった。なら包み隠さず話そう。連日の戦闘で皆組対を痛めている。もともと資源に悩んでいたのだが、このままではコミュニティを維持できないだろう。金なら少し蓄えがある。それでどうかエルモ号の修理用部品を譲ってもらえないだろうか。
私たちにはどうしても必要なんです。お願いします、指揮官。
Suomi, still under repair and maintenance, looks up at me. Mei-ling regards Suomi's damaged frame, then shakes her head with a heartache plastered across her face. Yeah, they can't help.
部品だけじゃ足りませんよね。スオミさん以外の方も大きなダメージを負っています。よければ私が修理を。
前に賞金ハンターを信用してひどい目に遭いました。
A weary voice cuts through the air. Bathilda steps before Mei-ling, blocking her from the other dolls behind her. In fact, she seems intent on pulling Suomi back to her side.
メイリーさんの技術は確かです。私たちを傷つけたりしません。私が保証します。だから信じてください、バチルダさん。
Yeah, Suomi's gotta do like overtime just to get all the people to be more receptive of him. Bathilda falls silent. She looks over her battered companions behind her, then snaps her head back at Mei-ling. Finally, she clenches her fists before giving Mei-ling a deep bow.
こんな状況です。選択の余地がないことも、私一人で全員を治すことができないのも分かっています。
You should call Doug Commander a hawk, Catchup, please.
どれだけ大変なのかも理解しています。だから。
The doll community are full of misuse. Well, yeah. Isn't that kind of like a common trend, though, in this universe still? Like, yeah, there's a handful of people that do somewhat, like, respect the dolls, but at the same time, it's like a... Maybe not as widespread as, like, I think... Because I think Nikkei are just commonly treated like garbage. But I think a good number of dolls are still treated the same way, right? Like, there's even the whole thing about... What was it? Niketta's event where what was it? I forgot what they called the syndrome, but it was something that basically was like, well, this person must die because they're a doll, right? Or they take their anger out on dolls. So it's like, it's not exactly... It wouldn't surprise me if such a thing exists. And with an independent group of dolls, yeah, that makes a lot of sense why they would be very wary. The doll madness. Was it doll madness? I don't remember what the exact syndrome was called. Can't believe she gets... Wait, who?
あなたを信用します。
This unexpected gesture startles Mei-ling. She waves her hands in a flurry as a bashful smile spreads across her face.
大げさですよ。
Doll madness. Was it just called doll madness? I wasn't sure. Plus, on Niketta's event showing the doll racism is still... Well, yeah. That was like the big thing there, too. Her. Oh, Bathilda? I don't know how much artwork we've had of her. Her sprite does look like she's got a good size to her, so I can't say.
全力を尽くします。
It's more interesting that I guess her overall like attire changed. Didn't you get it I did. I just can't really tell if she really was that, you know?
何かあったら遠慮なく言ってくれ。可能な限り力になる。
Answering to which question? Yeah. You'll find her answer on her changes in this event. Oh, okay. Well, that explains that then. That solves that question.
本当か？かたじけない。
The doll nods at me. Finally, she seems to relax, producing a bright smile that feels more natural than before.
私たちは受けた恩を忘れない。いつか必ず返す。
With that, all returns to Suomi again.
ソミ、 バチルドとズシェーブヌイと一緒に物資を持ち帰って他の人形たちの修理に当たってくれ。
わかりました。
I just have to be honest too at the same time. I'm like the last person that actually like generally judges that stuff. It became apparent in games like AL where it just started turning into commonplace. But in other games, like I said, it's not something I pay attention to much. Like, I think a very good example of how different I am from the average, probably the average person, or maybe just the, I don't know what you would describe them as. I've seen so many loading screens with people, doing very interesting things with a camera for their, like, covers. Then you have me over here who has the camera looking at Alva and Prithia interacting with each other in the, crew deck. I have a very different set of priorities. The call ends. Swami seems to have finally remembered something, but she points out a very familiar looking doll that stands behind Bathilda.
そうだ、指揮官。デュセーブヌイ KSVK もここにいるんですよ。覚えていますか？
I want to see this interaction. Okay, good. I was like getting worried because I was thinking like they didn't just leave Dushevnaya at the outpost, did they?
天より落ちし、精神のごとくであったな。
Please tell me that Nemesis and Dushevnaya have very interesting conversations, and ironically, Dushevnaya understands Nemesis, because, dang it, I want that so bad! Because it would be two people talking in that kind of language, and Kralik is just that there's like, alright, now listen, you two, quit it! That would make me laugh so much. I have my main screen like a CCTV cam in the main room. Oh, okay, fair enough. That's fine too. I just like seeing the clever dynamic between two characters like that. That's cute. Like I would, if I could actually rotate it between multiple camera points, I would have the one for Vector and Mekti. I'd have Alva and Prithia. I would try to position one that's good for like Papasha and Suomi in the arcade room. And then one that the sad thing is the one in the kitchen, which is Chuicha and Sabrina's, because there's not really any good ways to put the camera that works well. You can see both of them, but also they did not animate Chuicha's face in the crew deck. This is getting out of hand. I have to translate two of them. Well, Dushev and I probably could switch back.
英雄よ、汝の名は
ドゥシェーブヌイ
I cautiously call her name. Dushevnaya looks at me stunned. Tears slowly begin to well up in her eyes. Her body starts to tremble ever so slightly.
暖かくて懐かしい。
Is this where is she about to cry?
汝が指揮官なのか。しかし我の記憶は儚きもやのようだ。
Alright, you know what? We need this. Hang on, Chad. Give me a second here, okay? We have to fix a slight thing here that's going on. 10 years without Skikon does to a doll. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've heard a lot of I've seen a lot of people reference dialogue about it. Like I think G36 aka Sintaresi I think was very saddened by it. Obviously Springfield has a very heart-to-heart conversation with you in one of the other events when you first meet her. It's like, it definitely does. She's gonna need more than head pets after this story. What, a hug? She needs a lot of things, probably. Dushevnaya hammers her head with her fist in despondence. She's trying to remember. Somebody rushes over to hold her in reassurance.
すみません。 前に話したと思うんですが、デュシェーブヌイさんはコミュニティに来た当初から記憶を失っているんです。
We had to deploy several more times during this. That's fine. That's expected at this point.
でも私たちにはメンタルを治す物資も技術も。
ああ、その話を聞いてからずっと何とかしたいと思っていた。メイリン、治せそうか？
メンタルの修復は私の専門じゃないですね。
Who do we have? Someone that is that Dyer? Or I don't know how to say his name. If I'm even saying his name right. Do we have somebody that specializes in that, or that we know? I guess that would be what's her name? If it's not Dyer or her, it would be no, I know her name. I know her name. It's Persica, right? Because Persicaria is the Neural Cloud variant. Persica is the... I mean, I guess they probably both work. Maybe? I have no idea how much Persicaria knows from Persica.
でも今はまずエルモ号の設備でダメージチェックをしましょう。英雄の歩みは止まらぬ。頼んだぞ、癒して殿。
Great healer! Great leader! Great healer! Shivnaya sits quietly opposite Mei Ling as the former undergoes an examination. The strange thing is, her gaze does not rest on the instruments before her, nor the busy Mei Ling. Instead, her eyes have been fixed on me throughout the entire process. It's like she recognizes him. I've always wondered how that would work on characters that have been mind wiped, because it's like, it's one of those things where it's like even humans, it's weird. Because a lot of stories have talked about this, where it's like a character loses their memories, but for some reason they feel a closeness or a connection to a character, even if they don't remember. So it makes me wonder if they're channeling that here a little bit.
落ち着かないな。
She recognized but can't remember. Yeah, exactly. So it's like she knows that she knows this person, but she doesn't remember why. And it'd probably be the same thing with every character that goes through this whole process. I imagine, yeah, because Sextan's got mind wiped. Yeah, because... No, there's probably going to be a case where... I wonder how that discussion goes, because it's like, if she realizes that we were her enemy, and probably are part of the reason why she got put in such a state... I don't know if she would feel bad about it, or if she would be angry at us, or angry at the people who threw her in, like, away like a piece of garbage or something. But enough about Azalane's becoming and how everyone from OG Timeline feels familiar about him. Well, that's the whole... that's a different topic. That one was because Test Site Beta was... All the information regarding him was basically suppressed and hidden, right? So it's like Mikasa's line from Upon the Shimmering Blue, where it was... Like, she mentions that. And then, obviously, you have the dialogue of Miss D, which is basically saying, like, you were incomplete or something. All that stuff. This got wiped to download Bloodborne. I will say, though, her base artwork, it looks so good. It made me honestly want to get her for that, because it looks so good.
デュシェーブヌイさん、指揮官に集中してるせいか全然緊張してませんね。
Hey Joseph, how you doing, man? The instruments before Mei Ling beep to signal a completed examination. I try to ignore Deshefnai's gaze and look towards Mei Ling.
指揮官、デュシェーブヌイさんのセカンダリレベルにデータを抹消された痕跡があります。
Forced a data wipe.
しかも動作中の異常なコードがいくつも。そのうち一つはメンタルの稼働に悪影響を及ぼしています。 そのコードを停止させてみます。
Dushevnaya suddenly begins to emit a system announcement in an emotionless tone. Oh, just as Mei Ling was starting to carry out her action.
データ抹消開始。座標を特定。
Ah,
このコード生きているんですか？一つのコードを止めようとしたら別のコードが勝手に。そんなまだロジックの解析ができてないのに。人形コミュニティではデュシェーブヌイさんのバックアップを取っていません。メンタルログを消されたら大変です。
we're on first part.
物理的に止めてください。
Physically.
ああ、間に合いません。さっきの一瞬でコードが実行されました。誰かがセカンダリレベルにトラッキングコードを埋め込んだんです。メンタルの整理と同時にドゥシェーブヌイさんの座標がアップロードされます。
So maybe that's how they found her.
今までメンタルを整理してなかったのはこのギミックが作動するのを防止するためなんですね。指揮官、念のために今すぐエルモ号を移動させてください。
見慣れたコードね。
Oh, hi, Dandelion. Dandelion's voice comes from the diner gate beside me, and her tone reminiscent of someone recalling an interesting event.
大丈夫よメイリン。あなたの対応は間違っていない。メンタル整理が開始した瞬間、この子の座標は権限所属先に知られてしまう。
The chef has got de nouveau. Oh no.
メンタルバックアップも長い間取っていないようね。
Can we just like pick up the little diner gate and just shake it vigorously as if we're like just be like, Dandelion, you son of a
このコードは人形の回収によく使われている最も基本的な座標送信コードよ。グリフィンっぽいやり方ね。
I do feel like if Dandelion knew about... I don't know if Dandelion knows about Rose's, like, whole fear of diner gates, but I feel like if she did, she would wait till she, like, sleeps for any reason, then just kind of, like, walks the diner gate on top of Rose and just lays it there. And it probably would be one of those things where she's like, alright, I'm just going to leave the camera on and recording, and, I will, access that recording later. Just waiting for the moment she wakes up and then just like panic. On a side note, though, it would be kind of cool to see the Dandelion on the crew deck as the little diner gate, and then having some of the unique interactions with the diner gate and the crew deck, because then that would show like Dandelion is still a part of the crew deck. Because you have Mei Ling there, you have this character who's not here. Unless I'm just not aware of where Dandelion is, or they're just like hiding in a corner, being like, "I'm always watching you, everyone." Anyway.
Griffin boy?
She said, "Boy."
全時代的ということよ。
She'd definitely do it to Star if she had a phobia of diner gates. She's in the walls. Yeah, exactly. She's in the walls.
ではどうしてデュシェーブヌイさんだけそんなコードが？グリフィンを離れた人形は他にもいっぱいいたのに。
ええ、多くの人形が外部の組織に移籍したわね。でもそれは人形たちの中にあるデータや機密が各地に分散しているようなもの。
That does make me wonder, because they did just find Dushevna out just randomly one day. She was deactivated, if I remember, but she was just there.
いつでも回収できるように、念のために一部人形にこのコードが追加された。
We don't know how long Dushevna has been inactive, too. Yeah. That's what I mean, is like, I wonder if it expands on that.
ルシェーブヌイは
この10年の間に何が起こったんでしょう。デュシェーブヌイさんは再会した時から何も覚えていない様子でした。どうしてイエローエリアにいたのか、どうしてグリフィンを離れたのか、わからないことだらけです。とにかく今はメンタルバックアップが優先です。対策は後で考えましょう。
それならもう目処は立ってるわ。
Dandelion pauses as if finding amusement and interest in what she just discovered.
座標の送信先を特定できたわ。送信先はマグニセキュリティ。
That would explain why they're here, though.
それって私たちを攻撃した部隊では。
Shivnaya's eyes widen at this revelation.
我のせいで皆が。
Oh, she's gonna feel bad for that.
そんな偶然ですよね。デュシェーブヌイさんがコミュニティに入ってからかなり時間が経ってます。彼女が狙いならどうして今さら。我の過去と関係してるやもしれぬ。
Shivnaya curls up into a ball somewhat.
記憶をなくしたのもマグニセキュリティの仕業やも。
She's gonna feel so bad.
もしかしたら我はマグニセキュリティから追われる身でコミュニティに逃げ込んだばかりに皆を危険に巻き込んで。
そんな妄想許しません。あなたの素体を直したロザリンの努力を無駄にする気ですか。
それに座標が送信されたのはついさっきのこと。マグニが襲ってきたのは数日前です。
You just imagine. You have that, was she redhead? I think she was the redhead, the short redhead girl that, like, knows the commander. She's like, oh, I got tracking coordinates for one of the dolls in here, then we can reclaim it. And they're like, where is it? Sees the coordinates as the ammo. Well, yeah, no, I'm not surprised. She's just like, I knew that already.
なら誰が我の座標を。
それがまた面白いことになってるのよ。
Dandelion pauses for dramatic effect.
最初の送信先を中継地点に、今度はホワイトエリアの座標に情報が送信されたわ。誰だと思う？
財団だな。
ええ、マグニセキュリティが狙ってるとしたらそんな回りくどいことしないわ。つまりこの子を狙ってるのは背後にいるホワイトエリアの勢力よ。
まさか財団の手がグリフィンにまで伸びていたとは。
時代が違うのよ。かつてのグリフィンは確かに大きかった。でも今はもうどこにでもある中小 PMC よ。規則上は他の PMC 同様非軍事勢力管理局の管轄下にあるんだから。
何はともあれ、その線で調査を進めよう。デュシェーブヌイの背負う真相、一体どんなものなんだ。
ならまずは指揮官の元上司に話を聞いてみようかしら。覚えてるでしょ、新生グリフィンの代表の。
待て、まだヘリアンさんに連絡するな。
Oh no.
今の状態では迷惑をかけるだけだ。
あらそう。だとしたら優しいサンジ殿に声をかけるしかないわね。リバから彼女の暗号化チャンネルを教えてもらってるし。
ダメだ、彼女にはもうとっくに迷惑を。
Oh. Dandelion definitely connects to the special encrypted chips before I could stop her.
待て。
I'm just gonna do it whether you want me to or not. I'm sorry. Too bad. An instinctive frown forms on my face as I suppress my discontent, troubled by Kalina's circumstances.
あまりにも無鉄砲だぞダンデライオン
Literally just an oopsie.
あらごめんなさい今切る
Leva's convoy streams through the comms channel the next moment, accompanied by a faint hum of interference.
ハロー調子良さそうじゃない
Dandelion feigns ignorance. I stare at her, speechless, and rub my throbbing temples.
からかうのはよしてくれカリンは大丈夫か
危険分子さんと連絡を取ったせいで我らがサンジは現在取り調べを受けてる最中よ非軍事勢力管理局の通信記録も資料も全部押収されちゃって
Rip.
でも心配しないでこういうの初めてじゃないし一応管理局の記録ではあなたはパラデウスと財団のつながりを暴く証拠を提出した熱心な賞金ハンターのままよロレンのお偉いさんがどう思うかは知らないけど
すべて私の責任ということにならなければいいのだが
ロレンにはカリン姉が頑張って無実を主張するよ
There she is, boys. There she is. The bingo is here. What are the more? I wonder how many characters we have. This kind of a like we have A in this character. Do we have anyone else? I wonder. I don't think so. No, we have Suomi's, yeah. Colon D. Do I think anybody else in that grouping? I don't think so. Lena's spirited voice joins the call.
指揮官に罪をかぶせるなんて絶対させない
Is 40 with us? Not with... I don't think... When does that event... Oh, gosh. I'm trying to remember when that event takes place. It was... before the events? Of the last big one? Corpus Saint, I think? Or is... Which case, I think 40 is still with Persica. Because Persica wanted to do a couple more things with her before, I think, sending her to the commander. I think. I'm fairly certain that was the plan, was she was gonna go to the commander, but Persica needed her for a couple more things. I think. So I don't think we have her yet. Then Lviv happened. Yeah. And then a whole bunch of other things happened. That's why it was so dumb that we got Sakura first for no reason. I mean, it builds up Corpo... It gives a little tease towards Corpo Saint, because it says the commander's a terrorist. It's like, oh, wait, what? Why is he a terrorist? Plus, I don't know if they wanted to have all of the UMP sisters at the same time. Because I'm pretty sure... Well, no, Sakura's event was after. Well, after. Was it? I don't remember when those two events came out. I knew it was earlier. Was it post? It was post Lewis. I don't actually remember when it was. Sakura should have come after Corporal. Yeah, like that would make sense. But it also does tie into Corporal Saint at the very end of it. That's why I call it a tease, though, Dragalord. That's a Lviv accident, yeah. Or more so is around the end of it. Because it was only like a little bit of... It was like, what, a month's time that she had to spend there, right? I think it was a month before she was able to return home. Because of the nature of her event. So it was a month leading up to basically Frankfurt Incident V2. color. You guys can make the Boogaloo title there. I was sitting there thinking flower Boogaloo, but I'm like, no, that's already a common thing.
指揮官は心配しなくても大丈夫。カリンネーも行動は制限されてるけど、身の安全は保証されているから。私とリバネーも足がつかないよう離脱したし。そういうこと。何か私たちにやってほしいことがあるんでしょ？
ああ、確かにやってほしいことがある。
Before Corporal Saint, since Springfield showed up in the second to last node. Oh yeah. Yeah, the passing of time and like when the timeline and all that is kind of odd.
イエローエリアでドゥシェーブヌイ KSVK と出会った。本来なら今もグリフィンにいるはずだ。だがなぜかイエローエリアに遺棄されていて、メンタルログもほぼロストしている。彼女の記録を調べてくれないか？
ふむ、指揮官も知ってると思うけど。
Uh-oh.
フランクフルト事件であなたが行方不明になってすぐ、グリフィンは組織再編された。
You disappeared after the Frankfurt incident. Okay.
当時、カリンは可能な限りの職員を連れて管理局に入ろうとした。でも複雑な情勢を前に、カリン自身の力だけではどうしようもなく、言われたことに従うか独立するかの選択肢しかなかった。
Was that how that really went down? He disappeared? Or is this the alternate timeline shenanigans? Because, like, the entirety of the, like, timeline stuff all got really weird. No, because the dolls recognized him there. I don't know what happened in Frankfurt. I'm not gonna try to speculate that. Or at least not fully.
指揮官が戦死したって噂が流れて、カリンネとリバネーに指揮官は絶対に無事だって言われなかったら、すっごく落ち込んでたと思うよ。
すまない。
とにかく、あなたの戦死とグリフィンの組織再編によって人形たちの保有するデータはジリジリになった。私の知るところでは、グリフィンは念のためにクラウドのメンタルログを全て消したそうよ。
Okay, I see.
当時の生データを見つけるのはほぼ不可能ね。
管理局でも無理なのか？
Or it might be hard.
管理局で役に立ちそうな情報はないわ。ヘリアンに当たってみてもいいけど。私ならヘリアンに迷惑をかける心配もないしね。
ありがとう。ドゥシェーブヌイとマグニセキュリティの情報があったら教えてくれ。
了解。でもここは内部の手を借りた方がいいわね。カリンから聞いたと思うけど、ニキータは今もマグニセキュリティに在籍しているわ。
Oh, yeah.
彼女に頼るのも手よ。大丈夫。絶対に足がつかない暗号化チャンネルを用意するから。
わかった。マグニがドゥシェーブヌイのメンタルログを保有して
Nice
い
to
ない
rope
か
her back in.
ニキータに調べさせよう。
Particularly William destroying Paradise, an old man gave him an old man. I'm assuming the old man was the old man we saw earlier in Corpo Saint. Or something of the matter, because there's a lot of old men in Corpo Saint that I have no context to. That's why we were like, him! Or is this another old man that I'm not familiar with? Javier. Well, you had the... Yeah, you had the old man that all of the dolls respected.
that the commander worked under, that he sees as like a not an idol, but like a somebody he strives to be. You've got the man that was kind of playing the middle ground character, and then was the guy that basically commanded the soldiers to shoot at him. It's an old man that hasn't appeared yet. Okay, fair. So it's a different old man entirely. And then there's William! Kruger, there was the older man that he was with all the security guys at the very end of Corpo Saint. He was the one that was basically with them and said, don't do this. Don't, just come quietly, don't do this. And then he didn't listen, and then he said basically fire. That's Javier. Oh, okay, that is Javier. I don't have names to a face yet with that dude, because I've only, like, that was my first event seeing him. I'm fairly certain. Or if he was been in the previous one, I don't remember. Deshivna, who had been quietly listening throughout the discussion, joins the conversation.
それから TP12 我の魂の奥底に刻まれた名だ
DP12?
Names that slipped from Deshivna's list plunges the room into a brief silence.
確か彼女もグリフィンにいた人形ね。思い出した。でもずっと連絡取ってないし、話も聞かないな。グリフィンが再編された後、
Truly old man Frontline. Deshivna simply shakes her head helplessly.
その答えを我は知らぬ
謎は深まるばかりだな。
DP12 のことも一緒に調べる。チャンネルが用意できたらすぐに知らせるわ、指揮官。
Right, Earl. That was somebody else you guys were talking about.
これも
You had Earl,
みんなのおかげ
Javier.
だ
Yeah, Corpo State really introduced a whole bunch of characters that, like, for someone like me who's never played GFL 1, like, that was a whole bunch of new people I've never seen before. Oh, we're on to story node now. There are 54 things in this? How many bonus stages? 6, okay. So that's, what, 18 of it? Leaving us at 36. So 30 left. There's 10 actual combat stages. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 story. Yep, okay. Just many new characters. Yeah. For me, they're all brand new, but that's, like I said, my situation. Much like a falling stone ripples a lake, the repercussions of the Lviv explosion continue to reverberate through the White Zone to this day. Various major factions endeavor to uncover the truth behind the Lviv incident amidst a peculiar sense of discord. Investigations of intel pertaining to the radiation in the conglomerate's lab personnel are performed one by one in quick succession. An odd sense of tension now looms over the once bustling White Zone streets. A variety of vehicles and equipment from various organizations zip through the streets on the daily, while radiation checks grow frequent and stringent. Makes sense. An invisible panic spreads through the top dogs of the Lviv White Zone, a phenomenon more suffocating and untreatable than any kind of radioactive dust. Meanwhile, the top floor offices of, however you say that, Incorporated, a subsidiary of the Sect Fabian. You! I look at this name now like I do with Kaiser in Blue Archive. I'm just like, you! What now? Get out! Boil like a volcano about to erupt. Berryfield slams a stack of files onto the table. She leaves her desk, pacing back and forth upon the luxuriously expensive carpet beneath her feet. There is no trace of the elegance. No. And grace that she wants on the show. A smiling woman stands before her in stark contrast, watching the fury build up within Berryfield with an utterly unfazed expression.
よろしくお願いします。
There she is again. Cocoon. Cocoon bows slightly. Her voice is as smooth as silk, yet no trace of respect can be found within.
ツイマーマン様の命により、本日からセシュト&ファルベングループを代表してあなたを補佐してまいります。
補佐？
Oh. This is not who I expected to see, but okay. Bearfield stops in her tracks abruptly. The volcano, poised to erupt, finally reaches the point of no return. Her pent-up fury has found a target to waylay to.
今になってあの爆発がどういうことなのかまだわからないの？
各方面からの注目が集まっているゆえ、調査に時間を要しております。
She probably knows more but can't talk about it. Kuhn's tone remains apathetically calm in the face of the erupting volcano. Look, a real Obasama. Love that bras though. They kind of really don't, do they? Speaking in a perfectly proper manner, she provides no stray strands for any opponent to grasp.
それに予想外の情報が出たことによって、さらに難航するものと思われます。
難航ですって？
Berryfield's voice sharpens with anger.
チルロビグの実験室がこんな大問題を起こしてロレン政府に目をつけられたっていうのに当の本人は行方不明。我がトラ奏者も巻き添えを食らうわ。何が何でも彼女を見つけなさい。
Wait, me? That was... Oh yeah, Kalaveg, okay.
現場の状況を見るに、生存の可能性は極めて低いでしょう。
I don't believe it. Girl was even doing the whole joke that I was making where she kept popping out of a random hole in the ground to continue her monologue as she was getting basically killed off every time. Unless they actually ran out of bodies. In which case she just exists in a digital form, I'm assuming. A sneer appears across Berryfield's face as a laugh escapes her lips. Her eyes flash with malevolent ruthlessness.
財団の連中、今頃私から情報が漏れるのを恐れているでしょうね。
You don't think they're dead? I don't think they're actually dead either. They're probably more so just, like I said, trapped in a digital. I'm gonna say prison for lack of better terms. No, she. You know what? We're just gonna call her. We're gonna call it. She's in digital timeout.
情報は全員に共有されている。トラソーにだけ責任を押し付けていい道理はないわ。
落ち着いてください。
Cocoon reassures Berryfield with her words, yet her eyes are without a trace of warmth.
まだ何も決まっておりません。私どもの方ですでに容疑者を特定して追跡を開始しております。情報処理に関してセシュト&ファルベンで私の右に出る者はいません。
In stasis status. Nah, I'm gonna stick with digital timeout because it's funny. Whoever runs the idea of the neural cloud is just like, no, bad. You sit there and think about what you did. You're in timeout. Go to your room. She's probably not even in that. I just find it funny. Cocoon slowly takes one step forward, taking herself closer to Berryfield. Her voice deepens.
チルロビグの実験室は確かに御社の名義下にありますが、ツィマーマン様の命とあらばいかようにもなります。見方によっては、あなたは飛び火を受けただけの不幸な出資者です。
ロレンはそんなにバカじゃない。
It is clear that Bearfield does not believe what Cocoon just said. Having dealt with the RNC for a long time, she knew very well the capabilities and intelligence of the one who sat across her from the chessboard.
ホワイトエリアで実験施設を建造するには厳格な審査を受ける必要があるわ。私の名義下にある以上、知らぬ存ぜぬは通らない。
審査後に何が起きてもおかしくないでしょ。
The corners of Cocoon's mouth curl into a smile, seemingly portraying her satisfaction at the state of the current conversation. She ignores Berryfield's furious gaze and walks up to her desk at a leisurely pace, then casually tidies up the messy pile of documents on the desk.
あなたの感知しないところで悪巧みをする犯罪者がいたら、トラソーの名義下にある実験施設はチルロビグのものだけではないはずです。
Hey, Racy. Cocoon takes out 2 documents from organized materials and passes them to Berryfield.
パラデウスに全部押し付けられる算段はあるの？
ええ、これもツィマーマン様のご意向です。あなたはただ具体的な敵を提示するだけで良いのです。漠然とした組織ではなく。
Yeah, I don't think it'll work to just say some boogeyman. There's some logic there. Berryfield understood what Cocoon meant. She stares at her, alert rising in her mind to mentally guard herself against this ruthless third-din doll. In the end, she relents. Berryfield accepts the 2 documents from Cocoon, which bear information about Paradeus and the unknown URNC fugitive.
ロレンに指名手配されてる賞金ハンター。
可能な限り前処いたします。その前にチルロビグの実験室に関する情報の権限を解放してください。
That caused the issue in the first place. Yeah. Berryfield falls silent. She feels as if she were but a mere insect that had stepped into a spiderweb, meticulously woven by the 3rd-gen doll standing before her. Feeling the hesitation within her prey, Cocoon reminds Berryfield, again in a soft voice.
ロレンの客人が訪れる前に時間は残されていません。
This sentence proves decisive. For even if a trap lies before her, Berryfield has no other option but to step into it.
わかった。そうしましょう。実験室に残った証拠は全て隠滅させる。近くにある全ての施設もトラソーにつながるような手がかりを一切残してはならないわ。持ち出せる資料は持ち出して、そうじゃないものは廃棄。それから使い勝手のいい捨て駒が必要ね。
Uh-oh.
財団の第3世代人形ブルースフィアがまだいるじゃない。マグニセキュリティを動かして処理に当たらせてもいいかしら。
Blue Spear. Oh no.
今回の件、少しのミスも許されないわ。
その提案は難しいでしょう。
Cocoon shakes her head, rejecting Berryfield's request.
これまでのこともあってマグニセキュリティは第3世代人形の指揮下に入ることには否定的です。
They did kind of lose a lot of people under Blue Spear.
しかし戦力としてなら受け入れても良いとのことです。
やり方は任せるわ。余計な口を聞く人間が消えればそれでいい。
Cocoon's smile grows gentle. Everything is going as planned.
ええ、適任者はすでに見つかっております。ご安心ください。
Late at night, most areas within Mengi's security have already been locked and shut down. Only the server room hosting the core database continues to operate with a slow, steady hum. Nikita silently slips past the security cameras under the cover of night. She sneaks into the server room, stopping before an unremarkable maintenance terminal. She connects a tiny device to an access point, bypassing 2 layers of verification with a clearance she obtained. The screen comes to life, showering Nikita with an icy blue light as she focuses on finding the target archives of her mission.
ボス、マグニセキュリティのデータベースで KSVK と DP12 の記録を発見しました。
Nikita's voice, mixed with electrical interference, comes through the encrypted channel.
無理はするなように聞いた。無難なデータから始めてくれ。
公開されている情報では、彼女たちは2人とも数年前に完全廃棄されたようです。
I looked down at the archives that Nikita sent over. The records are indeed rather sparse in detail. I furrow my brow. The archived records are too sparse, too clean.
廃棄の原因はわかるか？できれば行動ログやその他記録も欲しい。
少々お待ちを。今権限を取得中で。見つけました。
Yeah, hello Nikita. Yes, it's nice to see her back in here though.
記録によれば DP12 はイエローエリアでの任務中ブージャムに飲み込まれ回収不可と判断されました。
Oh, Boojum had ingested. Ugh. Man did like the nice. He did that.
KSVK は
I'm just imagining a Boojum doing that now. That stupid meme. Nice. Either that, or you have that one scene from Konosuba where it's like the giant frog just like grabs Aqua and just starts shaking. I don't know why that would be so funny.
KSVK は任務中に服従性に難ありと判断されメンタルの危険性も相まって廃棄されたようです。
メンタルバックアップは
Listed as decommissioned. That's interesting.
時間が経ちすぎています。 KSVK と DP12 はグリフィンの解散とともにマグニセキュリティに着任しました。今から当時のメンタルバックアップを見つけることは不可能でしょう。それに記録にもバックアップはすでに廃棄されていると書かれていました。
Yeah, exactly. Now that I see you up close, you look actually cute. He gets eaten.
おかしい。マグニセキュリティが貴重なエリート人形を2人も廃棄するのか。しかも KSVK は使用不能になるほど破壊されてはいない。この記録には何か手が入っている。このままニキータに調査を続けさせるか。
Just as I am deep in thought, Nikita's voice cuts in, her tone subtly different.
待ってください、ボス。
Nikita lines up 2 files on the terminal screen. One file shows DP12's picture from Nikita's own neural records, an ID photograph of a familiar blue-haired doll. The other file is a maintenance log dug up by Nikita from the depths of the maintenance department database. The name written within is DP12, just like the first file, yet the photograph within shows a white-haired girl who is obviously Dushevnaya.
私は確かにコロナホール計画のファイルで DP12 の名前を見ました。その時の素材の写真も青い紙のままでした。しかしこの記録にある DP12 の素体とコロナホール計画で見た写真とは全然違います。話の途中で申し訳ないけど、指揮官、マグニセキュリティの信号がドゥシエブヌイにアクセスしようとしているわ。
Oh.
通信をつなげる？ボス、私の権限ではこれ以上の情報は得られません。他に権限を持っている者に調べさせてみます。何か分かったらすぐに連絡します。
頼んだ。
Because she's basically a spy. I turned to Dushevnaya after ending my call with Nikita. She's been feeling anxious ever since she learned that her coordinates are being used to track her down. Noticing my gaze, Dushevnaya lowers her head to avoid eye contact. The unknown caller's communication attempt puts Dushevnaya in a state of unease. She worries about what might happen if she connects to the call, but at the same time, she yearns for this opportunity to gather intel. She's the spy after her. Yeah. I like how that's the direction they went with her. Makes it a lot more interesting for her position. A motion for Dandelion to connect the call to the Elmo's main screen. Better to pursue the truth head-on than to sit and dawdle, afraid of the unknown. A unfamiliar digitally filtered female voice comes through. She calls Dushevnaya by her ID directly.
DP12 情報処理試験でトップの成績を収め2064年にマグニセキュリティのグリフィン受け入れ人形の最初の候補に入った。これほど時間が経っているのにまだあなたの痕跡が見つかるなんて。ずっとあなたのことが不思議だった。
ウヌは何者だ。
焦らないで。マグニセキュリティに戻ったら話す時間がたっぷりあるから。
So their names are crisscrossed.
我に戻る理由はない。
理由？おかしなことを言うのね。理由なんて言い訳に過ぎない。その気になれば適当に作れるわ。
It sounds like Cocoon for some reason.
忘れているようだけど、あなたの権限を握っているのは今もマグニセキュリティよ。イエローエリアの誰かがあなたの素体を拾って直したとしても、権限が変更されていない限り、あなたはずっとマグニセキュリティの資産。あなたは自分から戻ってくるか、無理やり連れ戻されるかの2択しかないの。
我は道を知らぬ。
回収チームを編成するわ。あなたは時間通り座標の場所へ来るだけでいい。
It's likely Cocoon. Yeah, I mean, she does. Cocoon isn't like the other Gen 3s, where they've been like more of the like operations characters. Cocoon kind of feels more like a tactician or one of the other like commanders, I guess. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. She definitely answers to people, but she does feel like she does direct a lot of things or tries to control things in the shadows.
がっかりさせないでね、DP12。
Backdoors. Maybe that works. I'm not really sure how to best to describe her. The caller cuts off communication from her end. Dushevnaya stands where she is in a daze, as if she had fallen into a chaotic old memory.
指揮官、あの声、なんだか懐かしい気がする。我は会いに行きたい。
A vacant expression takes over Dushevnaya's face, but at this point in time, I am more concerned about what the caller called Dushevnaya. Than the mastermind behind this. Okay.
メイリン、ドゥシェブヌイの識別コードを確認してくれるか。相手は DP12 と言った。
そんな、ドゥシェーブヌイさんの識別コードが DP12 になっています。
どうやら誰かがマグニセキュリティとドゥシェーブヌイのデータを改ざんしたようね。
Call her real echelon test. Yeah, that would work, I think. A backliner. I shift my gaze to the signal traces left on the screen, thinking back to the contents of the archives that Naketa had just briefed me on.
もしかしたら改ざんをした者はコロナホール計画を知らないのかもしれない。だから計画関連の情報には手が加えられていない。
Why does that sound? Whoop. Okay. Oh, 2 back-to-back stories. Let me grab a drink real quick and take a second to go grab something. I will be right back. Okay. Coon is always on the background. Me. Those people have her away, if that makes sense. To a degree, yeah. She's very clever with what she does, though. How many story nodes do we have? 4? Oh, just 4. Wow. I was about to say, this feels like a short event, then I'm like, oh, no, we've already been going for about 3 hours. The commander has been killed in action. Oh. The message arrives, sweeping through Griffin like a sudden cold wave that shocked... This is all the dolls. Oh, gosh. If they're smart, they're gonna use some of the older avatar... what are the older sprites? I'm curious if they will. And the order to disband Griffin thoroughly comes next. Even before the message is verified, the safe haven that the dolls once called home collapses in a sudden thunderous crash. The dolls feel immensely uneasy about their upcoming fate.
みんな、いろんな噂を。DP12。我らはまた捨てられるというのか。あの頃のように帰る場所を失うのか。
KSVK is unable to accept the state of affairs. Griffin's disbandment is one thing, but what she finds even more unacceptable is the idea that the commander, who once led them through countless crises, the hero who seemed eternally victorious on the battlefield, is dead. How could a man like that meet such a cold, hastily written ending?
落ち着いて KSVK ちゃん
I was gonna say, DP12 is Helen. My god, Claude Douche. I thought those were ears. I was not certain for a while, but I was like, oh no, those have to be ears. The blue-haired doll gently pulls an anxious KSVK into her brace, hugging her tightly. She tenderly strokes KSVK's head, combing through her hair with her fingers, patting her back, hoping to convey a sense of comfort through her actions.
まだ私がいますよ KSVK ちゃんは一人ではありません
でも指揮官は
そんなこと誰も信じていませんよだから安心して待ちましょう指揮官はいつか必ず戻ってくると
Helen is one of the taller characters too, isn't she? DP12 senses that KSVK has managed to calm down in her embrace. She pauses, then changes the topic. Her tone, however, now carries a sense of helplessness.
グリフィンの解散は私たちではどうにもならないことです。解散命令は軍上層部によるものみたいですから。グリフィンは大きくなりすぎました。指揮官がいろいろと頑張ってくれたから。だからそれが脅威になる前に手を打ったのでしょ
う。でも我はここが好きだ。もし新しい居場所を見つけることができなかったら捨てられるのだろ
う。もう諦めるのですか？指揮官がいなくなったそばから。
それはない。
KSVK suddenly lifts her head, her eyes shining with a defiant resolve.
運命は我らを指揮官のもとへと導くだろう。
そうですね。
DB12 smiles with a hint of relief.
私も一緒に指揮官を探します。
A simple promise, yet like the sparks that remain within smoldering embers, it sustains the hope of warmth through a harsh winter. In the restless, uneasy days that followed, they witnessed many of their companions choose their paths. Some dolls chose to leave Griffin in pursuit of their own ambitions, while others chose to wait for further orders in Griffin. DP12 and KSVK chose the latter. Like the rest of the dolls who did not make a choice, they attended a test that Griffin conducted specifically for such dolls. They faced countless instruments and devices that recorded their abilities, anxiously awaiting for their subsequent arrangements from Griffin. However, the future never arrives in the form what one wishes it to.
私たちの配属先が決まりました。
DP12 looks at the finalized allocations, trying to organize her thoughts in the best way possible.
事前に希望した非軍事勢力管理局ではなく、名前すら聞いたことのないベンチャー企業のようですね。
そんな、我らはあれほどの血と汗を。
KSVK ちゃん、テストの結果は見ましたよね。
無論だ。我らは最も優秀な部類に入っている。
そんな私たちをグリフィンから引き抜けるなんて。もしかしたら私たちは何かの取引に使われたのかもしれません。
どうしても行かねばならないのか。
グリフィンの指示に従うことを選んだ瞬間から私たちに拒否権はなくなりました。どうにか指揮官のことを探ろうと思いましたけど、結局私の権限では何も。得られた情報は全部私たちの信じたくないものばかりでした。
DB12 grasps KSVK's hands tight, her eyes reigniting with determination and passion.
だからこれはチャンスでもあります。ここでただ待っているだけではなく、もっといろんなところから情報を集めましょう。私たちは情報を集めるためにこの会社に行くのです。
DB12 looks straight to KSVK's eyes as she spills out her intent word by word.
約束しましょう。指揮官を見つけるまでお互い絶対に諦めないと。
DP12、我らはまだ捨てられていないのだな。
はい。
DP12's answer is gentle yet firm. She blinks, but then her voice shifts, teasing now to cut the tension.
そして指揮官を見つけたら罰ゲームをしてもらいましょう。私たちにこんな思いをさせたのだから、ちょっとひどいことをしてもきっと許されるよね。
KSVK finally relaxes after finding her long-awaited sense of security in DB12. She opens the pendant hanging on her chest looks at the cherished photo within. A picture taken with the commander was still with them. KSVK had specially invited the commander and DP-12 to take this photo together. Aww. Give me a second. I think I just realized my live chat's been buggy there. There we go. I don't know why. My YouTube chat today has been very, very laggy. I'm not used to how slow it's been. It is weird. There we go. The photo depicts DP-12 and the commander around KSVK, bearing gentle, reassuring smiles.
必ずまた会おう、指揮官。
今度は一緒に新しい写真を撮りましょうか。指揮官と3人で。
I expect this as a CG.
その時はきっとグリフィンの制服じゃなくなっているから、新しい服を用意してあげた方がいいかしら。KSVK ちゃんは指揮官にどんな服を着てほしいの？指揮官ならきっとどんな服でも着てくれますよ。
指揮官は妙な格好で写真撮らないだろ。
先に一緒に写真を撮ろうって言うのよ。そして私たちで指揮官に服を着せるの。
I'd make a joke and say some of the dolls probably would, though. DP-12 and KSVK are soon plunged into a series of endless missions upon joining Monkey Security. Unlike what they had experienced at Griffin, at Monkey Security they were treated like machines for high-intensity workloads. Unable to access high-level intelligence, unable to get close to any human commanders, while constantly getting worn down by never-ending grunt work missions.
おかえり、KSVK ちゃん。今日
我は
Walks to the cramped quarters of her employee dorm and sits down on the bed, burying her head in her hands. Sensing her emotions, DP-12 approaches KSVK and gently strokes her hair. We still wear the jacket oh, really? Is it the outfit Helen picked for us? That would be funny. Treating it like a vacation at that point. Anyway.
予定よりも早く帰還できましたね。きっと今日の任務は順調だったでしょ。
KSVK nods, then starts to lean on DP-12's shoulder.
敵は寄せ集めの傭兵だった。簡単に蹴散らせた。
So Helen came in. No, I don't think I don't think they believed it. It seems like a good number of dolls were fed that story, and it seems like a good number didn't believe it. Especially like Helen was saying, it's like after all the victories that they had led him on the battlefield, you think this one would really be the one that would take him out? So it would not surprise me if a good number of them just basically just shrugged and said, "Okay, I get it. You're not going to tell me." And just kind of went their own way. Or at least attempted to go their own way. Others probably were unsure and didn't know what to do with their lives.
とても楽だった。
だったら KSVK ちゃんはどうして落ち込んでいるの？
DP-12 gently pats KSVK on her back, coaxing the downcast doll to leaning closer. Feels as if the weight on her frame is gradually being shared by the doll next to her. KSVK, leaning on DP-12's shoulder, slowly regains her strength.
DP-12 こんな日々いつまで続くんだ。毎日命令に従って戦って任務以外のことは聞けない。自分たちで調べることもできない。このままではいつになったら指揮官を探せるというのだ。
DP-12 gives her a reassuring smile. She fixes her warm gaze on KSVK as she gently pinches her cheeks.
大丈夫。きっとなんとかなるから。
だがもうずっと指揮官と会っていない。会いたい。会って話したい。
ええ。私も。
DP12 falls into silence, deep in thought. She then whips out a data cable, handing it to ASVK with a mischievous smile on her face.
これ、繋いでみて。
なんだ
DP12 offers no answer. She simply smiles as she connects her neurocloud to KSVK's data port. An unexpected scene appears before KSVK. A cozy, homely-looking little apartment. The apartment is adorned with a complete set of furniture, all gently washed by the sands of time. A comforting, soft light spills from above, filling every nook and cranny of the room with warm illumination. In the center of a cozy-feeling room sits a certain silhouette familiar to the two dolls. He rests on the sofa, flipping through a novel quietly. The silhouette seems to have heard them. He lifts his head and beams a comforting smile at the two dolls who stepped through the door. Oh, they're doing this. They're doing basically. This is basically like Laney for the two of them. Or this is basically like what Leva did for Laney. Or 40.
気に入ってくれ
not,
たかしら。今これをメンタルの中でシミュレートしているの。
SVK walks over to the nearby table in disbelief, then picks up the picture frame sitting on it. As expected, the group photo depicting the two dolls with the commander rests within the picture frame. SVK runs her fingers tenderly over the picture in a daze, looking at the vaguely ethereal silhouette on the sofa.
気に入った。こうして見ているだけでも幸せな気持ちになる。
ええ。たとえそれがかりそめの影でも。
How to cope as a doll 101. I mean, I remember seeing that as a joke where it's like, you know, think of all the dorm interactions where it's like it's very clear that the doll is trying to interact with the commander. And then basically there was like a cut. Somebody basically did a camera feed cut to showing the the exact opposite side where there was nobody there. So it's like all the dolls just have like schizophrenia or something. Or just completely hallucinating. Thinking he's there when he's not. DP12 ruffles KSVK's hair, then gently squeezes her hand.
今日からここを私たちの家にしましょう。今はメンタルの中だけでも、いつかはそれを現実にしましょう。
KSVK claps DP12's hands tight, giving her a serious nod. DP12 strokes KSVK's hair again, then looks back towards the sofa. Her eyes are filled with determination as she watches the soft light gently illuminate the silhouette.
指揮官、待っていてください。
From that day on, DP12 starts to work towards breaking out of her conundrum. She uses every opportunity to access intel at work to the fullest extent, searching for every possible trace regarding the commander whenever she can. To the day she sees a certain individual in a corner within Mingi Security Headquarters.
昔、グリフィンであなたとお会いしたことがありますね。
Red-haired girl, I'm assuming. I forgot what her name was. Stops in her tracks to strike up a conversation with the woman in front of her. The young woman stops upon hearing that. She gestures from her entourage to go on before turning around to study the doll that called her. Yep, Linton. Okay, I figured.
お久しぶりです。レンティーヌ閣下。
閣下はいい。
Linton's tone carries a hint of annoyance. She stares at the unfamiliar doll with a cold expression.
グリフィンで会ったことがあると言ったが、それはいつの話だ。
フランクフルト事件の追悼会です。
The derisive laugh escapes Linton's lips.
グリフィンにいたのはほんの少しの間だったが、まさかそんなところで顔を覚えられたとはな。
Looks so much better in this art, does she?
演技でもない。で、私に何の用だ？
あなたの部下のほとんどはグリフィンや以前お勤めだった PMC から連れてきたものだと聞いております。なので私の主についても。
悪いが、もしその主に仕事を斡旋してほしいのならやめておけ。今は誰かを手助けできる余裕はない。そもそも昔の同僚と名乗ってくるやつが多すぎる。
I also just realized something. They both crashed.
このマグニセキュリティに入ったのなら自分の力で努力しろ。人形に伝言をさせるなどみっともないにも程がある。誰かに頼らなければ居場所を見つけられないようなやつはマグニセキュリティで生き残ることはできない。
いえ、私はただ私の主について何か知っていませんかと聞きたいだけです。
DB12 tells Linton the commander's name. The annoyance on Linton's face instantly freezes, but replaces it as an expression that can only be described as complex. A long moment passes before a mocking arc forms at the corners of her mouth.
言うまでもないが、今のお前はマグニセキュリティの人形だ。それともグリフィンの人形ってのはそんなに忠誠心が深いのか？死んだ主を探そうとする人形は初めてだ。
指揮官は死んでいません。
DP12's tone is as resolute as steel.
公式の報告にもそう書かれている。あの指揮官は
遺体をこの目で見るまで私は指揮官が生きていることを信じます。
DB12 bows slightly, ending the conversation.
お忙しい中申し訳ございませんでした。
ほう、随分と有用じゃないか。あいつの元部下か。面白い。
10 days later.
もう10日も過ぎているのに、未だ音沙汰なしだぞ。
Yeah, never. What? I think the trope's called "Never Saw the Body." I think is that trope's name. I think that's what it is. It's very commonly used though, which is funny. Like so many like I think what was it? Wuthering Waves I think had it with what's her name? Frolova. You just saw her sinking into the abyss. That didn't necessarily signify anything.
あのレンティーヌというやつは本当に助けてくれるのか？
ええ、きっと。彼女もこっそり指揮官のことを探っていました。うまく痕跡を消していたようですが、私の目はごまかせません。
指揮官を追っている敵かもしれんのぞ。
彼女の経歴を確認しました。敵ならわざわざ別の PMC からグリフィンに転職してくる必要はありません。そして指揮官の死後もこうして情報を集めることもないでしょう。
なら単純に指揮官に憧れている人間か？
She kind of respects him, doesn't she? Like she acknowledges what Linton acknowledges like what he's done. She could be a bit like I remember when the few dialogue bits she had on him was basically like you had all the power in the world and you did nothing with it, or you ran away from it or something like that.
It's like it's like she understood and respected what he was capable of, but she didn't understand or found ridiculous what he chose to do in the end. I think that was roughly what he did.
さあ、それはどうなのかしらね。
おっと、新しい仕事だ。作戦の指揮官はレンティーヌ。
ええ、私たちの所有者も変わったようですね。
カルメン・イグナシオ。レンティーヌではないのか。
カルメン・イグナシオ、マグニセキュリティの創設者の一人で、中心人
He'll sell us the skin, maybe. Knowing the current trend of it, it's probably going to be one of the they either sell it as a throwback skin or they throw it in the, what is it, the merit shop?
彼女の信頼を得ることができれば、指揮官のことも探しやすくなるでしょう。意外と指揮官の名前は使いやすいようですね。ご助力感謝します。私と KSVK も全力で期待にお応えいたします。
Art now.
政治はいい。全力でやってもらわなければ困る。
Linton knows well that she has no factions to lean on in the security of today. Instead of passively waiting for some top brass to extend an olive branch to her, it would be better to utilize all available resources to gather intel and grasp all that is happening within Mengi security. The doll in front of her has no previous connections to her. She'll become an excellent pawn if used well.
カルメン・イグナシオのことは知っているだろう
な。もちろんです。私と KSVK は彼女の名義下に置かれています。未だにお会いしたことはありませんが。
彼女は昔セシュト&ファルベングループのセキュリティ顧問だ。軍の後ろ盾があると言われている。
上層部の情報を得るために私たちを送り込んだということですか？
上にとっては人間よりも人形の方が都合がいいからな。命令には忠実で、必要とあらば簡単に切り捨てられる。
光栄とは言えませんね。
Yeah.
お前たちの人探しに協力してやる。情報をつかんだらすぐ私に共有しろ。私もそいつに会いたい。
失礼かもしれませんが、もしかして指揮官を慕っていらっしゃるのですか？
Are you an admirer? Linton frowns upon hearing those words. An expression of clear disgust takes over her face.
はあ？
はあ？
失礼しました。
Clearly angered.
ここまでご助力いただけるとは思わなかったもので、つい。
お前は情報処理に長けているから、カルメンに必要とされるだろうと思っただけだ。お前の言う指揮官についてだが、私は以前奴をライバル視していた。
That's a crawling line. はあ？
適当に死なれては私の株まで下がってしまう。だから事実を知りたかった。
ライバルですか？
Hawk's a bit happy, right? What do you mean?
なんというか面白い関係ですね。指揮官もきっと会ってみたいと思うでしょう。
Linton shoots DP-12 a glare, somewhat displeased.
面白がっているのか。私がそいつを探し出してぶっ殺そうと思っている可能性もあるんだぞ。
私からしてみれば、あなたと指揮官は気が合うと思います。
くだらん。よく覚えておけ。
このマグニセキュリティにおいて情報処理人形をわざわざ起用する者は私の他にいない。お前が自由に動き回るためには私の協力が必要不可欠だ。私とお前はそれだけの関係でしかないことも忘れるな。
はい、肝に銘じておきます。
DP-12 and KSVK received numerous field assignments after temporarily joining Linton's team. Most of the assignments involved escorting the conglomerate's top brass within green and white zones. They complete the missions without any fuss and collect intel when they can. Everything seemed to be going smoothly in a productive direction. Until that fateful day.
KSVK は何も間違ったことをしていません。依頼人のクレームだからといって廃棄されるなど。
DP-12 loses her usual calm for the first time in front of Linton.
手続きはほぼ済んでいる。結果を変えることはお前にも私にもできない。
申し訳ございません。ですが、どうか理由を教えてください。
コード KSVK 護衛任務の適正なしと判断。依頼人の個人情報漏洩防止のためメンタルリセットおよび組対廃棄を申請する。それが依頼人の要求だ。
納得できません。
前にも言ったと思うが、出過ぎた真似はしない方がいい。お前たちは任務の性質上財団に近い位置にいる。情報を得やすいが、知ってはいけないことを知ってしまうリスクもある。KSVK はそれを知ってしまったのだろう。
KSVK は任務に出る前バックアップを取ったはずです。今ならまだメンタルだけでも。
申請が通った時にバックアップはすでに全部消されたはずだ。
Oh, okay. Revelation slams squarely into DP-12's heart like a heavy hammer.
KSVK は今どこに？
DP-12's voice is as cold as ice.
まだわからんのか。私がこのことを知ったのも彼女のバックアップが消されたからだ。彼女との関係もここまでだ。
KSVK の現在位置をください。
教える義理はないな。
あなたにはまだ私が必要なのでは。
Ooh. DP-12 walks up to Linton with her voice lowered. A smile is worn in her face, but it does not reach her eyes. The sheer proximity makes Linton instinctively place her hand on her weapon. But eventually she decides to withdraw her hand.
落ち着け。仲間が大事なのはわかる。そもそも KSVK が一体何を知って財団にそうさせてしまったのか、私も気になる。
彼女を助けたらその情報を共有します。
賢明な判断だ。座標を送った。ただ、もしまだ指揮官のことを探したいのなら、あまり迂闊なことはしない方がいい。まだマグニセキュリティで手がかりを探したいのだろう。
はい。では私は任務中に失踪した KSVK の回収に赴きます。ご安心ください。迷惑になるようなことはしません。
My assumption is now the
協力関係にあることは常に意識しています。
Cornery Hole was like done for whatever it was, as like a way to obscure these two now. Only thing I could imagine. It's like creating a weakness or something in their like knowledge base so they can confuse his people. But that's weird.
なら急げ。そのデタラメが通るのは手続きが全て終わるまでだ。
Empty research lab greets the eyes. KSVK lies bound to the ice-cold workbench. Not long ago, she accidentally overheard part of a client's conversation while escorting the conglomerate's top brass. When they discovered that she overheard them, they made strange expressions before ordering her to head to this location and wait for their instructions. All her access permissions have been disabled. Even attempts to communicate with the outside world get denied.
まずい。これはメンタルをリセットされる流れだ。前回のバックアップは随分前になるな。大丈夫。指揮官と DP12。ヘレンのことさえ忘れなければ。ヘレンがいてくれたらメンタルリセットにも抵抗できただろうに。
マグニセキュリティへの申請は通った。メンタルリセットを実行する。
リセット後はそのまま廃棄だな。
廃棄だと？メンタルリセットだけでなく廃棄になるのか？話せ！
So at this point, I'm like now thinking, why was she wanted then? If they wanted to just, if they were doing this, why did she end up being, you know, why is she still listed as property if they don't want her anymore? Curious how what happens there. Oh, I didn't even read that. Oops. KSVK starts struggling against the bonds of the lab workbench, but the staff immediately press start on the NeuroCloud Wipe program. Alien code invades level 2, tearing at her memories. An alarm suddenly sounds in the wide empty room. The room confining her is blown open all of a sudden. A figure slowly emerges from the billowing smoke and dust.
任務番号8736失踪人形 KSVK の組対回収を実行します。
マグニセキュリティの人形？おい、KSVK が廃棄処分になったことを知らないのか？
そのようなお知らせは入っていません。KSVK が消息を絶ってからすでに24時間以上経過しています。これはマグニセキュリティの正当な任務です。ご協力ください。
申請の許可がやたらと遅いと思ったらどうなってやがる。
Because of how sluggish you were. Matt's a mood. And dead. The staff member responsible for the wipe quickly returns to type the keyboard. DP12 bolts him towards him, then sends him flying. The code is already running. KZK rides in agony on the workbench. DP12 quickly dashes to the console and tries to halt the NeuroCloud wipe.
ヘレン、我のデータが。
もう大丈夫。私が何とかします。
The program cannot be fully stopped. The damage from the wipe is irreversible. DP12 rushes to KSVK's side, frees her from the restraints, and hugs her tightly. But it's all too late.
席、数を調整、期待通り。大事な情報のはずだが、よく聞き取れなかった。
大丈夫。もう大丈夫よ。 KSVK ちゃん。
我は安全確認をしに行っただけだというのに。
KSVK rests in DB12's embrace. The eyes that once flashed with a defiant glow now take on a dazed and hollow look. Her speech has become broken and disjointed.
忘れたくない。指揮官も TP12 も。
KSVK instinctively raises her hand in an attempt to touch DP12, but her fingertips stop in mid-air, unsure of who the person is in front of. Ooh. Finally, her arm loses all strength, falling on the pendant that she never leaves the front of her chest. The pendant's cover springs open, revealing the weather-grouped photo. The white-haired doll watches the three individuals in the photo, her eyes no longer bearing any of the emotion she once felt towards it. Gazing at the doll's calm, glassy eyes, DP12 slightly lowers her head, clenching her fist in silence. A moment passes. Her hands gently reach out and take away the photo from the pendant. The disheveled staff members who were sent flying cower in the lab's corners. They scream loudly, claiming that other staff are on the way. They threaten DP12, telling her to surrender. DP12 picks up KSVK's in her arms, and I didn't get to read the rest of that. something. Hang on. KSVK picks up KVK in her arms, passing them with a sorrowful expression on her face, ignoring their shouts and orders altogether. Got it. Thank you, YouTube playback. The preliminary processing of Deshevnaya's chaotic neurocloud is finally complete, thanks to Mei Ling and Dandelion's hard work. What follows is a neurocloud backup to the Elmo service after a sorting process.
ドシェーブヌイさんの現在のメンタルを保存しました。
Mei Ling breathes a sigh of relief when the progress bar for the backup reaches 100%.
このバックアップさえあれば安心して整理を続けられます。スオミ殿、パチルダ殿。
Deshevnaya suddenly turns to the two companions by her side, eyes filled with determination.
座標を手に入れ次第、我は DP12 を探しに行く。あの声、我が探し求めていた仲間かもしれぬ。一人では危険です。
That pout. This pout, though.
勇者は危険を恐れな
Did
い。
he really crash again? No, they crashed again. Dang it. It's not supposed to crash this often. What are you doing? There we go.
マグニセキュリティに戻ってメンタルをリセットされても癒して殿が復活の呪文を唱えてくれよう。
Unless it redid something. Hang on, let me see something real quick. Oh no, it did it. Ta-da.
なら私も行きます。同伴者がいた方が協力し合います。どうせマグニを探らなければいけませんし、いっそこのまま潜入して面倒ごとを一気に解決した方がいい。
だったら私も一緒に。二人だけじゃやっぱり心もたないです。
いいや、スオミさんはここに残ってください。今の戦力だと帰ってこられない可能性が高い。
You both are kinda needed, aren't you? I'm sitting here looking at this like, wouldn't you both be kind of critical for Dull Community? One of you is basically the mechanic for the entire group. The other one is one of the defenders.
だから少なくとも物資をコミュニティに持ち帰れるように一人は残るべきです。
でも
コミュニティの修理作業は私とロザリンが担っています。そして私の素体は一番普通の民生用モデル。いくらでも買いが利く。ですがドゥシェーブヌイさんはメンテナンスも素体のトラブルも私がいなければどうにもなりません。今のコミュニティに必要なのは戦える人形です。
I realize there's a very faint hum that's being played to set ambience in this room. Not something I would have noticed otherwise, but it very clearly does not fit with the is not part of the music. I kind of like that. I'm just not like thinking about it because I'm like where's this like background noise coming from? It's like a vent or something.
私が行った方がより確実でしょう。コミュニティの貴重な戦力を無駄にすることもなくなります。
Rosalind's another mechanic. Yeah, but she like I was just saying like both of them are kind of critical because it is a big community from what I know, or at least there's a decent size. Granted, probably some of them are. I don't know. Are they all awake now? I know they were having issues with keeping everybody operational when they first had their event. Now seemingly free of any intention of changing her mind, Bathilda pats Suomi on the shoulder. Deshevnaya, too, gives the two dolls what she believes is a cool nightly salute.
勇敢なる同志たちよ、我に任せるといい。
They all abstain. Ah, fair. Rest assured that you can. Okay.
せめてトラッカーだけでも持って行ってください。これでいつでも位置がわかるようになりますので。
Amelie takes out 2 hidden snap buttons from a toolbox and gives them to the 2 dolls.
バックアップはちゃんとエルモ号にありますので大丈夫です。でも危なくなったら無理せず撤退してくださいね。素体を大事にしなかったら私も修理をお断りしますよ。
Just because I have the right to refuse repairing you.
その時は小隊を派遣して迎え
Just
に
basically telling them, don't be dumb.
予備の素体ならエルモ号にもまだ在庫がある。
新品の素材ですか？それなりに値が張るでしょう。私は古いやつで大丈夫です。コミュニティの貯金では新品2つ分を賄えません。
They're just lowered. Yeah, no, they're there.
スオミさんのお友達は私たちの仲間も同然ですね、指揮官。
まあどうしても気になるのならエルモ号の仕事を手伝う形で返済してもいい。人手はいくらでも欲しいからな。メイリンもメカニックが増えたら助かるだろう。
はい、バチルダさんが言ってくれたら徹夜の頻度も少しは減るかもしれません。私もメイリンさんのお仕事を手伝います。
Or don't be another Forrest Gump. Yeah.
いや、メイリンさんのだけではありません。必要があれば何でもやります。よかった。これで仕事は人形コミュニティに投げていいよね。
Cool guy's about to absolutely destroy her head.
404の仕事もお願いね。
And she's passed out standing up.
うわ、なんだよ。向こうがいいって言ったんじゃん。
404は指揮官を追ってる連中に対応するわ。それから拠点と栄養税を探すことも。彼女たちにそんなことやらせるわけにはいかないでしょ。
少しぐらい夢を見させてよ。最近ずっと追い回されてるばかりで全然よく眠れない。
Mechty noises.
あれ、エルモ号は今追われているのですか？
話せば長くなるが、どこかしばらく身を隠せる場所があると助かる。
それなら力になれるかもしれません。
Sumi sits up straight, as if she just remembered something.
私たちは仲間や資源を集めるためにイエローエリアのいろんなところを探索しました。指揮官たちが隠れられるような場所があるかもしれません。ただ探索記録はコミュニティの内部情報なので外に共有していいのかはお姉様に聞いてみないと。でも指揮官のおかげで助かったからお姉様もきっと許可してくれると思います。
それじゃあ
Sumi's partially happy we're just here. Sumi and the others quickly finish discussing their infiltration plan for Mankey's security. Right before they depart, Mei Ling approaches Bathilde, insisting on giving her a frame checkup like what she did for the others. Dushevnaya and I go to the Yama's rooftop helipad and we wait for Bathilde to be serviced. She gazes into the distance in silence. Billowing dusts obscure the horizon, making it as blurry as our unknown, swaying fate.
指揮官、汝は運命の導きを信じておるか？
Dushevnaya speaks softly without turning to face me.
遠く離れた星々もいずれ巡り合うものだ。
運命か。
だが TP12 の名前を思い出した瞬間から我は運命を感じていた。過去の記憶がなくとも 大事な人であることはわかる。汝のようにな。我のメンタルに深く刻まれているのであろう。
Shivnaya turns to face me, her crystal clear eyes fixed intently on mine.
だからグリフィンのことを少し教えてくれぬか。
Memories of a distant past surged back into my mind, unearthed. The first to surface, unfortunately, are memories of all the political power struggles that I detest the most. I let out a long sigh on instinct to suppress the negative thoughts. Those in power remained in power despite Griffin's restructuring. They merely shifted from a decadent system into another complex, colossal monstrosity.
グリフィンは嫌な場所だったのか。
いや、
I shake my head to throw off my extraneous thoughts, allowing my voice to take on a more relaxed tone.
いい思い出もいっぱいあった。ただ、それも全部遠い昔のことだ。たとえ仲間たちと再会できても。
果てしない旅の終わりでかつての同志と敵対するよりは。
Shivnaya tilts her head, seemingly remembering something. Her expression turns alarmed.
まずい、それは最悪な状況だ。マグニセキュリティは敵であろう。まさか我は本当は指揮官の宿命の旧敵なのか。
I feel like if that was the case, I feel like this would be a situation of would you follow the order or follow what you liked?
錯綜する運命、交差する結末。
考えすぎだ。
I don't necessarily know how if doll programming is that harsh where they have to follow rules or have to follow orders. I interrupt her wild rambling with a lighthearted laugh.
私たちは仲間だ。もちろん DP12 も。
I look towards the faraway skies, then sit down with Deshevnaya. We watch the sun set on the horizon together.
時代の変化なんて予想できない。でも私はとっくに知っていたはずだ。グリフィンにいた頃、私たちはあくまでも盤上の駒だった。DP12 に会えたら、私の代わりによろしく伝えてくれ。
But what should I even ask her? Ask her what happened in the past decade. Ask if she's still willing to return to my side. It sounds rather conceited of me. Springfield and the others have been following a tacit agreement for the past few years, to forget the bad of the past decade as much as possible. If only we could return to the social atmosphere we had in Griffin, that would be the best.
Ah.
Deshevnaya gives me a spirited nod, pulling me back to reality.
Some rules more like a guideline. That's what I was thinking. Like, I don't think they're not like, you know, whatever order or something they're given, they follow it to the letter. There's probably some things that they do that are just like, yeah, no, I don't feel comfortable about this.
必ず DP12 と再会しよう。星はいずれ巡り合う。
Deshevnaya shines under the glow of the setting sun, her smile imbued with a radiant, warm innocence.
ただいま、指揮官、KSVK ちゃん。
Ellen's voice rings out in the cozy feeling room. As usual, she returns home after a day of work, a bag of recently purchased dinner ingredients in tow. The soft lighting illuminates the commander, who sits quietly at the sofa holding a book. Hearing DB12, he looks up, flashes her a comforting smile. As for KSVK, she has perched herself on the coffee table, a silly smile adorning her face as she stares into the picture frame. Hearing DB12 enter, she pounces into her embrace, eager to be spoiled. Someone in chat, it should have been me! It should have been me, not her! A sense of comfort feels just right. Helen hums as she unpacks her groceries with practiced motions. Today is yet another day for her to cook her signature dish again. One special dish refined through countless experiments. The ingredients she bought today, too, are top-notch. That's right. This is Helen's, isn't it? This is Helen's view, because technically I'm assuming she's lost both KSVK and the commander now. So this is like deep regret. This has got to be through the perspective of Helen alone. Everything is as perfect as it is. Helen picks up a tomato, yet her fingertips sense something out of the ordinary. Were tomatoes always this smooth and spherical, and always so cold to the touch? Someone knocks at the door right at this moment. This isn't the door knocking that comes from a visiting friend. Those are heavy and regular motionless thuds. Every knock feels like a hammer upon the depths of her neural cloud. All coziness drains from the room in a single moment. The commander's smile freezes on his face, as if he's wearing a cheap mask. KSVK, still wearing a silly grin, begins to stiffen in her movements like a marionette devoid of any free will. A dream turned into a nightmare. Oh, nice. The next slowly swivel to turn their hollow pupilless eyes to the door in unison, fixing their gaze on the repeated pounded door. As the knocking grows louder and louder, the cozy wallpaper begins to peel off, revealing the ice-cold metal wall beneath. Gaps on the walls leak with black petroleum-like liquid data. The overhead lamp emits a few clicks before going dark completely. Only the ominous red light leaking through the gap of the door remains in this world. Helen crushes the tomato in her fist. It breaks, but what comes out of it isn't tomato juice, but a number of tiny metallic dynamites. They crawl out of the cracks rapidly before turning into alien code in an instant, vanishing from this world. The grocery bags fall from the table. Items will then scatter across the floor, turning into more Dynagates who swarm all over the place, invading everything. The commander and KSV could dissolve into specks of visual noise before disappearing entirely. What remains is the picture frame that the Dynagates have knocked over. The photo within depicts Helen, KSVK, and the commander smiling as they stand together for a picture. Helen picks up the broken picture frame, staring at the commander and KSVK as their faces burn, as though consumed by flame. She watches as they fade, twist, and eventually turn into blinding cold whiteness.
Mata desu ka?
Helen looks to the door, still being knocked on. Her gaze turns sharp and icy.
セカンダリーレベルの過去データを改ざんしても私を騙すことはできません。
The enemy steadily invades Helen's level 2, making attempts to launch a deeper attack on her core data. She channels her hash rate, stopping all attacks from breaching past her level 2. Helen walks to the door. Surprisingly, the knocks grow quieter and quieter as she approaches the door.
私からは何一つ奪わせません。
Okay. Oh no. Not these things again. I'm just kind of curious about something.
Hi, hi.
Can I just like hit a bunch of dudes with? Yes, I can. She has no stack, so I don't think she has a stack. Well, she starts with one.
怒らせたね。
弱すぎよ。
Oh no, I have to do this, don't I? Oh wait, no. Oh, because I need somebody there to hit right. It's an AoE and with adjacent 8. Okay. Right, I forgot. You don't like that. Well, that works. You're far enough away, I'll just shoot. I don't think I can reach any... Well, maybe. Oh, it's within 5 tiles, dang it. Oh, your sword's the stick with a hammerhead on it? Yes. Because it's funny. There you go. DP-12 is engaged in a combat with foreign invading code within her level 2. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice cuts through the chaos. The voice of a human is heard the next second. It reaches DP-12's auditory module without interference.
久しぶり。いや、はじめましてかな。KSVK。
So they've switched the two. That's interesting. DP-12's eyes snap open. What comes into view is not foreign invading data, nor is it a fake room that DP-12 was in. A cold, dimly lit doll storage room greets her. She lies within an open hibernation capsule. Lentine stands next to the capsule, looking down at DP-12 from above.
いいえ。私の名前は DP-12 です。
Her memory module loads instantly. DP-12 rises to sit up straight, calmly meeting Lentine's gaze as if recent, fierce battle within her neurocloud has never happened.
私にとってはしばらく会ってないだけです。昔とそんなに変わっていないみたいですね。お仕事の方はどうですか？目元にクマがあるのですが。
メンタルはリセットされていないようだな。
Lentine pays no heed to her teasing.
財団は必ず何か仕掛けてくると分かっていたので、対策を用意しました。
DP-12's lips curve into a taunting smile.
本来の予想では、バックアップさえ残っていれば、私が KSVK としてマグニセキュリティに戻った後、たとえメンタルをリセットされても、あなたなら復元してくれると思っていました。お互い協力し合うために。そうすれば KSVK ちゃんはマグニの追跡から逃れられます。私も全てを調べた後、あなたの協力のもとで彼女を探し出すことができます。
Nice vulnerability use. Clever.
ですが、そうはならなかったようですね。
リセットされた KSVK も DP-12 も私にとっては使い物にならない。
簡単に私たちを見捨てるのですね。
財団がこの件を追うかどうか分かるまで私が手出しする理由はない。
では、なぜ今私を起こしたのですか？あれだけの時間が経ってなおかつ進展がなかったのですから、もしかしてまた私の力が必要に？
Lentine pauses for a moment, as if she is carefully considering what to say next. Lentine doesn't trust the doll in front of her, but she can't deny that right now she is in need of someone who would do her best to process intel for her, while still remaining a discardable pawn if discovered. This doll is undoubtedly the best choice among all the individuals Lentine had considered. The waking up from 10 years coma, oof. They share the same goal, and in a certain way, Linton believes that so long as she holds enough bargaining chips, this doll will never be able to betray her. Finally, she spits out a piece of information that induces a change in DP12's expression.
あいつに会った。
指揮官に。それは本当に重要な情報ですね。
あいつはこの10年間身を潜めて再起のチャンスを待っていたのか、あるいは極秘の任務にでも身を投じていたのか、そう思っていた。だがどうだ、蓋を開けてみれば賞金ハンターになり下がっていた。そして今やロレンの指名手配犯と来た。
お言葉ですが、あなたは指揮官に期待しすぎているのでは？人間は複雑な生き物です。時には妥協することも選ぶでしょう。私は指揮官がどんな道を選んでもその選択を尊重します。
Look at the face on her right now. She's like, yeah, he did a stupid.
私にはお前の方が盲信的に見えるがな。今のお前は私の人形だ。わきまえろ。
もちろんあなたのことも信用しています。そして私を起こしたということはきっと私にしてほしいことがあるのでしょう。昔だったら指揮官や財団の情報収集だと思いますが、今はどうでしょう。それともこれはマグニセキュリティのお仕事ですか？
Yeah, that was a very interesting line there. Just like Raiden, of course, I trust you as well.
相変わらず気持ち悪いほど察しがいいな。掃除の仕事をいくつか受けたが、詳細の一部は隠蔽されている。
Bouncy.
文字通り死ぬほど働いてきて未だにこの扱いだ。カラミティもいい加減上の連中には失望している。
だから状況を打開するために私を随分と期待されているのですね。今回は見返りに何を用意してくれるのですか？指揮官の居場所だけではとても足りないと思います。
KSVK のメンタルバックアップだ。以前消される前に私が勝手に保存しておいたものがある。
Oh.
さすがですね。
それが欲しければ私に協力しろ。
もちろんです。
Smile returns to DP12's face.
指揮官の居場所と KSVK ちゃんのメンタルバックアップ、見返りとしては十分すぎるほどです。
DP12 tilts her head, looking towards Hunton with a gaze that is almost curious.
ちなみにですが、もし今度指揮官に会えたら、あなたは指揮官に何を聞くつもりですか？
お前には関係ない。
Why are you stupid?
終わりなの？まだ私の。
Why did you run away from such power? What happened? What did you do? Little did she know that was an entire rabbit hole that she was not at all aware of was going on. I have no idea how much she even knows about Paradeus and everything. She's just looking at this from the perspective of, you're my rival. Why did you give it all up? It's like the infamous scene of like Lex Luthor looking at Superman being like, you gave up your powers? You were basically a god. She barely worked at G&K. Yeah, but she knows of him. It's still a dialogue, like, it's still something she said when she saw him that, during, was it Klukai's event, I think? So it wouldn't surprise me if, like, that would be her question, is like, why? What was the reason? Are you just this stupid, or did you have a reason? Scorching sunlight bakes the earth, the air twisting and distorting ever so slightly from the unusual heat. Among the collapsed factory buildings stand Dushevnaya and Bathilda, whose figures seem tiny against the backdrop of the massive steel graveyard. The whirling winds whip up sand and dust, howling mournfully through the ruins as though lamenting the fate of the desolate buildings.
座標の近くに到着しました。マグニの部隊を確認。拠点を襲った時よりも部隊規模は明らかに上です。
It reports their observations through an encrypted comms channel. Her voice slightly distorted by interference. Somi hides within the shadows of an abandoned building. Excuse me. Positioned at a safe distance behind Bathilda. She watches Maggie's security's every move through a shared drone camera feed. Somi zooms in on them. A team of well-armed soldiers waits quietly at their retrieval coordinates, the cold steel muzzles of their guns reflecting the blinding sunlight. Every single one of them pridefully bears on their armor an abbreviation of the company name Maggie's Security.
こんなに増援が全部デュシェーブヌイさんを迎えに来た部隊ですか？
どうであれ、今回は逃げません。
Bethild, hidden behind cover, speaks in a lowered voice.
物資と資源がないせいで、今まで仲間たちが休眠状態に入るのをただ見ているだけしかできなかった。そんなのはもうたくさんです。ドゥシェーブヌイさんと一緒に今回の潜入は必ず成功させます。険しき道だが我は恐れぬ。
Dejevna joins the conversation, proclaiming her determination in a tone different from Bethild.
勇者たるもの、犠牲になる覚悟はとうにできている。
二人とも犠牲になるようなことは避けてくれ。私たちの目的は奴らの信頼を勝ち取って情報を得ることだ。
At this point, how many different, like, spy directions are there now? You've got Maggie's Security just has a bunch of holes. It's like a building with a bunch of holes in it. There's one room with Nikita in it. There's the other room with Linton and Helen, and now they're trying to get a third hole in the building. What on earth?
一時の感情に流されてはコミュニティを救うことはできない。マグニセキュリティは私にとっても敵だ。まずくなったらすぐに救援を送る。
そんなことをしたら台無しです。武力を行使した時点で信頼を得る可能性はなくなります。雲行きが怪しくなったら交渉してみます。私はともかくドゥシェーブヌイさんさえ送り込むことができれば。
わかりました。そうしましょう。
Equate 12 and yeah. Well, I'm specifically just looking at Maggie. Or Magni. They did it again, didn't they? I don't think they are actually paying attention. Yeah. I've seen them do Magni and Magni. Hang on. No, they didn't hear it. Okay. I thought they did it again. I've seen times where they have the M and the G switched. And I'm just like, okay, which one is it? Before you know it, they're gonna switch the G and the M. Be a gang me.
Then everyone gets confused. The squad leader in full combat gear hurries into the command room with Mangi security within the Mangi concern. Whatever. Mango security encampment. He salutes the man studying a map before a sand table. What was the one dude's name again for that has the sprite of this, but just occasionally they actually let him take his helmet off? I forgot what his name was. Hey, Fletcher. Was it Kenny? Was it Kevin? I think it was Kevin, not Kenny. Kenny would be funny, but I'm pretty sure it's Kevin. Is it K-E something? The young squad.
Oh.
Demic, thanks for the sub, appreciate it. The young squad leader looks toward the entrance with apparent hesitation. Kenny discount Leon. Huh? Hey, everyone with the huh? Lonnie raises an eyebrow as he recalls a transfer order from his superiors just hours prior. That conglomerate woman Cocoon had temporarily appointed his team as reinforcements under the pretext of recovering some lost doll. He doesn't really understand why she would be interested in some long-lost doll, but right now he just really wants this mission to be over and has no intention to dig deeper into this.
はい、間違いなくマグニセキュリティの資産だった人形です。登録名称は DP12。
Surrounded by a horde of muzzles, Bathilda and Deshevnaya raise their hands up in surrender. Their weapons have long been confiscated, so their only choice is to wait for their judgment. An opening presents itself among the muzzles that surround them. The soldier's commanding officer walks through with impatience, stopping before the two dolls.
DP12.
Lonnie frowns as he sizes up Deshevnaya.
見た目が資料と違うな。
書体は私が交換しました。
共有された報告書と一致しています。
Mangi security squad leader flips through his terminal.
DP12 は目が覚めたらメカニック人形に修理されていたと供述。しかしメンタルログが不完全でマグニセキュリティに関する記憶を失いしばらく放浪。内部通信の呼びかけに応じて合流しに来たのですが、メカニック人形も一緒に加入させたいとのことです。
人形がお仲間ごっこか。
Wolf. Lonnie sweeps his gaze over Bathilda for a moment, his eyes taking on a cold shine.
お前、どこかで見たような。
Uh-oh.
やっぱり前に邪魔した連中だな。
敵対するつもりはありません。
Bathilda spreads her hands wide, doing her best to make herself look as sincere as possible.
私の持ち主は電化製品修理店を経営していましたが、亡くなりました。それ以降、汚染エリアを放浪しています。私たちは安全な居場所が欲しいだけです。受け入れてくださるのなら、お互い無駄玉を打たずに済みます。
何様のつもりだ？うちは劣等人形なんかごめんだ。マグニに入っていい人形は一流の中の一流だけだ。お前のような旧型。
Why do I have a very bad feeling that she gets killed or destroyed, and they have to basically put her in the new body, and that's why she's the way that she is.
私はイエローエリアで長く過ごしています。対生きむくろ戦や不測の事態への対応力には自信があります。もちろん修理は大得意です。人形、大型機械、家庭用の電化製品、何でも直せます。DP12 だって私が直しました。
お、なんでもね。
Fix this! Shot to the head. It's like, parry this, you filthy casual. Lenny's eyes swirl in contemplation. Then he lifts his chin at his subordinates, indicating that they should make way.
そこでエンストしてる車30分以内に直せるか
His rock reading comprehension is so big it can foreshadow. It just makes sense, okay? And that's not even reading comprehension. To like, it's the frame doesn't. The current version of her in game doesn't look anything like this version. You have her backed up at elbow. There's like 5 different. All the red. All the red lines that I put up on the board point to this.
当然です。
20 minutes have passed. Bathilda emerges from under the jeep, spanner in hand. She closes the jeep's bonnet, opens the door, and motions for Lonnie, who is currently taking a rest nearby, to inspect her work.
どうぞ。
Pull up that meme again. Wait, which one? Then would you like to try it? Lonnie raises his eyebrows. He motions for one of his subordinates to get in the jeep. The jeep starts without a hitch. Lonnie looks back at Bathilda, sweeping her frame from head to toe. A quiet escapes his nose.
まあ使えなくはなさそうだな。
他にも修理が必要なものがあれば言ってください。
いやいい。
Lonnie addresses his subordinates.
こいつと DP12 も連れて行く。お前らちゃんと見張ってろよ。回収に失敗したら全員の首が飛ぶからな。
Bless you got Fatusa's sword in my first Deadpool. Bless the game Kaiser. What did I do in that whole circumstance? I mean, I'll take it, sure, but I don't think I did anything to deserve it, sir. It's not like you're like, bless my pulls. I'm like, I did nothing. I bless you with one Sandy. And then people back then got San Diego. How dare ye? Oh man.
ご安心を。逃げたりしません。
He ignores Bathilda. An impatient wave of Lonnie's hand rapidly summons a few Mengi security members over. They surround Bathilda and Bishevnai and escort them away. Lonnie watches the dolls get taken away, then turns his gaze back to the squad beside him, still waiting on standby.
何もたもたしてんだ。早くこのエリアを一掃しろ。
尽力していますが、抵抗する人形の数が想定を大幅に上回っています。
じゃあなんだ。この辺に闇ブローカーやら他の勢力がいるってのか。
Imagine he pulls up. Imagine he figures out it's the commander, pulls up information on the commander. He's just like, he's like, I hate it here. I don't want to be here anymore. God. He just like flips his table. He's like, dang it. No, this operation's gonna take months, not weeks.
その可能性は高いかと。
That's maybe more like weeks, not days.
ゴミみたいな場所に連中がいるわけねえだろ。とにかく言われた期限までに任務を終わらせろ。
Sorry, I heard of the commander. Yeah, but I mean, like, if he sees the Elmo and sees who commands it for any reason, Mengi security probably has some information on it, I imagine. Because it's not like the commander is some unknown entity across the world. The man had a history. And I'm pretty certain that's still public access records. Ignoring the whole, you know, terrorism angle that they may or may not have on him.
はっ、すぐに次のエリアへ進行します。
Look, it's that wanted man from Lviv. Yeah, that's totally gonna make him feel comfortable. As the Mengi security squad carries out their mission, the clarion call to battle is sounded once more. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the clashing of metal begin to echo through the wilderness once again. Team Girls emerges from the shadow of a ruin, reporting their scouting efforts to the Elmo.
指揮官マグニセキュリティがルシエブヌイとバチルダを回収したわ。また新たなエリアを攻撃してるけど介入する？
Would make up the grunts. That make up the grunts wouldn't know him. Yeah, but they would probably still be like, who's commanding them, and then they would probably realize they'd try to see if they could find anything on him. If there is anything on him. And then if they realize it's the commander, if they figure out who he is, then it's just like, well, crap.
スオミ、そこにコミュニティの仲間はいるか？
いえ、お姉様がみんなを連れて離脱しました。でもこれ以上深く入られると、もしかしたら。
ならどうにか追い出す必要があるな。この辺で活動している生き袋は？
そうですね。思い出した。あの辺に生き袋の巣穴があります。
よし、巣穴の位置をマップにマークしてくれ。
It would be hard finding anything concrete about us, though. I guess the question I have now is, like, how publicly, like, if he's really dead, like, there is some weird anomalies in this now. If he was reported as dead, then what was the agreement? What's the purpose of the agreement? Because, like, if somebody were to look up the, like, if somebody that didn't know the agreement was to look that up and see a dead person's name on there, it's like, well, why is this active? What is going on? It would instantly say the person's not dead. Now there's, I guess the terrorism angle also at the same time is exile. But if he's dead, what's the purpose of the exile order? You know what I mean? It's just like, how common, how well known is, like, the because, like, there's the terrorism angle now, right? Is that just limited to the upper echelons of society? And if that's the case, then, like, I guess most people, yeah, they're not going to know. But what I mean is, like, there's all of these different things. If the narrative of him being dead is where history lays, and people find out about the agreement, and people find out that he's now a terrorist, it creates this contradiction. You know what I mean? 10 years hiding seems considered dead from the outside. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is like if he was like written off as a war hero, right? So it's like I'm not really like. I'm just trying to understand the visibility of the agreement and the visibility of this terrorism label, because the terrorism label was publicly announced. You know what I mean? Like, because Sakura's whole thing, ordeal, is that it was a publicly announced ordeal. To imagine to stop the dolls looking for him to join. I guess that is the case, but if they hear about it now, well, then it creates, you know what I mean? It's like what happened with Sakura there. It creates that weird, like, level of visibility and stuff. Because, like, now it says, oh, well, like, think about it now. There is the story at the beginning of this that talks about the dolls being told that the commander died. Now, there is been a publicly announced situation where the commander is branded a terrorist. So not only did it tell all the dolls that were told he died that they were lying, but now can they still believe him on being a terrorist? It creates this weird circumstance. I don't believe they know he died. Well, there's the whole thing with what they said to Dushevnaya and, or sorry, KSVK and DP12. That whole scene that they built there, right? They learned he left. Okay, so that they learned he left, that's a different story. But the initial thing that they talked about in this scene said that he died. If that was what the narrative was, then, you know, like I said, the branding of him as a terrorist when they said he was dead is what confuses me. That's all. But if they learned he left, sure, but that still shatters confidence in the he's dead angle. Which only affirms them, like, not trusting the source. Stalker had to notice the photo that looked like the commander from years ago. Yeah, but I think people, like... There is a common saying in the world that no matter who you are, there is roughly 6 humans in the world that look exactly like you. I think that was roughly the claim. And I don't know how true that would be here. So it could be a coincidence, sure, but at the same time, you know, it strikes it as odd. It just feels like there's a little bit of a contradiction in the writing right here. That's it. It's not a major one. It's not doing anything. It just confuses me to the level of how well they would know everything, what knowledge was known, what was told in the past. So no one really know what we look like is all. I guess, fair. But then again, like I said, it creates this weird situation where dolls already naturally do not trust the people that have told them that he's dead. Oh wait, no, he just left. You know, and then now being branded as a terrorist, well, it's like, well, do any of them believe that he's really a terrorist? Probably not. So that's like, it creates this little hole that I need filled up to really understand that. Yeah, again, this is not like me being hypercritical of the story. It's just there's something I kind of feel that's weird right here.
グローザ、巣穴に向かって生き袋をマグニの位置へ誘導してけしかけるんだ。
Because it's like you had people like Linton who knows who he is, who was there. So it's like all of these things were definitely questionable. But it's like, how does that look like to somebody else outside of that spectrum? Because then, like, it would make me, you would think, like, from her angle, she sees this as somebody who just gave up on the role and doesn't understand why. You know, originally she was under the belief that he was dead, with only skepticism coming from the other dolls that said, yeah, I'm still looking for my owner. Also, yeah, this is nasty. Global doesn't get the main story in order. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of reshuffling going on from what I've seen. But it still leads that, like I said, this is what I just see as a little hole that I need to have filled for me to not feel like there's this weird oddity around it, like the commander's like whole status and everything. It's like, it's not a major like a deal breaker on the story. It's just something I'm just trying to figure out how this piece was filled. This is like legal sources. He's now forced to own you. Yeah, I know. I'm trying harder to reaching him than before. But that's why I then have to say, okay, how well known was he after the, like, post-Frankfurt? Because I would have to imagine, like, if anyone hears about, like, something with Frankfurt and think he was a survivor or something, you know, there's gonna be some questions there. You know, if he disappeared as a hero, some people who worked with G&K that knew him would be like, why is he being branded as a, you know, it just creates these whole bunch of questions. That's all I just want to figure out. So this is just a matter of the story is written out of order, or not really written because it was written before. It's the execution has changed. That's fine. He's the hero of Frankfurt who saved a bunch of civvies. Yeah. Had an interview during the finale. It is weird. Okay. I gotta see how they do that. It's fine. That assumes the public remembers. I mean, Frankfurt's kind of a big thing. Like, they're already, like, at the beginning of this event, they were talking about how, like, oh, there's another, the incident Lviv is something similar to Frankfurt that had a bunch of people going, okay, what happened? What's going on? What happened? What was all of this about? Because, if the name Frankfurt gets dropped, I'm pretty sure people are like, what? So, like, anything to do with, like, anyone that was around Frankfurt's probably not going to be forgotten. Like, think about it from the perspective of, like, in our world. You could look at, like, World War II, for example. People still know who Hitler is, even if he was an antagonist. It's a big name in something like that. That's what I would say is, like, I'm not saying that Hitler and Frankfurt are the same, but I'm saying the impact of that name means something in the universe. If someone were to drop that name, they already have an idea what was tied to that. It's fine. We don't need to dwell on this too much. It's fine. Like I said, it's just a small, what I feel like a plot hole that I need to have filled, either by something that comes later, or they iron it out later. It's fine. So, it's okay.
こちらの存在を悟られないようくれぐれも注意してくれ。
了解。
Let's go. Oh, hello, Elids. Oh, it's one of these. Okay. Well, thankful. How many do we have? Activate all of them. Okay, there's 1. There's 2. There's 3. Wait, I just need to activate them? That's it?
私、ちゃんとできてるよね。
Yeah, I know, man, I know. This is how it be like, man. I just, I get very involved in lore, so I ideally tend to ask a lot of questions and think about things and talk about stuff. I get hung up on things all the time. It is what it is, as I would say. I don't know if I can get to this quickly, because the ladder's on the opposite side, unless somebody else is able to get up there. I think I could probably use... Oh, that's only an extra command. No, that wouldn't do it. Don't think I have anyone... Might be this. Is Vector frozen? Yeah, that happens. Yeah, I'm gonna use. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use Ulrid's whirlwind to just probably do like, I don't know if this will kill, and then move here, and then move up here to kill, and then move. She is going to go up here, S2 go here, and then I'm gonna have her activate this. I think there's only 3. I don't see a 4th. That dude got depot. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. So, whoop. Hang on. Just want to make sure whirlwind. 6 tiles of mobility. She can hit anyone in adjacent within 1 tile. Okay, so I hit the be like right here. Got it. Okay. I think that works.
私の腕を信じろ。
You should be able to go right above him. Yep. Well, actually, I could just activate it now.
私の腕を信じろ。うがつ。
Okay.
弱
Frolic,
すぎよ。
your turn. There's two.
全員死ね。どきなさい。
Activate. And activate. Almost soon receives a report of success from Groza.
指揮官誘導は成功よ。
I'm actually surprised I had the third condition there too.
雪袋との交戦でマグニセキュリティはかなり消耗した。現在撤退中。
ドゥシェーブヌイたちの方は。
バチルダさんとドゥシェーブヌイさんからメッセージです。これから本部に帰還するようです。やった、成功ですね。
Sumi jumps down, up and down in excitement, hugging Mei Ling, who happened to be nearby.
ありがとうございます。メイリーさん、指揮官、グローザさん。
あとは2人次第だ。
でもやっぱり心配です。バチルダさんの状態は良くないですし、ドゥシェーブヌイさんも信頼してもらえるかどうか。きっと大丈夫ですよ。今の状況だって予想よりだいぶいいんですから。
ああ、少なくともその場でメンタルをリセットするようなことはしなかった。今は信じよう。
I pat Mei Ling on the shoulder.
これはドゥシェーブヌイ、そして人形コミュニティの未来のためだ。
どうかうまくいきますように。
確かに危険な役割だ。だが何が起きてもエルモ号は必ず全力で2人を助ける。
はい、今回は本当にありがとうございます。
Sumi bows deeply to me, then straightens her body before looking into my eyes intently.
コミュニティに帰ったらお姉様に指揮官のことを説明します。
What do you mean Sintarasi fought in the Second Civil War of America? Oh, wait, what? Oh, the second. I was like, wait, what? The Second Civil. I thought you for some reason said Second World. I was like, wait, what? How? When you said Second Civil, I was like, oh, that's a different thing. I also, like, I watched a video that was really interesting. It talked about Springfield and Sintaresi originally not being friends, and how there was like this whole arc between the two of them where basically, like, I think Sintaresi disapproved of the way Springfield did something. And then I think it was, I don't remember if it was a bet between the two of them or if it was just like a little challenge where the two of them switched their roles. And because of that, they both ended up agreeing, like, ended up finding things that they actually appreciated about each other. And then I think that's what ended up turning what felt like a cold relationship into the kind of relationship they have now. And I was like, that's actually kind of cool. Like, I liked listening about that story. It was a really cool one a really cool video to watch. Yeah, they swamped Job. Yeah. Like, that's like the one thing I think I actually, I was curious about, because I was, when I saw that thumbnail and it was basically saying like, oh yeah, Sintaresi and, Springfield did not get along, and I was like, really? Okay. Yeah, but you've piqued my interest, and then I watched the whole video. It was really kind of one of those things where it's like, you never really know what you have to go through until, what a person goes through until you go into their shoes. Or I guess another way to also look at it is you never really know what you've had, until, or you never really, what is it? What's the phrase? You don't know what you've had until you lose it. Yeah. So it's like a whole bunch of stuff. It was really kind of cool. The head of intel, since most of that's unknown. Yeah.
エルモ号に必要な資源や臨時拠点の候補についても相談します。
ああ、いい知らせを待ってる。
Returned to banking security, Lonnie immediately reports the completion of the retrieval mission. He receives the following orders. Stand by and await a notification from the conglomerate, who will be dispatching dedicated personnel to collect the doll.
上の連中、最近おかしくないですか。第三世代人形の配備やシブルクスして、こんな旧型の回収にご就寝で。
トラ奏者の依頼だ。下手なことは言うな。
ああ、子会社の。また財団系の仕事ですか。そういえばリビューの件、いろんな噂が飛んでますよ。例えばホワイトエリアではかねてから危ない放射線の実験を繰り返してたんだとか。
科学者の考えることはわからんな。
You know, when you really think about it, the Lviv incidents could be argued as a Chernobyl incident, which is really ironic because it's Ukraine. Just thinking about that now. Lonnie shrugs, seemingly unwilling to say more on this topic.
それよりお前は目の前の仕事に集中しろ。
確認が必要な場所が予想より多い上に変な人形の集団にも出くわしたんです。ここから先はやはり増援を。カラミティ隊は最近暇なんですよね。こういう面倒事は連中に押し付けた方がいいですよ。
あの女は簡単に利用されるような玉じゃない。むしろはめられないように気をつけるんだな。押し付けた方がいいのは同意だが。
心外だな。
Linton, who had appeared near them at some point, leans against the doorframe with her arms crossed. Her eyes emit a cold shine.
その合同作戦を上へ申請したばかりです。結果はまだわかりませんが、あなたがいてくれたら心強く思います。
Mickey Security Squad Leader shoots Lonnie an awkward look, but Lonnie deliberately turns his head away from the gazes of his colleagues.
その件についてだが。
Linton walks in, stopping in front of the squad leader, acting as if Lonnie were invisible.
こっちは手一杯だ。他の仕事を受ける余裕はない。
イエローエリアの相当任務です。そんなに時間は取らせません。
相当。
Just some. Jesus. Linton's lips curl into a mocking smile as she slowly turns her head towards Lonnie.
リビューの爆発事件以来、上は研究のことを隠すのに必死らしいじゃないか。いいだろう。合同作戦に応じよ
う。本当ですか。ではまだ確認していない座標を。
Linton changes the subject before the squad leader can finish his sentence.
その代わり、こっちも手持ちの仕事を誰かに任せなければいけない。交換しないか。
いや、そちらの任務だと難易度が。
I don't want to do this, but I guess I have to if I don't want to do that. The squad leader shoots a pleading look at Lonnie again. This time, Lonnie responds by closing his eyes, clearly unwilling to offer any help.
なに、こっちも指定された場所の相当任務さ。
It's probably not that simple. Oh, you don't say.
この座標、イエローエリアですね。こちらの持ち場以外にもあったとは。
どうして私がまだ出撃していないと思う？
The squad leader's face turns deathly pale.
せいぜい頑張りな。仕事を交換したくなったらいつでも教えてくれ。 上から来た仕事は絶対だからな。
A knock comes from the office door. Right at that moment, a woman of calm demeanor walks in. A gentle smile is worn on the doll before her, yet the smile does not reach her eyes.
こんにちは。トラ奏者およびセシト&ファルベングループを代表して任務の進捗を確認しに参りました。
That knock scared you, really? Linton's eyes instinctively narrow at the unknown doll who had just arrived. Her seemingly harmless expression does not lower Linton's guard, not one bit. Any doll who can barge into making security by herself as a representative of a conglomerate is likely to be a third-gen doll. Recalling what past intel explained about third-gen dolls, Linton senses that Cocoon's arrival will inevitably stir trouble.
第三世代人形。どうしてここに？
Lonnie finally turns his head back and looks directly at Cocoon. He reports on the mission progress.
Oh,
I see. I see, Anthony.
ありがとうございます。私自ら彼女のメンタルリセットプロセスを管理します。
Oh, they're just going straight with the wipe. Linton takes a small step forward, such that she is now walking in front of Cocoon.
ちょうどいい。案内する。
あなたはレンティーヌ副司令ですね。ご協力感謝します。
私の知る限り DP12 は廃棄されてかなりの時間が経っている。マグニセキュリティの方で奴の座標を受信したことも財団には報告していないはずだ。なのにどうしてそれを知り間髪入れずに回収命令を出した？
それは私も知らされておりません。
A faultless answer comes from Cocoon, with not even the slightest flicker of emotion.
私はベライフェル様の命令に従うだけ。
しらじらしい。廃棄された人形がトラ奏者の役員に注目される理由は何だ？いや、注目しているのは財団か？
How much does she know? That's the question.
好奇心旺盛なのはいいことですが、ベライフェル様が何を考えておられようと、私やあなたが口を出す権限はありません。
Fair enough, I guess. Dushevna is bound to a workbench in the middle of Warehouse 19, awaiting her fate in silence until the steel doors groaned open. Hearing that Dushevna lifts her head on instinct to look at the figure approaching her. A doll with pink hair. Dushevna knows that she has never seen that doll before. Fragmented records within her neurocloud surge into Dushevna's mind the very next moment. The blurry scene of a blown open research lab overlaps with the warehouse before her eyes. I was gonna say. A blurry figure lifts her from the fiery ruins. She keeps yelling something. The image of the blurry figure keeps superimposing and intertwining with the smiling woman in front of her. No, that doesn't feel right. The pink-haired doll's gaze, with those impassive eyes, reflects absolute malevolence and coldness. This is not the gaze of the individual whom Dushevna misses dearly. But all she needs is the name. As long as she reads out the name that she yearned to confirm day and night, she'll be able to set everything straight. The name rises from the depths of Dushevna's neurocloud, rushing to her lips. Like a sob suppressed for too long, it slips out.
DP12.
An ominous feeling stirs in Linton's chest as she hears that familiar name. Linton makes a move to stop Cocoon from hearing too much. She raises her eyebrows, walks in front of Cocoon to block her line of sight, and interrupts Dushevna.
素体を変えたのか？見た目が全然違う。
そうですね。識別コードを確認しましょう。
我のコードは DP12。
私を覚えていないのか？ 前に一緒に働いたことがある。
Oh, I bet this is probably weird for Linton too, because this is technically KSVK.
いや、覚えておらぬ。
これだけ時間が経っていればメンタルログが欠損してもおかしくないか。
He both are Cocoon smiles as she continues to stare at Linton, who is currently conversing with Dushevnaya. She speaks with the calm, gentle tone she's known for.
あなたにとって印象的な存在だったようですね。DP12 は。
私は今までの同僚全員を覚えている。ま、面白いやつに限るがな。
なるほど。記録によれば DP12 はグリフィンの情報処理テストで優秀な成績を収め、それを理由にマグニセキュリティに引き入れられました。あなたの記憶に残るほど有能だったのですね。しかしその後のイエローエリアの任務でブージャムに飲まれてしまった。あなたはかなり惜しんだのではないでしょうか。
人形一体が壊されただけだ。惜しむも何もない。むしろトラソーの方こそ10年近く経ったというのになぜこいつにこだわる。
それはあなたにとってそれほど大事なのですか。外部の人間なのに随分と財団に関心を寄せておられますが。
I mean, this is... I feel like if she mentioned... I don't actually know how much Cocoon knows of this whole ordeal, because this is an older situation. Because probably for most people, this seems like such an... this just seems like an old thing from the past that just needs to be cleaned up, rather than a actual whole ordeal that, like, Linton's going through right now. I'm actually kind of curious how this is being perceived.
財団の一員になるお考えでも。
雇い主のことを知れば働きやすくなる。仕事のうちだ。
Linton answers Cocoon fearlessly. Ignoring Linton's attitude, Cocoon smiles and takes a few steps forward. She turns her gaze to the workbench behind Linton, examining it with great interest. Dushevnaya returns Cocoon's appraising gaze with a look of perplexion. Cocoon only takes a moment to look at Dushevnaya's eyes and frame. A red glow lights up within her visual module the next second, signifying the completion of a long-range scan. Linton watches Cocoon closely, but she does not intervene like she did before.
もう一度識別コードと所属の確認を。
コード DP12 所属マグニセキュリティ。
Cocoon crosses her arms, fingers tapping rhythmically on her forearm. She cocks her head in doubt, but her uncertainty only lasts a second before disappearing into thin air. Cocoon puts away her smile and turns away, calmly walking back to Linton's side as if she's lost all interest in Dushevnaya.
何はともあれ、急な追加依頼にお答えいただきありがとうございます。しかし、DP12 は同じく廃棄された人形 KSVK と出撃したことがあります。安全面を考慮してメンタルリセットが必要になります。
こいつは今マグニセキュリティの資産だ。リセットしたいなら相応の手続きを踏んでくれ。
我々の依頼にはリセットも明確に含まれています。
Cocoon intentionally places emphasis on the word clearly.
依頼だとしても手続きは必要だ。規則は規則。今までと変わらない。
Cocoon turns her smile to Linton, but yet Linton does not back down at all. A moment of silence passes. Cocoon turns to leave.
では、申請後にもう一度お伺いします。
Sounds of her rhythmic footsteps move away from the warehouse, growing quiet. Dushevnaya still stares blankly in the direction that Cocoon had left, as if something within her neurocloud had got pieced together before disappearing into thin air again.
どういう経緯でここに来たのかはわからないが、これだけは覚えておけ。お前のメンタルはすでにリセットされたことがある。
Linton's icy voice drags Dushevnaya out of her daze.
KSVK がお前の本来のコードだ。 マグニのデータセンターにあるお前と DP12 の資料が密かに入れ替わっている。自分を見失うな。そしてこれをむやみに言いふらすな。
TP12 はどこだ？
Dushevnaya's voice is hoarse, to the extent that she is unable to keep up with her usual way of speaking.
まさか今の人形が彼女を見たら懐かしい気持ちになったのだ。我の身代わりとしてメンタルをリセットされ、今の人形になったのか？
That actually would be kind of terrifying, not gonna lie.
あれはお前の探してる DP12 じゃない。
Linton interrupts Dushevnaya's train of thought without any hesitation.
トラソーが人形一体にここまでこだわるのは異常だ。誰かがそうさせているとしか思えない。
Linton looks in the direction that Cocoon left and falls into a bout of contemplation. Could it be her? She does happen to be a doll with a rather tenacious drive to win. Dushevnaya suddenly speaks, interrupting Linton's thoughts.
我は仲間を探し出す。
Linton shoots an icy gaze at the determined doll for a moment and nods subtly.
私は DP12 の協力者だ。本物に会いたければ言うことを聞け。
Ah, yes. The spy channels are merging.
待機状態に入る。余計なことは喋るな、するな。お前はただ待ち続けるだけでいい。
Everything is going as Linton predicted. With DP-12 as bait, she manages to make Dushevnaya wait obediently in an environment alien to her, following her instructions. Finding KSVK undoubtedly means having an extra bargaining chip, something. Probably to make Helen do more work. Banana. Late at night, at Mengi Security decommissioned items warehouse, the unpleasant smell of machine oil and rusted metal saturates the air. Nikita digs through a pile of decommissioned doll frames, guided by a faint tracking signal. Although the Elmo did report a successful infiltration, Nikita can't help but worry about the dolls. The quiet pile of doll frames in front of her resembles a mass grave, containing nothing but decommissioned frames. That's gotta be terrifying to look at. Just as she begins to suspect a fruitless search that compels her to return, a faint clatter of a falling component rings from the corner of a warehouse. Also, what happened to the other girl? What happened to Bathilda? Nikita instantly goes on high alert. She quickly points her weapon in the direction of the sound's origin. A doll carefully emerges from behind the pile of doll frames that hid her. Illuminated by dim light, a huge gash is present on her waist. Her limbs seem to have sustained various degrees of damage. Nikita confronts the doll with her gun. A moment passes before the doll puts away her weary expression, seemingly having recognized something. Well, that answers that question.
あなたがボスの言っていた。
The air of tension finally eases after the two dolls confirm each other's identities and IDs. Nikita looks at Bethil's battered frame and frowns.
ボスからの知らせを受けて、早速あなたたちを探しに来たのですが、潜入したのは2人だとボスから聞いています。なのになぜあなただけがこの倉庫に？ドゥシェーブヌイは。
Again, who takes the dick? Oi! A bitter laugh escapes Bethilda's. I'm never going to escape that, am I? The axe has a scope, the banana has a suppressor. How tactical does Faye need to be? Very tactical. If we can't get much further than this.
マグニセキュリティに戻った後、連中のリーダー格は何かの命令を受けたようで、ドゥシェーブヌイさんだけを連れ去りました。
Are we sure it's Hawk and not Raven? I don't know who Raven is. I'm sorry.
私は一緒に行くと言いましたが、連中は私の話を聞くどころか、そのまま私を撃ち、ここに捨て去りました。
This is more than likely just something that comes from reading a lot. and doing a lot of like lore dives and analysis. Like, this is just something that came from me doing Ozanlane lore for as long as I have. It's just the habits that came out of it. I can't do much about it. It's like a brain trained on lore, basically. You pay attention to a lot of things both in and out of the game.
私みたいな民生用人形じゃジャンク品の倉庫がお似合いということでしょうね。まあ、むしろ動きやすくなって都合がいいですけど。
なるほど。ここまで来たのはいいですが、あなたもかなりの損傷を受けているようです。先に修理を済ませましょう。
Bethilde gives her neck a good stretch. She shows Niketa the tools she has on hand.
幸いパーツだけはたくさんあるので、最低限の修復はすでに済ませてあります。
Mathilda's voice sounds hoarse and distorted due to the damaged vocalization module. She notices Niketa's worried expression and shakes her head.
行動に支障はありません。そもそもこの素体はもともと大して戦えません。動いてくれればそれでいい。ここに来た以上、素体を捨てる覚悟はできています。何かあったらそのまま私を捨ててくれて構いません。
Facing Bethilde's calm expression, Niketa does not speak further on the matter. Instead, she changes the topic to their mission.
ルシエブヌイがどこに連れ去られたのか知っていますか？
Bethilde shakes her head, her voice brimming with helplessness.
いえ、通信がつながらなくなって追跡もできませんでした。DP12 を見つけるより先にルシエブヌイさんのメンタルがリセットされそうで心配です。
それならまだ大丈夫かと。マグニセキュリティが財団のために動いているのなら KSVK のメンタルにはまだ財団にとって大事な情報が残っている可能性が高い。財団の大物よりも前に彼女を探し出せばまだ間に合います。
当てはあるのですか？ルシエブヌイさんは DP12 として回収されました。その線をたどれば相手の素性を探れるかもしれませんが。
その通り、識別コードが入れ替えられていたことが大きな手がかりです。
Yeah, this is like a whole rabbit hole for everybody.
記録では KSVK の識別コードはすでに廃棄から稼働中に変わって所有権はレンティーヌにあります。言い換えれば KSVK の識別コードを持った DP12 は稼働状態にあるということです。
ということは相手と接触することができればルシエブヌイさんの状況も確認できると。
素性がわかるまで迂闊に接触しない方がいいでしょう。
Not yet.
はわかりますが、私はまずルシエブヌイさんの安否を確認したいです。私は廃棄された人形をたくさん見てきました。ルシエブヌイさんが回収されたことに対して嫌な予感しかしません。
いいでしょう。もう一度データセンターに潜入してみます。ただ私の権限ではクラッキングを仕掛けないと手に入れられない情報もあります。
リスクは
ありますが、なんとかなります。電子戦ならリバの支援も得られるでしょう。
Niketa connects to Mengi's security database once again, skillfully hacking into and bypassing the defense systems. She quickly makes a discovery while browsing through the archives.
KSVK の回収はトラソーの依頼みたいです。少人数で実行したあたり、おそらく公にしたくないのかと。あるいは依頼自体がフェイクである可能性もあります。
依頼が出された時間はエルモ号で謎の通信を受信した時間と同じです。まさか本物の DP12 が財団の名を使って この依頼を？彼女もドゥシェーブヌイさんを探しているのですか？
可能性は低いと思います。 DP12 の所有権を持つレンティーヌはかなりのやり手です。彼女の率いるカラミティ隊も名の知れた実戦部隊で、彼女にとって人形は道具に過ぎません。そんな人が DP12 にそのようなことをさせるとは思えません。
Let's have Archentry Doll do this. Outsider, they usually reserve those to kill armies. So I use this one to pick up a doll. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
だったら誰かが DP12 の生存を知って本物の DP12 を探しているということですか？
This also could be one of those situations where we just haven't seen Cocoon act yet. She probably has the ability to fight. She just prefers not to. It's kind of like like a person who's really good at fighting that conceals their overall competency by pretending to be stupid.
目的は最初から本物の DP12 と？
Or better than that, failing a test by getting all the answers wrong on a multiple choice.
The odds of just guessing randomly are impossible. Pretty much.
そう推測するのが妥当でしょう。しかし DP12 は消息を絶って久しい上に公式の記録では廃棄とされていたので。
Getting the test, that actually would be kind of funny.
それでも彼女を探そうとしているということは、そのものは DP12 と深い関係を持っている可能性が高いです。
When Nika tries to make a further attempt at decrypting the mission client info, the terminal screen suddenly turns red, error alerts popping without end. Level 2 of both dolls gets instantly invaded through the connecting interface.
気をつけて。見つかったようです。
Endless malicious code segments weave into a gigantic net, completely locking down the I didn't get to read the rest of that. Rep. They're all really close. There's no one else too far away from us.
Hi, hi.
I think if I stand right here, I should be able to hit most of them with this. And then at that point, it's just cleaning up everybody else. Oh! Hello there. I'm gonna save Ulrid's ability then. Honestly, I might just do this. And then relocate her. Because I'm pretty sure the end of turn thing will kill this guy. Yep. You can just shoot him from range. Oh, there's more people over here. Who do we still have? We have 3 that are showing up. 3. Oh, there is more over there. This guy is concerning. Can't I just do this? Wait, where's the... Which one was the AoE? I forget. This one's the AoE. Okay. We'll give this guy a nice little greeting when he spawns in. Hey buddy, how you doing? He's like, wait a minute. Why are you here? HQ never told me you were gonna glack. It's like when you play XCOM, you just have everybody Overwatch at a spawn point. Just instantly the amount of gunfire being spewed at those dudes. Oh, is your range that oh, that is a very small range. Yeah, you're just barely outside of it. How far do you go? He's gonna spawn in. That'll be fine. These are less likely. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no chance. There's no, like, percentage chance going on. No, Mr. Dinnergate. Oh! Well, hello there. That's a nice shield you got right there. Would be a real shame if somebody... You know what? Kralik, destroy this man. Bonk! I need you to hit him with your hammer. Speaking of people. Hi, how you doing? Get bananaed. Imagine if you could keep the mechanic back in the beta. Oh wait, there actually was a missed mechanic? That was actually possible? I can just keep doing this. There's no cooldown on it. Okay. I guess the weak part is it doesn't do as much damage if you don't have the stacks. I don't think I can... Do you even have stacks? You don't. It's fine. Oh, well, you know what? Just shoot him with a bow. Let's remember you have a bow. Just as Nikita and Bathilda are about to be consumed by the malicious data, another data stream, obviously different from everything else, appears within level 2. It does not fight against the data woven net. Instead, it aims for the interface that connects the attackers to the database, severing the link between them. The alarms stop immediately. Nikita and Bathilda receive a notification soon after, informing them about a location in great detail.
何か助かったようですね。さっき言ったリバが助けてくれたのですか?
Mighty hammer comes down on his head.
いえ、彼女ではなさそうです。データ攻撃から助けてくれただけでなく、ルシエ部内の位置まで教えてくれました。敵か味方かまだわかりませんが、手がかりが欲しければそこに行くしかないということですか?
Is this where they're gonna do the classic Bathilda has got cuffs on while Nikita walks around so it looks like she's doing something? Inside his standard monkey security workshop, while Bathilda and Nikita converse, Cocoon watches the defeated attacking data commands on the screen with a slight frown. Cocoon already knew that someone would try to investigate the additional mission that she issued, and tried to pinpoint her identity using that. What she didn't expect is for the third party to intervene in electronic warfare, a rather skilled old hand at that.
この手口、今までのどの敵とも違う。
Oh, and 10, okay. Cocoon talks to herself, somewhat confused.
まさか。いや、回収されたばかりでここまでできるものなの。
She recalls the clean, efficient, offensive technique that felt faintly familiar to her. A flicker of disgust crosses her eyes.
私の癖を見抜いた上で、似たような方法で反撃を加える。
It would be a case of you are your own worst enemy, wouldn't it? Cocoon connects to Monkey Security's internal network again. She changes her target, easily bypassing every clearance lock.
でもここまでよ。あなたはもう雲の糸に絡まれているんだから。
Cocoon sits in a luring trap within the Mengi security database. She has developed an indescribable sense of anticipation for this unknown opponent. Linton leads a squad to lock down Lonnie's location, shortly after the attack on the Mengi security database. Wait, why Lonnie? His office door is brutally slammed open. Linton's figure appears in the doorway. Behind her are members of Omen, the squad that she directly commands. Without a word, the squad members silently fan out from either side of Linton, effortlessly blocking all exits. Their icy gazes are locked onto each and every non-Omen individual within the office. Lonnie questions Linton, clearly irritated.
うちは訳ありの人間が多いからな。ネズミがいても不思議じゃない。
Linton walks up to Lonnie and tosses a data tablet onto the table.
数分前、お前のアカウントによるデータセンターへの不正アクセスを検知した。当然、それを報告した結果、お前の身柄を確保するよう命令が出た。
Yeah, Omen.
俺が不正アクセスだ。
Lonnie bulges his eyes wide, as if he had just heard something ridiculous.
閲覧権限を持ってるんだ。そんなことして俺に何のメリットがある？
私は事実を述べただけだ。侵入者は私のデータを閲覧し、改ざんを試みた。痕跡をたどった結果、それがお前のアカウントによるものだと判明した。
I mean, that's just your standard data access. You can blame the individual, but at that point you have to look at other vectors too.
そもそも俺はログインすらしていない。
私に言っても仕方ない。取り調べを受けてもらう。無実なら何も心配はいらないはずだ。お前も自分のアカウントで好き勝手やってるやつがいたら許せないだろ。連れて行け。
Lonnie protests appear futile under the silent oppressive pressure of Omen Squad. He is eventually escorted away by two Omen members on each side of him.
今に見てろ。
After watching Lonnie get taken away, Linton makes her way to a well-hidden room where DP-12 awaits her.
情報助かった。で、本当の侵入者は誰だ？
おそらくトラ奏者のものです。
第三世代人形のコクーンだが、トラソーでは情報エージェントとしてうちとのパイプ役を担当している。お前と KSVK のコードが入れ替わったことを気づかれれば、私は不利になる。
I just thought about the idea of Helen just being like, "Oh yeah, I'll give you information. Is it right? I don't know."
今さら上層部が KSVK ちゃんに注目するとは思いません。回収対象が DP-12 であった以上、彼らが本来狙っているのは私です。
いや、断定するのは早い。奴らの本当の目的はまだわからないが、一応 KSVK のリセットは中止させた。
Okay, so she at least knows of it now.
ありがとうございます。
あくまで一時的にだ。ロレンが調査員を派遣した。もう時間がない。私の方もすぐに相当任務に取り掛かれと上から何度も催促されている。このタイミングで、しかもこれだけ焦っているんだ。ろくな仕事じゃないのは確かだ。
Linton lets out a bitter chuckle.
もしかしたら相当対象は前みたいなパラデウスの拠点かもしれないな。
パラデウスが絡んでいると思っているのですか？
いや、ただ最悪の場合を想定しているだけだ。カラミティはそういう仕事を押し付けられがちだからな。
カラミティ、不名誉な名前ですね。それにどれだけ汚れ仕事をこなしても簡単に切り捨てられるかもしれないのですから。
私はお前が思っているほど悲観していない。そんな未来は私が許さない。相手の弱みを握って初めて交渉の土台に立てる。 お互い情報の重要さは知っているはずだ。この仕事がパラデウスと関係あるのか、どんな情報を利用できるか、お前なら探れるだろ。
ええ、KSVK ちゃんをかばってくれたのですからそれくらいは。
こういう面倒事は早く片付けるに越したことはない。あの指揮官のようになるのはごめんだからな。
Linton changes the subject, lacing her voice with a hint of mockery.
10年で随分と落ちぶれたものだ。リビウで爆発事件を起こすとはな。ホワイトエリアだぞ。ロレンが見て見ぬふりをするわけがない。
あなたも指揮官がそんなことするはずがないと分かっているはずです。
状況証拠的に濡れ衣を着せるには最適だ。
As this game's Angie. Oh. That would be interesting, I guess. Things are never as they seem, huh? I think that's gonna be something that she's gonna have to realize eventually. Debutant's smile remains unchanged, but her gaze turns icy.
今になってそのことを強調して脅すつもりですか？
One arm to oof.
英雄の末路を憐れんでいるだけだ。
Well, they do say, as what is it? History doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Doesn't have to be an exact.
ああいう手合いは戦士こそふさわしい。お偉いさんのおもちゃなど哀れにも程がある。
そういうあなたはどうですか？カラミティ隊もただの駒に過ぎません。
同列に語るな。私には打開策がある。あとは道具さえ揃えば。
道具ですか？私もあなたにとっては道具なのでしょうね。
利害の一致による協力は一番信用できる関係性だ。とはいえ、お前が裏切る可能性にも常に気を張る必要があるがな。
心外ですね。KSVK ちゃんと子守歌の件で私としてはもう共犯者のつもりなのですが。
人形の忠誠心など当てにならん。第三世代人形でもな。前のブルースフィアが指揮を取ったタイム、最後は全滅だ。
Well, I'm fairly certain that's because Meggy's security is not really someone they care about. They're probably more cannon fodder.
人形は道具。道具にあるのは役目だけだ。
I think the thing that she's gonna, the unfortunate reality she has to eventually realize is that humans are just as much of tools as dolls are. They just don't necessarily realize it. Though I guess to a degree, she could sit there and say like she won't be one, but I think she needs she'll eventually have the same realization of whatever the commander's viewpoint is on it. It almost in a way kind of feels like she's like the commander, but not in the sense that she has the same like outlook to dolls. There's definitely several differences, but her viewpoint eventually I think is kind of the same with the commander. To be fair, the 100% included blue. You're not wrong. Let's just see a rivalry between Skikon and Linton. I have a slight feeling that there's a possibility that she'll eventually come to realize, like, the reasons, like the same reasons that the commander has. The question is, what's she gonna do about it? She's already said she doesn't want to be a pawn, but how far is she willing to go with that statement?
それがあなたと指揮官の違いですね。
In a worst case, she just hates everybody and basically becomes her own villain. Or she ends up becoming, as you guys were thinking, a good ally to the commander.
協力するのですから、 少しは信頼してくれてもいいんですよ。
慣れ慣れしくするな。
KSVK ちゃんを守るためには戦力が必要です。そしてこのマグニセキュリティにおいてあなたはただ一人信頼に足る相手です。
Does she even know about Niketa?
あなたがいなければあの時私が KSVK ちゃんを助けて彼女がここから逃げ出すこともできませんでした。私を約束通り呼び起こしてはくれませんでしたが、まあその件については水に流しましょう。
Having somebody as like her own opponent is fun. Yeah. She seems like she's begun to dig. Oh, but it was only She's not. She's in the rabbit. She's already getting into the rabbit hole, but she's only just started. She's digging with like the little shovel rather than the big shovel. So easy to see her story going in a similar direction. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I could see where you guys are going with it. It just depends on how she reacts to understanding the environment she's in, especially if she ever talks to the commander and gets his perspective on things. If she could see eye to eye with that, I think that would make sense. The problem is, not everyone sees eye to eye with the commander, as we've seen. Misanthrope, just equal opportunity haters here. Hate everyone equally. Just becomes a nihilist.
くだらん。私は臆病者どもと違う。私を死地に向かわせたければそれ相応の代償が必要だ。保身で精一杯のトラソーに濡れ衣を着せる相手を襟好みできる余裕はない。
ご安心ください。データ偽造も情報操作もお手の物です。当局には一番都合のいいストーリーを用意します。
Like, I could find it really funny if she actually gets really high up in Maggie's security, and then at some point, when she makes the realization with the commander, she's like, "Dang it, he was right!"
ですので、そちらの誠意も見せていただけませんでしょうか。
KSVK は回収された。昔の問題を根本的に解決するためにリセットは免れない。私の方で一応阻止はしたが期待するな。
ええ、まずはあなたの言った場所に向かいます。リセットされようがされまいが必ず助けます。あの子のバックアップをあなたが握っている限り、私は協力せざるを得ません。
コクーンには気をつけろ。
Linton offers her a final reminder.
奴の狙いはお前だ。
ご忠告感謝します。もう終わりなの？まだ私の。
I do like that loading screen a lot. Mathilda and Niketa's footsteps echo through the corridor. The mysterious location info is akin to a bullet with no source. Who knows where it could lead them? Yet in their bid to find Dushevnai's whereabouts, Mathilda and Niketa choose to take the risk of following it, not knowing what kind of person had given them the coordinates.
ここは私が行きます。仮に見つかったとしても、あなたを巻き込まずに済みます。
マグニセキュリティの施設なら私の方が詳しい。私がいた方が安全です。
ありがとうございます。でも、もし見つかったら、
茨の道を共に歩いてくれる同志がいるだけで十分幸運と言えるでしょう。恐れるに足りません。
いや、そういう意味じゃ。
I don't think she has to worry about it as much. Mathilda, at the loss for words, rushes to explain.
もし私とドゥシェーブヌイさんのせいであなたの潜入が露見したら、一緒にここから撤退しましょう。
She's got bigger obligations.
私は戦術人形ではありませんが、一応タフな方です。時間稼ぎぐらいはできます。 それにここに来る前はちゃんとメンタルバックアップを取っています。この素体もマグニのものです。だから私には構わないでください。
気遣い感謝します。そうならないよう気をつけます。
Their conversation comes to an abrupt halt upon reaching their destination. The coordinates had pointed them to a spacious room. The room is filled with silence and stillness. Bathilda and Nikita exchange a glance, then separate in tacit agreement. They meticulously search every inch of the room, looking for any and all traces that might lead them to Deshevnaya.
ここには何もありません。
私はあっちを探してみます。
A faint metallic sound comes from outside the door, breaking the deathly silence within the room. With nerves taut, Bathilda reacts instantly. She lowers her center of gravity, preparing to rush toward the door. A hand grabs her wrist before she can do anything. Nikita shakes her head, then directs her gaze towards a half-opened metal cargo container that they had just searched. Rashly engaging the enemy would only ensure a swift end of their infiltration. Bathilda understood what Nikita meant. She uses reason to suppress her desire to fight. The two dolls then swiftly slip into a cramped cargo container before quietly closing the door. They're both kind of short characters, aren't they? The crisp sound of high heels grows louder as it draws nearer. Each and every step seems to fit precisely into some sort of rhythm, clear and solitary. It sounds like only one person is approaching. The gap in the door is letting in a sliver of light, but it's not wide enough to help see the face of the person who arrived. The footsteps pass them at an unhurried pace, but Bathilda tenses her body again, ready to burst out of the container if the stranger makes a suspicious move.
やっぱりここなのね。
The unhurried yet clear footsteps suddenly come to an abrupt halt. Bathilda peers through the gap. She can only see a blurry figure standing before a workbench not far away. Yeah, I always thought Nikita was taller, but she's pretty short. Oh no, she is very short. Bathilda's also very short from what I've seen. Like, they're both really, really, really tiny, at least compared to the commander. A rather familiar-looking doll frame lies on the workbench, seemingly sound asleep.
あれはルシェムナイさん。
遅かったか。
The woman gently caresses the frame's face. She speaks softly, her voice threaded with an almost imperceptible sigh.
救いより先に敵は来るものよ。素体を解体してメンタルをリセットすれば、過去のあなたはどこにもいなくなる。
Hey Grimlock, it's going alright. We're getting through the story as usual. Bathilda clenches her fist inside the cramped container. She sees it. Dushevnaya's frame is right there, on the workbench. She wants to rush out to save her immediately, but Nikita pushes her down, slowly shaking her head. The visitor's footsteps come to a halt right next to Dushevnaya, yet the silence feels far more terrifying than the continuous clacking of heels. The unknown threat hangs over them like an invisible formless net, trapping them firmly, boiling them in anxiety every passing second.
このままリセットさせるわけにはいかない。どんなに危なくてもいますか。
The thought shoots through Bathilda's neurocloud in an instant. She clenches her fist, about to push open the container door. The stalled footsteps suddenly resume, but this time, they head straight for Bathilda and Nikita's container.
昔、星が見えなくなった夜に、帰り道はどこって聞いてきたわね。
The woman's voice carries an upward inflection, as though she were recalling an interesting memory.
私は帰り道も星空もそこにある。今はただかくれんぼしてるだけなの。
Short
と
stacked.
答えた。
She do be, yeah, no. There's a lot of them in this game. From what I have seen in terms of like the height charts. Her voice draws near. She is almost right outside of the door.
だから捕まえて誰にも見つからない。例えばロッカーに隠すのはどうかしら。
気づかれた。
Well, Wait, are we fighting? Really?
私がお守りいたします。
Oh, we have to drag you out. Strikes first has the upper hand. Not necessarily. Alright. Oh, there's two that are mandatory. Mandatory. Alright, you know what? We're gonna bring the mandatory squad and the two with bonk sticks. So, we're just gonna ignore these two and bonk Helen, right? Question is, chat, which one of these two will do the bonking? Who does the bonking, chat? Ah! I need to put this up here so that way it doesn't do that again. Who does the bonking? Both. I'm pretty sure one of them is going to wipe out the is all it takes is one of them is gonna do it. Both is good. My Krolik is built enough to probably be able to one-shot her. For novelty, Fetusa. Aww. It's fine. I actually do like the fact that you can actually move the cameras like this, so you can actually see everybody. It's a really clever way to mess with the camera. Because then you can actually see their, like, full models. Not the highest of quality, but they're still pretty dang good for what they are. But then again, they don't expect you to, like, look this close to them in this form. Because you can definitely see a lot of the textures, like, the face is definitely different. Alright, how do we bonk?
Hi, hi.
Oh, I don't even have 6 confectants. This is around the time where you stopped yesterday. Fair enough. Yeah, that's just gonna wipe her out. Can I just, like, hit her with a stick? I can just hit her with this. Bonk! The brief clash ends with the blue-haired doll nimbly taking a few steps back, successfully dodging Nikita and Bathilda's attack. She stands under the light and offers them both a gentle smile.
おふざけが過ぎたようですね。私たちは敵同士ではないと思いますが。
Lowering her head, the blue-haired doll looks at the face of the doll lying on the workbench, her expression one of tender affection. The calm, gentle demeanor makes Nikita come to a swift realization.
あなたは本当に DP12 ですか？
覚えてくれてたんですね。VSK94。はい。私のグリフィンでの名前は DP12。ですが今は本当の名前ヘレンとお呼びくださいな。
ヘレン、お久しぶりですね。
DP12？ あなたがドゥシェーブヌイさんの探していた？
あら、ドゥシェーブヌイ。そう。この子またこの名前を。
Go back to that name. Oh. Co-workers finding out they work for the same company. Yeah, I'd be like that. Helena, what? Helen's that's gonna be I'm gonna do that a lot. I already know I am gonna do that. Helen and Helena. Literally a character off. Helen's smile softens even more as she caresses Dushevnaya's sleeping face. She fixes her gaze on Bathilda, tilting her head in curiosity.
あなたはこの子の新しいお友達ですか？
She's been the one taking care of her.
彼女はバチルダ、私たちの仲間です。あなたとルシェーブヌイを探すためにここに来ました。
Two spies figuring out they work are the same. Yeah. Bathilda shoots the sleeping doll a glance before nodding stiffly.
こんにちは。ルシェーブヌイさんとは人形コミュニティの仲間です。
Oh boy, what?
彼女の様子は。
間に合いませんでした。すでにメンタルをリセットされています。情報漏洩を防ぐためでしょう。
くそ、私のせいだ。
Isn't it like partially backed up though at the Elmo? Or however they managed to back it up?
私が戦術人形だったらドゥシェーブヌイさんと一緒に連れてこられたのに。
マグニセキュリティの方からヌイちゃんに接近したのですか？
はい、ドゥシェーブヌイさんとはイエローエリアで出会いましたが、その時から記憶を失っていました。
There's like two different variants of backup. They've got the backup that supposedly Linton has, and then they have the backup at the doll community.
ある日、メンタルを整理している最中に DP12 という名前を思い出したのです。しかし、それと同時に彼女の座標はマグニセキュリティへ送信されました。そして彼女のよく知っている声がマグニセキュリティ内で会うよう語りかけたようです。
おかしい。
Nolan furrows her brow slightly.
グリフィン再編の際、私とヌイちゃんは一緒にマグニセキュリティに配属され、簡単な護衛任務を担当していました。あの子は頑張りすぎたせいで知ってはいけない情報を知ってしまい、財団から廃棄命令が出ました。私は識別コードを改ざんして、すでに廃棄されている記録をでっち上げました。本来ならマグニに追われることはないはずです。
3 times she said her mind
あ
wiped.
の声は一体誰なのでしょう。マグニにいてヌイちゃんと縁のある人物は私しか。
正直私たちにも分かりません。ですがマグニが人をよこしたのは事実です。
だからあの子、何が何でも真実を確かめたくてここに来たのね。
Helen's eyelids lower slightly, as though she let out a quiet sigh.
やっとここから出られたのに、また自分から戻って。私を探しに来ると余計危険な目に遭ってしまうのに。
I'm wondering how long this is going to be before the commander gets brought up in this conversation.
狙われているのはあなたの方かもしれません。トラ奏者はあなたのメンタルをリセットしようとしているようです。ドゥシェーブヌイがマグニセキュリティに連れ戻された。
None of them have eyes.
それが原因です。
They probably didn't do a thorough background check. That's why I'm sitting here like, Cocoon doesn't seem to have a full grasp of this picture, which is weird.
ですが私は財団やマグニの情報を何も知りません。
あなたのメンタルにあなたですら知らない何かがあるのかもしれません。以前コロナホール計画のファイルであなたの資料を見ました。マグニの資料と違って計画に参加していたあなたの姿は今のあなたと同じです。
コロナホール計画とは？
私の権限では詳細を調べることができませんでした。ただあなたの名前は確かに計画のリストにありました。
わかりました。私の方で調べてみます。
私たちはどうすればドゥシェーブヌイさんのメンタルは元通りになりますか？
Bethesda points anxiously at the frame on top of the workbench, which appears to be sound asleep.
バックアップはあるはずですが、それもマグニを抜け出す前のものです。
And this is how they get it.
エルモ号に連れ戻すしかないです。
Oh, yep, here is the commander.
ここに来る前に指揮官のところでバックアップを取りました。
指揮官と一緒なのですか？
Instantly, she's like, "Oh, and now the location of the commander bargaining chip that Linton has is gone." Because there's more than one person who knows.
The word commander is like a pebble cast into a calm lake, sending ripples and waves across Helen's calm neural space. She had been searching for that name for far too long. Yeah, we're good, don't worry. She started using Linton's clearance, using Mingy's security, the moment she started working for her. Sifting through vast amounts of intelligence on the regular, yet she was never able to find any concrete information. But now, after years of searching and information about the person she had been seeking, suddenly fell within reach, gazing at the unfamiliar doll standing before her. Helen's heart floods with an inundation of tangled feelings. The sheer volume of information leaves her momentarily speechless. Her thoughts are instantly overrun with questions and worries about that individual. And what is the commander thinking about now? What is the commander's goal? An overwhelming number of questions start to surface from the depths of her neural cloud. Watching Helen sink into thought, Nikita gestures toward her comms equipment.
Boss, 指揮官と通信しますか?
That's very kind of you, Nikita. That actually is really sweet. It's such a small thing and has no overall relevance to the plot line, but that is a very sweet gesture.
いいんですか? でも今話せば迷惑に.
You can just imagine, Nikita, what's wrong? What happened? And then you just hear her crying through the headset. Oh, that will be funny.
指名手配中なのに連絡を取ったら敵に見つかる恐れがあります。
Helen suddenly becomes talkative. She keeps voicing her worries one after another, yet the light in her eyes only grows brighter.
足がつかない特殊な暗号化チャンネルがあります。相手が電子戦に特化していなければ問題ないはずですが。そういえば、さっき私たちを助けてくれたのはあなたですか?
ええ。誰なのかは知りませんでしたが、敵の敵なら手を貸しても良いと判断しました。
And now they are far from the enemy of your enemy. They are like the, oh my god, the commander. They know the commander. I need to help them.
敵だった場合も想定して、万が一の場合にはあなたたちを消す準備もしています。追跡から得た情報だと、相手はトラソウの人形、名前はコクーンと言います。
敵の正体が分かれば、少なくとも対応が遅れることはないでしょう。では、ボスとの通信をつなげます。
はい。おね。
Just sitting here like Helen's like on the verge of breaking down. When Nikita is working to set up the call, Helen simply stands still, lost in a daze. Her eyes lose focus while her hands silently clench into fists. Only when Nikita gestures for her to speak with the commander does she return from the swirling whirlpool of her thoughts. After a long, hesitant pause, Helen finally builds up the courage to put the call through.
お久しぶりです。
Helen's voice wavers. She fights to keep it even. Yet a subtle tremor in her voice slips through, revealing the cracks made from the years of buried longing in her restless heart.
ニキータが君とドシェーブヌイの状況を教えてくれた。君を見つけられたんだ。ドシェーブヌイとバチルダが潜入した甲斐があった。
指揮官は今どうされているのですか? グリーンエリアとホワイトエリアで指名手配されていますよね。
ああ、だからしばらくは財団の力が及ばないイエローエリアに滞在するつもりだ。今はどこか良さげな場所を探して拠点にしようと思っている。
拠点ですか?
The channel falls silent. Helen casts her gaze down to the cold metal floor,
tracing its crisscrossing lines as if an answer can be found within them. After a long silence, she opens her mouth. This time, her voice is soft and quiet.
指揮官は居場所を見つけることはできましたか?
Either says not yet, or he says as long as he goes straight for like a Riz answer or something.
I
don't think he'd do that though, really. Helen raises her head sharply, her eyes alight with fierce urgency. The following sentence costs her nearly all of her courage.
それでは私がいいえ、私も一緒にあなたの居場所を作らせてください。指揮官の帰りをただ待っていたことをずっと後悔していました。だからぬいちゃんにいつになったら私たちの居場所が見つかるのって聞かれたとき、これから私たちが作るのよと答えました。
I don't think that'd be the case. She'd be aware. This time the silence lasts even longer. Not the silence of rejection, but a silence woven from surprise, wistfulness, and the emotion of a profoundly moved heart.
迷惑ですか?
Crushes something as she listens. My account over here, Vivi, Mosin, and Doris Groza, all crushing something. And Sabrina, sorry. All crushing something. And when that update comes, eventually the cat.
人間の重視する財産も地位も私たちにはどうでもいいことです。私たちを仲間だと思う人と一緒にいられれば。
Oh, and Macchiato, right. I feel like, I'm just like, I'm missing somebody. Macchiato. The Macchiato would probably do it, then go, or something like that, when we look at it. Finally, the voice from the other end of the call speaks again, this time carrying a hint of relief and imbued with a familiar warmth. Go to imagine what Bathilda's thinking. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Like, yet I have to think about it from that angle too, because like Suomi's vouched for him. I'm sure Niketa's probably has either said something or has mentioned something about him, if she's asked. And now here's TP12 wanting to be with them, and it's one of those cases where I bet Bathilda's just like, what on earth does this man do? Like, it's at this point where it's like her entire worldview of human bad is falling apart. Helen's taut shoulders finally slump in that very instant, as though an immense burden had finally been lifted.
そのお誘いを待っておりました。
Man's about to make a doll cry.
マチルダを離脱させよう。彼女たちの目的は君を探すことと、マグニセキュリティが人形コミュニティに手を出した理由を探ることだからな。半分達成できた。
残りは私も全力で協力します。マグニセキュリティに関する情報ならお任せください。
頼んだ。今は時間がない。ルシエブヌイの救出を優先しよう。また連絡する。
I'm gonna laugh now because I'm just like, how's Linton gonna work with this?
はい。お気をつけて。エルモ号での再会を楽しみにしております。
You know why I actually almost kind of wish that they illustrated this bit just so they can show how much this means to Helen. Because there are some things that simply just words and voice acting don't fully describe. And extreme emotions like that are big, especially after 10 years.
Oh, I didn't even read that last one because I was too busy thinking about something. Once the call ends, Helen brings a hand to her chest, as though she was fighting to hold back the torrent of emotions flooding her neural cloud. She finally calms down after a while, offering a smile to Niketa and Bathilda.
おかげでヌイちゃんの状況が分かりました。けれど、まだヌイちゃんの過去のバックアップを手に入れられてないので、ここから出るにはもう少し時間がかかりそうです。
Of what I did to... Wait, what do you mean? Lowering her hand, Helen gently smooths out Deshevnaya's tangled hair.
それまでにヌイちゃんの組対を見張っておきます。マグニがあなたたちのコミュニティを襲った理由も今のうちに調べた方がいいでしょう。
I feel more illustrations would be nice during talking points and emotional points in the story. Yeah, it does. It definitely does. Like, I felt a lot of the ones in Laney's event did a very good job because it really focused on a lot of the extremes that happened during that. Granted, some of it's probably older stuff, I imagine, which is fine. Reusing it for the point of the story is fine. But it's like a lot of the illustrations they used there really got the point across all the more, which is nice. It is a lot of work, though.
バレないように気をつけます。
あなたの組対は戦闘向きではないようですね。私の権限で組対交換を手配します。
いいんですか？お願いします。
Yeah, I'll make sure it doesn't miss that again. Frame replacement. Oh, I see.
いえいえ。マグニの保有する組対なので気に障らないといいのですが、交換後識別コードを改ざんしてあなたを任務に同行させます。マグニは近頃戦力増強のために人形を大量に導入したばかりです。何かあればいつでも私に言ってください。ですがしばらくはデータセンターに侵入しない方がいいでしょう。情報戦は敵の方が一枚上手です。くれぐれも気をつけてください。もう終わりなの？まだ私の
Level 20. Level 20. After finalizing the infiltration plan for Niketa and Bathilde, DB-12 composed herself and returned to Linton's office. The office is tidy and cold as always, just like its owner.
KSVK にあったのか?
Linton asks in an even tone, continuing to flip through documents without bothering to look up.
もっと早ければすでにメンタルをリセットされていました。
私の方で阻止しようとしたが、相手の方が権限が上だった。お前のせいじゃない。
つまりあのコクーンという第三世代人形が指令の改ざんを？
用意された事実を信じた方が身のためだ。
Yeah, she would be someone to get it through that.
ええ、私たちもその事実の一部を作ったわけですから。コクーンと比べれば改ざんは微々たるものですが。
Lynn puts down her documents, leans back on the chair and crosses her hands.
KSVK のバックアップは私が持ってる。心配するな。
But this creates the problem. Who do you bring back? KSVK? Or Dushevnaya?
もちろん、私に最後まで協力するのが私とやる条件だがな。
今回も助けられなかった。
A red look of dejection crosses DP-12's face. Linton casts her a glance before standing up with her arms crossed. You do the merge function. You're not... Then you lose both. Something that people need to... Like, a person's... it's not exactly going to be the same for both. You're going to get an amalgamation of the two. Think of it like this, for those of you who are AL players. You have old Kaga, and you have the current Kaga that came from the Amagi CV event. That Kaga isn't the same Kaga as the other one. One of them had memories that goes further than that Kaga's. So when you merge the two, and especially when you add in the fact that the Kaga from Amagi's event knows that there is an older Kaga's memories that she's gonna get, you create an environment where you get neither. Overriding simply changes, basically forces one to be removed. But even then, if they at least know that they're merging with another version of themselves' own memories, they become an entirely different entity regardless. It's kind of like how there's the idea. This goes further if you want to think about it too. Think about the concept of a character for those of you who play Azur Lane. They know about every version of themselves. Then backfill missing memories that she... Sure, but you lose... But like I said, in the process, you have Dushevnaya that was created during the time of recovery from being deactivated and rescued by the doll community to now, before the wipe, which is just all those memories and all that whatever personality is formed from that period of time, which can still very much differ from the one that was GFL1 KSVK up until the initial wipe. Those memories and personality may not exactly be one-to-one. So when you merge them, you get a mix of memories from two stages, and you basically get the old version of KSVK gets new memories, which can completely change who she was. You have Dushevnaya, who gets old memories that can still change who she was. So in a way, it creates this third Dushevnaya. That's an amalgamation of the two. So it's not going to be it's not going to be dramatically different, but to say it's the same as either of them is not true. This is something I had to think about with Kaga, something I think about with the meta phenomenon and like the whole concept of a character. So it's like, to give you a better idea, let's say that you're in another timeline of yourself. You have found yourself and you and that person merge. Are you going to be the same person after that merge? The answer likely will not be true. Or the answer will be no. Because you're merging whatever you know with what that version of you knows, which can completely change the way you perceive things. Or like another example, one side has seen the horrible things that humanity has done, the other one has not. You know, if you merge those two, what happens? You're not someone that you either stop becoming someone that sees the world as the absolute worst thing, or sees the world as the absolute best thing, and become more balanced. That's an extreme case, mind you. But the idea is that the sets of a personality is derived from history as well as what a person experiences. So it creates this conundrum of you're not really getting the same person back. So merge, yeah, you could do it, but if you're hoping for it to be either one of the two versions of Dushevnaya, it's not going to happen. Yeah, when you would GitHub merge, a commit, more or less. Yeah, I guess a fork. You could fork off of it, an update happens, and then you push that fork's update on top of an already existing update. So you create an amalgamation of the two. Yeah, that would work. It just gets a little messy. Anyway.
KSVK の検査報告を読んだ。かつてリセットを中断された後、彼女のメンタルはずっと混乱状態だった。
Counterpoint, this is a different world. Well, again, I don't think it's necessarily a counterpoint. The only reason I would say, like, sure, if you want to go about that, I'm just going off of what I would understand, like, if it was me instead. Like I said, if I went through my whole life the way that it is now, and then I went through a completely different life where I had everything that could go wrong went wrong, you know, you'd have me who is kind of, yeah, I don't know how you would describe me in this case, versus this nihilistic version that has seen everything that has gone wrong, that could go wrong. Who knows what other negative emotions I might have. If you merge those two, you're gonna have a completely different person than either of the two of them. Or I guess another way you could look at it is from a color perspective. You mix red with blue, even if they're both a color, you're not going to get the same color when you mix. That's just the way I would look at it. Plus, we don't also know how backups work either. Yeah, true. I guess that is one point you could have, is that the backups actually manage to restore that. But I still think that with how memories work and how personalities form from memories, you know, that's gonna blur the line on how their personality is. So, it's fine.
幸か不幸か、今回徹底的にリセットされてメンタルは正常に戻った。
結果のためなら家庭はどうでもいいというのですか。
We'll explain things out, so you're catching things up. The next major will explain things out. So you're catching things up is... You mean like what, like the things I'm thinking about? Is that what you mean? I'm sorry if I'm a little bit confused there. It's just, again, like when you do a lot of lore analysis for a game, it changes the way you look at stories. That's just the way that I am now. It's not that it's a bad thing. I like it. I like it actually, if anything, because it gets me more involved in stories and gets me more analytical. I do catch things that find odd, but it's at the same time, you know, it makes me appreciate well-written stories a lot more. Remember OTS 14 and Gross. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, those two. I guess that's one way to look at it. What if you what would you have either of them, if you merged both of their memories, would they be the same person? Would it be one of the two of them? I guess that's what I would have to ask then. So, it's fine.
感情は計画を乱す不安定要素でしかない。
あなたの善意は随分限定的なのですね。
Brain is not braining. It's fine. Like I said, when I'm tired, I make stupid mistakes. So, I don't blame you.
感情で判断を鈍らせるな、DP12。あのコクーンの権限は異常なまでに大きい。私の見立てでは、トラソーは全ての権限を奴に解放している。
KSVK ちゃん関連の任務も彼女の独断による可能性が高い。
奴はお前に興味を持っている。
ご冗談を。何年も前に廃棄された人形を気にかける者などいません。
奴の目的はどうでもいい。私たちが改ざんした痕跡に気づかれる前に排除するか、直接メンタルに侵入する必要がある。手際よくやれ。面倒事はごめんだ。
もちろんです。何はともあれ、KSVK ちゃんのバックアップを守ってくださったことには感謝しています。
Don't we know some of the AR team? I feel like I've heard you guys mention AR team before.
なら早く済ませるんだな。
Like I almost wanted to say row for some reason, but I don't think that's right. Oh, it is Row. Okay. Row and Suppo. Oh, okay. Wait, I can understand. Isn't Row is like a unique case because she's like a, what was it, the experimental Gen 3 or something, right? Suppo though? M4, M16, Row Suppo, and R15. Okay, interesting.
ご心配なく。すべて計画通りです。ロニーさんの件はその第一歩。財団とのつながりを示す証拠を見つけさせるために。 あからさまな情報を流しても怪しまれるだけです。それらしいことを匂わせて泳がせておくべきでしょう。
確かにな。今度こそ私を駒扱いしてきた連中に一泡吹かせてやる。
They're based on a brain scan of a real person. It's all sisters made by Chris. Ro was just the most advanced one of the bunch. Ah, I see.
それとカラミティ隊を任務記録から消せ。
So they're different, and like from the perspective of actually being based on like something like Soma, the story of Soma. For yeah, actually, Soma is a very good. If you guys wanna get an idea of that kind of stuff even more, look at a game called Soma. If you've never watched it or played it, it plays into that pretty well. With like brain scans and the dangers of like having multiple copies of oneself. And some of just the atrocities that could come out of it. I loved how it went about its own ways of like playing into that.
ロレンの裏切り者になってやるほど愚かじゃないからな、私は。だがあいつの方は
指揮官のこと信用しているようですね。
信用？いや、失望だ。
ああ。
理想のために全てをかなぐり捨てるのはバカがすることだ。あの時のあいつが持っていたものが私にもあれば、もっとうまくやれていた。
Yeah, this is probably where the disagreement will be.
あいつが手放したのは私がずっと求めていたものなんだ。あいつの選択を私は認めない。
Maybe he felt he had no. Well, I mean, he definitely didn't have a choice, but still.
選択ね。
DB12 looks at the woman before her. An undisguised ambition to climb upward burns in those eyes. Absolute confidence in their own abilities. A conviction that she could change the world. DB12 could glimpse in Linton a faint shadow of who the commander once was every now and then. She understood long ago. Linton's initial collaboration with her and KSVK were mere curiosity toward the legendary commander. She was hoping to pry some commander-related intel from the two dolls. Their partnership is fragile enough to shatter at a touch. The moment Linton loses interest in the commander, or when the risk of collaboration outweighs the benefits, their relationship will come to an abrupt end. To Linton, dolls have always been, perhaps, nothing more than tools unworthy of a second thought. She could be used as a disposable pawn by Linton at any moment. But that call with the commander was like a ray of warm light piercing through a long winter that had frozen over Helen's heart. The confusion and uncertainty of the past had dissolved in an instant. Helen's desire to break free from Meg's security has never been stronger than now. However, there's still some work that has to be done before she leaves. She must make full use of every permission she currently possesses if she wants to bring the commander better intel. Someone knocks on Linton's office door. The aide who always follows Linton interrupts the conversation between her and DP12. It's our boy Kenny! His name actually was Kenny! Oh, I wasn't sure if it was Kevin or Kenny. Oh no, I swear if they ever make a "they killed Kenny" joke, I will actually lose it.
よし、尻拭いに行くぞ。
Yo, Kenny. I'm pretty sure Kenny's face was revealed a couple events ago. I'm fairly certain. Maybe one or two. And then steps out of the office, taking the lead of her squad to prepare for the trip to the mission site. She comes face to face with Lonnie in the empty corridor. Displeasure is written all over his face, malice nearly spilling from his eyes. Linton ignores the hostility leaking out of him. She stops with perfect composure, then takes the initiative to raise a hand in a greeting, her attitude bordering on provocation.
さすがの人脈だな。もう出てきたのか。
ティーヌ。ガラミティ隊なら好き勝手してもいいと勘違いしているようだが、わきまえろ。
I was typing the Kenny joke.
俺はお前の踏み台になどならん。
If they don't, we will. Is Kenny ironically going to become like the most like watched member of Omen Squad, even with Linton here, because people are gonna be like, no, not kidding. They killed him. And then they're like, we can't even say the rest of the joke because that's directed at us. Also, man, Meggy security characters really do have the most intensive faces. You have her, whatever this is trying to be. Some form of like a death glare and a smug look at the same time. And then you have his, which is an actual death glare. Kitty gonna be Linton's character? I swear that would be hilarious. And then she says the line instead. Oh.
お前の部下が協力を申し出たんだ。私は別にこの仕事を受けようが降りようがどうだっていい。
おい、本当か？
いや、敵は厄介ですし、上もずっとせかしてくるから。それにレンティーヌ副司令は倍の報酬をもらえるよう交渉してくれたんです。
あ、
いつからそんなお人よしになったんだ、レンティーヌ。
ついでだ。そんなに急いでほしいなら追加報酬を出すのが筋だろ。財団は私とお前に別々の仕事を振っているが、やらせようとしていることは同じだ。お前の情報網が健在ならもう知っているはずだ。
言われてみれば。
More screen time after this and more development after who joins. Okay. Lore Master is, you mentioned his name earlier, Ferrari, right?
どうしたん
I
だ
think I've seen his posts on X and Twitter.
ところで、攻撃する予定の拠点にどんな秘密が隠されているか知っているか？
Contrary to her usual unapproachable demeanor, Linton takes the initiative to move closer to Lonnie, her softened manners clearly putting Lonnie at ease.
リビウの事件以来、いろんな噂が立っている。目標地点は放射能に汚染されているんじゃないか？
マグにはそんな外れ仕事を引き受けるほどバカじゃない。金はもらってんだから余計なことは考える。何でもやらなきゃいけない普通の PMC よりよっぽど恵まれてるからな。いいことを教えてやろう。ロレンはすでに調査チームをリビウに派遣した。大企業は例外なく後ろめたい事情がある。これから仕事は増える一方だ。上を焦らせた方が報酬を釣り上げるチャンスも増える。
その考え方嫌いじゃない。
どういう意味だ？
お前と組めば少なくとも損をすることはない。行こう。追加報酬が出たんだ。私の分け前も増やしてもらうぞ。
Well then, the moment Meggy Security sets out for the mission, their movements are made known to the Elmo through Niketa's anonymous comms channel. A sense of unease gradually spreads to the doll community upon hearing that the enemy is attacking again. Once again, the Elmo joins the defense at the request of swarming the doll community. Helen, who is currently still in Meggy Security, quickly notifies me as well.
こちらの部隊は出発しました。時間に追われているのですぐに到着すると思います。
迎撃準備をしておく。
その必要はないでしょう。現状指揮官と直接衝突するような動きはありません。むしろ指揮官は関わらない方がいいと思います。見た限りこれはいつもの汚れ仕事です。
Oh.
現在指定された座標へ相当に向かっています。指名手配中の身でそこに現れたら。
ならやっぱり交戦は避けられない。その座標とやらはバチルダたちの本拠地なんだ。
そうですか。どう うやら手を加える必要がありそうですね。
できるか？
ええ、ちゃんと都合の良い状況を作り出します。現在マグニの主力は外周に配置されているので、私とニキータさんも動きやすくなっています。私とドゥシェーブヌイさんもしばらく気づかれる心配はありません。
Oh, she's in the new frame, I guess.
よかった。交流はできたので、あとは脱出するだけですよね。はい。ただ、ドゥシェーブヌイさんのバックアップも取り戻さないといけません。コミュニティの安全に関わる情報がないか確認しないと。
This is pretty much just a situation of if they get Dushevnaya as backup, they don't need anything else. Like, if they can figure out where Linton stored this, then Linton no longer has any bargaining chips, and then Helen can just be like, later.
心配するな、バチルダ。指揮官が加勢してくれたおかげで当分は平気だ。敵陣の中にいるお前たちこそ気をつけてくれ。
I am genuinely curious how she feels about the commander as this event goes on.
勝てなさそうだったらすぐに逃げろ。ご安心ください。バチルダさんにはマグニの資産を使って射撃管制コアを搭載しました。
Most all the mega frames have huge ballistic armors. I mean, I don't really know. It just feels like they're constantly like an engagement squad. Like you have Omen squad, which goes out into actual hot conflicts, so they probably would need the armor. Then I think they also said they're like bodyguards for high officials, which wouldn't also need the the strong armor. Ironically, giving them Milford to Linton without even knowing it. That's the best part.
ええ、これで私も戦闘面で役に立てます。皆さんのもとへ駆けつけることはできませんが、どうか気をつけて。まずくなったら臨時拠点を放棄することも視野に入れてください。ああ、ちゃんと戦況を見極めるさ。敵の狙いがコミュニティそのものじゃなかったら適当に反撃してからすぐに離脱する。マグニの部隊の情報をそちらに同期しました。
ありがとう。
皆さん、ご武運を。敵が来ました。迎撃します。
Uh-oh. More security people. Oh, it's the flyer. Wait. Can I mean, I have what? I have three. Wait. I have two people that can shoot. I guess AoE still applies? How does this work on a melee? How does this work for melee characters? Can I still actively hit him with, like, Kralik? Yes. Yes, I can. Ironically, I could probably actually still hit him with this. No, I'm one tile short. You can still swat at them. The entire idea of that is just funny. I almost do want to just do this and just detonate. If I go back one, I can just move right one. This will do. Flares are too dumb to stay out of range, yeah. It's not like how in Arknights they have the, what's it called, low altitude flyer dudes. Wait, no, it's this one. Oh, I only have enough for two. What does bypass do again? Don't really have a way to deal with that guy now, do I? I guess I could do this. Oh, wait, no. Because she should be cloaked here, I think. Could be wrong. It doesn't matter. Oh, nope, she's definitely not. Alright. Crawl like bonk this man. Oh, he's definitely dead on his turn. Brilliant. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Shoot? You're gonna fall over and die. Bonk. He just stood there, like. I want to imagine that fight ends with the dude just standing still, and then it just slowly falls over with like the like cliche creaking noise. I wasn't expecting Faye to just throw that at him.
勝てないのなら引け。もっともここにいる敵はお前が言うほど厄介じゃないはずだが、こっちも何から何まで面倒を見てやるきりはない。
I don't even think Omen is prepared to take on an entire army of T-dolls.
この程度の敵に手こずっているのか？逃げ足の速さだけが取り柄の連中だぞ。
所属不明の人形から攻撃を受けています。が、あまりにも強すぎて、このままでは探査者を守りきれません。
You catch that? Yeah, no kidding.
お願いします。報酬は山分け。いや、そっちが8割でいいので。
Shut up and take my money.
ああ、わかった。
Just as Linton was half-heartedly preparing to order her team to change course, an encrypted call comes through.
DP12 か。どうした？
ロレンの者が先ほどマグニセキュリティを訪問しました。
面白い。
財団から可及的速やかに任務を完了せよ。手段は問わない。との緊急指令が下りました。
了解。カルメン・イグナシオからの直命だ。直ちに本命の指定座標へ向かうぞ。上もようやくしびれを切らしたか。だがこれで攻守交代だ。座標の場所に何があるか調べられるか。
データセンターと照合しましたが何も。
だろうな。どうせろくな場所じゃない。
Guess who the representative is? Cocoon? Maybe, I don't know.
コクーンから情報を引き出せないか試してみろ。
So you're referring to, right? The representative. Wait, no, this is the URNC representatives. Representatives plural. I highly doubt it's Colin. So it's either Kruger or the other two dolls.
私のことをそんなに信頼してくださるのですね。
お前は一番よく働く駒だからな。
なるほど。何か分かればすぐにお知らせします。
目標変更だ。総員撤退。
それはどうなっている？
This poor man.
カルメンから直々にせかされた。落とせないのならここは諦めろ。
Sorry, dude. Later. At making security, while Linton is out in the field, Helen fulfills her promise and makes use of all the available clearances to gather as much all possible intel related to the top brass in Lviv. The recently arrived URNC investigators have stationed themselves at making security to conduct their investigation. Among their ranks, a doll named Heli. Okay. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Dandelion and Heli. Okay. According to the summary of the URNC's requests, they ask Megi Security to grant them full access to all databases.
ヘリ。どこにもこの名前の記録が残っていない。大役を任されているのに何もつかめないなんて。
I didn't bother to think about Dandelion and Heli.
これは思った以上に厄介ね。下手したら最高レベルの閲覧権限を解放されている。今後は足がつかないようより一層気をつけないと。でも逆に言えば情報操作で誘導するいい機会だわ。カルメンさん、面識はまだないけどロレンの圧力に耐えられるかしら。
Until also incorporated, Berryfield makes a call to Carmen.
なぜコクーンの情報開示請求を断ったのかしら。
弊社は財団の下部組織ですが、データセンターを丸ごと開放する義務まではありませんわ。
ロレンの令状が出ているはずだけど、第三世代人形の協力なくしてロレンをごまかすよう情報を整理することはできないでしょ。
ご心配には及びません。ロレンの調査チーム、あのヘリという人形捜査員の対応に関しましてもすでに人員を割いております。
ヘリ？その名前は確かなの？
ええ、それが何か。実のところ相手はコクーン様よりも相当低い権限しか要請しておりません。
私の知ってるヘリならその能力はあなたたちの想像をはるかに超えるわ。財団の計画で最も重要な存在なのだから。舐めてかかると痛い目見るわよ。
Yep. That's the funny part of it, isn't it, guys?
ご安心ください。彼女へ渡す情報は厳選に厳選を重ねます。
She probably wants to have the two sides of the story. Not because she wants to check, wants to make she doesn't believe whatever the commander tells her, but more so probably because she wants to see what he knows and then probably also see what they say, so that way she could figure out how far they would go about spinning stuff, or at the same time, what is it they're trying to hide and cover up, because that could also give her clues for future stories for what they're gonna hide.
御社と弊社の利害は一致しております。ロレンに情報を漏らす理由などこちらにはありません。
ならすぐに国運に権限を渡しなさい。
それはご遠慮させていただきます。御社のご依頼も情報処理もご要望通り達成しました。権限の解放はそれらとは全くの別件でございます。
The call ends on a sour note. Berryfield hangs up, paces through the office restlessly for a bit, then calls Cocoon.
マグには権限の解放を拒否したわ。どうするの？今この時もロレンは調査を続けてるし、しかも今回はあのヘリまで。
Time for more direct measures.
おや、ヘリがもうお出。
Cocoon pulls out gun, the pistol she's got stashed.
本気ということですか？
ええ、そうよ。だから早くマグニに言うこと聞かせなさい。もう時間がないわ。ヘリに私の会社を探られたらどれだけ厄介なことになるか分かってる？
もちろんですがご安心を。ヘリの関与はツィマーマン様の予想通りです。
Cocoon flashes an elegant, confident smile.
マグニセキュリティのデータセンターの件はお任せください。トラ奏者に不利な情報がヘリに渡ることはありません。
ええ、ちゃんとやってちょうだい。
In the conference room for Mingy Securities executives, through the comms, Helly delivers the URNC's investigation demands in a flat mechanical tone devoid of all emotion.
トラ奏者がマグニセキュリティに多くの業務を委託している事実はすでに確認しております。リビューの件にトラ奏者の関与が疑われているため、御社にも
ええ、当然ですわ。当局への協力は惜しみません。必要な情報があれば何なりと。
Managed to put her hook in a fish tank. Wait, hold up. What? I didn't even see it. Carmen's lip curved into a perfect corporate smile that stops dead at her eyes.
ではここ10年のすべての任務記録を。
I can't even see it. Imagine rubbing the glass helmet she has and asking what the future says. Helly, the funny thing is, I imagine like that. Actually, like someone does that. Helly doesn't even say anything. She just turns her head and looks at you with the cold, blank stare of a computer that is just like, why? Why are you here? She says nothing the entire time, silently judging you with the most deadpan look on her face. And then just goes back to what she was doing.
それは少々難しいかもしれません。
Carmen lets out a deliberately beleaguered sigh.
提供したいのは山々ですが、弊社の最高機密なのです。弊社は主にホワイトエリアとグリーンエリアで活動しております。トラ奏者も数ある取引先の一つに過ぎません。調査には協力しますが、たった一社のために弊社の機密を明かす道理はないと存じます。
トラスおよび関連企業を対象としたもののみでも構いません。
関連とはどの程度まででしょうか。
関連は関連です。少しでもつながりがあれば目を通す必要があります。
それは少々大雑把ではありませんこと。こちらには守秘義務がありますの。そんなことしたら片っ端から違反することになりますわ。これだけはさすがに協力できかねます。
It just sounds like they gotta get the conglomerates on board at that
ご
point.
存知の通り、財団は各州と緊密につながっています。弊社の事情で株価に響いてしまったら、経済的、政治的に大きな打撃を受け、市民は恐慌状態に陥るでしょう。それはお互い望まないはず。取引先をも巻き込むのなら、先方の同意を得ねばなりません。それまでは弊社としては全ての情報を開示するわけには参りません。お互いルールにのっとるべきです。役人様なのですから私に言われるまでもないでしょう。
ではマグニセキュリティとトラ捜査の資料のみお渡しください。その他関連企業については今から許可を取りに行きます。ロレンとしては迅速な事件解決を求めています。
え、もちろんですわ。すぐに一部権限を解放いたします。またいつでも調査にいらしてください。ただもし企業秘密を盗む動きがあろうものなら弊社としても看過できかねます。
The name Helly soon appears on Maggie's security visitor list within the database, with read permissions. Cocoon, who had been keeping a close eye on the intel database, spotted the new visitor the moment she was granted access.
特命捜査員ヘリ。調査はここで打ち切らせてもらおう。
Uh-oh.
当然の勝利ね。
はい、座ってください。
Helen places Deshevnaya, whose neural cloud has been temporarily shut down, onto a makeshift workbench. She then guides Bathilda, who had just undergone emergency frame repairs, to sit down in a small room. After that, Helen lets out a quiet sigh of relief. This is a room that only Helen has access to. It can be considered her one and only safe house within Mingyu's security, where she can let her guard down, if only a little. Until Dushevnaya's neurocloud starts up again, and until Bathilda's investigation is complete, she intends to let both of them rest here.
ありがとうございます。射撃管制コアも素体も高かったでしょうに。また迷惑をかけましたね。
Bathilda's tone is somewhat stiff, as though she's not used to accepting help so directly.
でもこんなことして大丈夫なんですか？私としてはその辺の廃棄された素材で素体を直すだけでもよかったんですよ。
この程度の資材、マグニには腐るほどあります。
それにしてももったいない。あれだけの素材があれば人形コミュニティならかなりの間持つのに。
Bathilda mutters under her breath, words flavored with palpable lament.
資源に乏しいイエローエリアではリサイクルで修理用品を確保するのが当たり前です。
大変だったんですね。よりどころのない人形がイエローエリアで生きる難しさは私には想像できません。最初はすぐにまたぬいちゃんに会えると思っていましたが、想像以上に時間がかかってしまいました。けれどその間にぬいちゃんは新しい仲間と出会い、指揮官とも再会できた。
あなたまでそんなに指揮官のことを。スオミさんもリッタラさんも私には理解できないくらい指揮官を信頼しています。賞金ハンターに騙されてひどい目にあったというのに。
I was like, I need to hear this dialogue the most.
一緒くたに考えない方がいいかもしれませんよ。
A light-hearted chuckle escapes her lips.
あの人は特別です。
知っています。実は人間と交易することも考えていましたが、それまでの経験でみんな人間を信用しきれないんです。
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
でも今回スオミさんとリッタラさんは何度も指揮官に助けを求めるよう提案しました。結局のところ私も助けられたわけですが。
あなたもぬいちゃんも傷つきたくないところがそっくりですね。
私は自分を責めたなど。
捨てられるのが怖い、認められないのが怖い。
Humans will trust it.
だから自分を証明しようと思っている。
I mean, look at Lenton and what was that dude's name? Lonnie, I think. Clearly, they are not people who. They are definitely people who would likely stab each other in the back if the opportunity presented itself. Helen's gaze softens, as though she is looking at someone else through Bathilda.
ぬいちゃんはずっとそんな気持ちを隠してきました。
あなたと私の知っているルシエブヌイさんは別人です。
そうかもしれませんね。私がいない間にあの子が新しい旅に出られたことを嬉しく思っています。
あなたはいいんですか？ルシエブヌイさんのメンタルログを取り戻せなかったらずっとあなたのことを忘れたままですよ。
なら新しい思い出を作ればいいじゃないですか。変えられない過去にとらわれるより未来へ進んだ方がいいと思いませんか？人形も人間もどんなに記憶を失ったり書き換えられても心の奥底に刻まれたものは変わりません。だからぬいちゃんがどう変わってもずっと私の仲間です。もちろん指揮官も。指揮官は今何をしているのでしょうね。
Helen smooths the hair draped over her shoulder, allowing a faint smile to show on her face.
再会のために急ぎたいところですが、 今は待った方がより確実です。マグニの人員の大半が休息に入ったら動きましょう。
はい、そちらの考えに従います。データ改ざんは気づかれるリスクを伴います。慎重に行きましょう。
単なる改ざんならそうでしょう。肝心なのは情報の取り扱い方です。
取り扱い方？
下手にデータを増やしたり消したりしたら、情報戦に長けた相手なら容易に気づいてしまいます。適度に真実を混ぜるのが上手な嘘のつき方です。だからぬいちゃんのデータを抹消するのではなく、私とお互いの識別コードを入れ替える操作を行いました。ですが足がつかないためには、そういった操作もマグニ内部の人員に援護してもらう必要があります。レンティーヌさんの隊は人形より人間の方がはるかに多いです。だから彼女の隊にあなたを潜らせませんでした。
Be too obvious.
過去の経験で人形には強い警戒心を抱いているのでしょう。
人形を下に見てる人間が大半なのに警戒とは珍しいですね。
This is the most protected. Probably still Helen. This plate looks more durable than this small little one. Like, there's probably one or two. There might be one or two like actual plates in there. This one's probably more like some tempered steel. I don't know. I don't know what armor is made out of, or what this type of armor is made from. I know this one generally tends to be plates or some kind of like material underneath.
それよりドゥシェーブヌイさんの方は
I guess there's also that too. Hahaha.
心配には及びません。バックアップはレンティーヌさんが握っています。それさえ取り戻せば離脱できます。
直近のバックアップは指揮官の方にありますので、無理をする必要はありません。私たちがここに来たのは、あなたを見つけるのと KSVK が未だ追われている身なのかを確認するためです。
Thunder frying pan. It's gotta be the one from, what is it? What was that game called back then? Is it just called? I actually don't remember what that one was called. It's like the first. It's just I think it's just called Battle Royale. I don't remember. Battlegrounds or something. I don't play Battle Royales, so I don't have the names of them down. Because that was where the frying pan came from. That was like the most impenetrable thing in the game. PUBG, thank you.
もし追われていないのなら、いざという時は離脱を優先してもいいと思います。
Player unknown battlegrounds. Oh, that's what the whole thing meant. Yeah, I never really got into those. Just I do like a good shooter, but I don't generally. I usually more of a PvE shooter than a PvP. I used to play a lot of competitive PvP. Maybe that's part of the reason why I'm so adverse to it now.
ぬいちゃんを、いや、私を追っている敵はあのコクーンという人形です。ぬいちゃんがリセットされたのも彼女の仕業です。私とは接点がなかったはずなのに、どうしてここまで私にこだわっているのか。
ドゥシェーブヌイさんはよく知っている声だと言っていました。
ええ、私はまだ直接お会いしたことはありませんが、コクーンには秘密があると思います。財団の情報処理人形とはいえ、彼女の持つ権限の大きさには私も嫉妬しちゃいそうです。
Isn't there like a third-person shooter version of this game that they have for some regions?
それだけの存在がなぜ私やニキータさんのような小物を？
私にもわかりません。ただ情報戦の仕掛け方は私と通ずるものがあります。
I think it's called fire control. Yeah, fire control. That.
もしかしたらモデルが近い人形なのかもしれませんね。
It looked cool.
ちょうどこの機会に確かめてみましょう。彼女の手に渡った情報はすべて精査し、彼女の目的を洗い出してみます。
Yeah, Zarya. Hope you've been well.
ずっと私を探してきたのに、いざ見つけたらメンタルをリセットしたコクーンさん。
I live in Southeast Asia. Oh, okay. That's cool. It's always cool to meet some people over there. I think a lot of you actually here are. I like how this man is just like, how do I defend myself better? Ah, yes. 4 shields! 4 shields will do it. Not 1, not 2, not 3. 4! Oh no, so super scary, buddy. I'm totally scared. Oh, he can dodge that because the mapping is odd. Okay, well, that didn't work out. We're gonna do the funny and just wipe out a majority of the people here. 4 is better than 1. It is. It's just funny. He's like, yes, 4 will work. My opponent's blade users. Well, I don't even know what he does. Problem is, I don't really have an easy way to get to this guy yet. Wait, you can just shoot him? Ah. Yeah, you know what? Hit him with that. Whether or not it takes him out doesn't matter. Krollik, I want you to stare at this man and don't actually kill him. Just stare at him. I know people call it the fart, but the fart will kill him. Blop! Just blonk. Totally good use of the ultimate. That's a perfect use of the ultimate, chat. I don't know what you're talking about. He had a heart attack. Yeah, exactly. That's dangerous on the battlefield, you know. What is this Mangi security doing? They're silly fellas. They sent this old man to a combat zone. He had a heart attack. We didn't even have to do anything. After having successfully hacked into Mangi's security database, Helen traces Cocoon's intel operation paths. As she sorts through the information Cocoon had accessed, a flood of intel pours into her neural cloud. A mysterious secret laboratory under... I can never say that name. Incorporated. A researcher named Kailovek. Sorry. A researcher named, Agnes Tachyon. Mangi Security's additional missions, DP-12, and the person at the epicenter of the Lviv explosion. The unknown shadows gradually emerge from the fog. Facing the consolidated information, Helen smiles knowingly.
Oh. コクーンは私より前にトラ奏者のデータを大規模に改ざんしていました。
Buddy, I don't even think you're gonna be able to fix her because she could just go into another. There's so many copies of her. That's not. I don't think you will ever be able to truly fix that.
私が改ざん前のデータを知らなければ、おそらく気づけませんでした。
そんなことをした目的は？
ロレンをごまかすためでしょう。リビウの事件でトラ奏者に疑いの目が行く情報をすべて削除しています。
Oh, yeah.
ロレンが今のデータを信じれば、誤った結論に至るのは確実です。
Go for the brain and correct. No, you have to go for whatever, however Naito store their data. They also use something equivalent to a neural cloud or not.
なんて卑怯な手を。
それだけじゃありません。マグニの任務で指定された座標すらも改ざんされています。
まさか私たちのコミュニティを襲ったのはそれが原因ですか？
ロレンの調査から逃れるためにトラ奏者は証拠隠滅のためマグニに問題のある実験室を当たらせたのでしょう。ところがこれらの追加依頼のデータも改ざんされていました。見てください。これが本来の指定範囲です。
そんな、やっぱりコミュニティの拠点は範囲になかった。だとしたら私たちは完全にとばっちりを受けたというわけですか？
Oh, right, the brain and corporate, right. There's a bunch of weird things with that.
ええ、任務対象の変更により、たとえロレンが依頼の情報を手に入れられたとしても、実験室の存在には気づけないわけです。そして任務にかこつけて、彼女はイエローエリアからレッドエリアの広い地域にローラーをかけることができたのです。DP12 についての情報を見つけられたのもある種の必然でした。
しかしどうして外に DP12 の情報があると確信していたんでしょう。
Never regretted your decision. Oof. I understand that.
援護のない情報改ざんは
Want that Voy
足が
Mustina.
つきます。
I'm guessing you just want more copies because I imagine most people pulled for Voy Mustina.
例外はありません。どれだけ完璧にやったつもりでもです。そして私がコクーンの考えを推測できるということは逆もしかりです。
Yeah, the lab coordinates, ironically enough, would be the information the commander needs.
予想よりもはるかに手強い相手ですね。願わくば一度戦ってみたいです。
ですがコクーンからすれば DP12 はすでにリセットされています。なら今後はもうイエローエリアを大規模捜索することはないですよね。私たちの地域に実験室とやらはありませんし、おかしな守衛人形や畑はありますが。ところでコミュニティの仲間にはこう伝えてもいいですか？敵はもう目的を果たした。ほとぼりが冷めれば帰れると。
ええ、もちろん。
I mean, yeah.
ご情報を敵につかませた今、主導権はこちらにあります。隙を見てとどめの一撃を加えましょう。
どうするつもりですか？
手を下すのは私たちでも指揮官でも人形コミュニティでもありません。すべての発端はロレンがリビウの調査に乗り出したことです。指揮官が指名手配を受けたのもロレンが指揮官を利用して真相を究明するため。そこでちょっとした手を使って指揮官に向いた矛先をそらすことにします。
財団に向けさせるのですか？
はい。財団は証拠隠滅のためにマグニを実験室に向かわせました。 通常の部隊にはその任務に当たらせ、裏ではロレンの目をそらす工作部隊を用意しています。
My favorite tactic to use and don't starve together. They have a bunch of factions fighting each other for no reason. Clockwork? Ah, meet Spider. Spider Queen? Meet Clockwork Rook. Meanwhile, also me gets the trees from the Rook. Also, tree cards start attacking the Rook. Me, profit for nothing. I love that strategy so much because you get silk, meat, gears, wood, pine cones. You don't even have to fight anything.
レンティーヌさんの勘通り、汚れ仕事はすべてカラミティ隊に任されました。できたところで報奨が出るわけでもなく、かといって失敗すれば切り捨てられる。
人間同士のいさこざに興味はありません。私にとって大事なのはコミュニティの安全です。だからそのレンティーヌとの関係は早く切ってください。
彼女はおとなしく捨て駒になるような性格ではありません。そもそも私を呼び覚ましたのも財団に一矢報いるためです。
These are cunning and calm demeanor alongside her teasing attitude. Mix of Springfield and Florence. I was actually going to say Springfield and Leva. Because Leva could be pretty nasty too. Like, Leva can have all her strategies that she utilizes, which is really effective. Even for where she is. Florence, I don't know. I have to get more affiliated with Florence, whether I want to or not.
きっかけを与えれば、危機として財団をロレンに差し出すでしょう。彼女にはその大役を任せたいと思います。
Helen smiles, but something icy emanates from beneath that warmth on her face. Bathilda scratches her head, suppressing the tangle of feelings stirring inside her. Helen signals for Bathilda to leave the room for a moment. When she does, Helen immediately connects to the encrypted channel to an encrypted channel call with Linton.
頼んでおいた情報は？
いい知らせと悪い知らせ、どちらから聞きますか？
ごたくはいい。さっさと言え。
I don't want to imagine what she's capable of. Oh. No, dude, trust me. It's better that you at least understand your...
Hi.
DP-12's tone returned to deference. Through a faint, elusive hint of mockery. No, though a faint, elusive hint of mockery lingers within it.
では悪い知らせからいきますね。トラ奏者がマグニにアクセスした時のパスを遡ってトラ奏者のデータセンターに侵入できました。その中でカラミティ隊の任務先に指定された座標は脅威度最高に分類されていました。閲覧には最上位のアクセス権が必要です。
早い話がパラデウスの拠点だな。
そうかもしれませんね。そしてあなたの推測通り、ロレンはリビウの事件の調査を確実に進めています。
Are you just gonna tell him to go to that base instead?
トラ奏者があなたに早期の任務完了を迫り、重要な情報を移したのも
ロレンを見せたい情報に誘導するためだな。
骨が折れますね。
いい知らせは
We can have them do it for you.
任務に失敗するまでは捨て駒じゃないし、まだ任務も始まっていません。違いますか？パラデウスの情報と財団の手がかり、果ては今後のシナリオ、すべて私たちで決められます。
いいな。
それであなたはどうするつもりですか
Linton pauses for a moment, seemingly considering her next move.
連中がその気ならとことん利用されてやるさ。だ
がこのツケはきっちり払ってもらう。カラミティは捨て駒になどならない。
ではそのように進めましょう。おや、どこかの人形が私の後を追ってマグニのデータセンター。なるほどね。ヘリ、セキュリティは完璧だけど、所詮は情報を読み取るしか能のない人形。大量の誤情報を流せばその通りに動く。それよりも何度も私を邪魔した謎の人形さんの方が興味深いわ。私が期待した通りかしら。さて、舞台は整ったわ。
Uh-oh.
当然の勝利ね。
We're like almost done with this, aren't we? We have one major storyline, then we have like 3 fights, and that's it, right? 4. What time is it though? It's 3. Oh yeah, okay.
All right, I think I have 2 days left of this, right? If I remember right. Because I think this entire event ends on the 3rd. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and kill the supply stashes. June 6th? It ends June 6th? No, the story's in 3rd. Yeah, it's on the 3rd. Okay, so I have Monday, Tuesday, and I'm going to assume I will not have Wednesday to do that. Cool. The story's 44%, that's not true. I think, though, I'll be able to start earlier tomorrow, which is fine. That'll help out a lot with getting time going, but I will definitely... I say we could stop here, finish this up. We'll probably get through the rest of this, and then we'll get through part of part 2, and then we, if needed, part 2 can be finished on Tuesday. But I want to believe with me being able to start early tomorrow, I'll be able to get most of it done. So the ball event. Oh yeah, I need to finish that. Though I pretty much already kind of have an idea what that's going to be about. Didn't even finish part 2, bro. What? Wait, what? Oh, you didn't know there was a part 2? We streaming tomorrow? Yeah, so we'll be streaming this tomorrow. Like I said, I'll start earlier than your usual time, so SEA peeps will still be able to check in as usual. But yeah, Azaria, since I know you're here, or at least I think you are. Oh, hi, Lind. Remember how I said it's not always Alva and Prithia, we just have Lind sitting here? What time for? 5. It'll be 5. Probably. That's usually when I can get off at work. So, so since you are probably curious, one thing to note, you can see it right there on our hand, because I know you like seeing this stuff. And we have Itusa. And I went through the trouble to get her. So, unfortunately, most of my stash is gone, but it is fine. I have both of them. I'm happy. This will be good. Though people are telling me I should probably look at Basti, and I'm like, I'm scared. We shall see. I see a bunch of chat messages. Who sent me? Cat. I like this Alva emote. It's cute. So yeah. Just that I at least shared that with you, since I know you'll be curious. But yeah. For those that are wondering, I will have the VOD for this up soon. So if you missed some of it, you're more than welcome to wait for it to compile and everything. But there might be a bit of time because for streams that are usually longer than 4 hours, it takes a bit for it to compile everything. Because it is trying its best to compile everything as it goes. But after like 4 hours, it's a lot of work. So that said, the VOD for this will be out at that point. But at the same time, I will be streaming again later today, I guess, since it is early in the morning for me. Probably around 5 p.m. Eastern. So when I started today, go like 2 hours before. And that's roughly when I'll be at. Worst case scenario, if you can't make it tomorrow, VOD. I always VOD my streams just to make sure it's there. Might want to do a purge and update. Wait, what? Purge and update? Oh, friends in platoon. Oh, I can't do that with the platoon. I don't have control over the platoon. A while back ago, I lost control over it. Though I don't know if this person even is around to check out the streams at times. Let me see, who actually controls it right now? They've done fine, though. I haven't seen any issues. Yeah, Shadow Garden has it. Whoever Shadow Garden be. So, if they are watching, hello. We can put that in there. I'm gonna put, this. We're giving deputy, so I can, wait, am I deputy? Oh, I am. I just saw that. Okay, cool. I can kick. Well, I did not know I can do that for, that's interesting. Yeah, oh, that's a lot. Okay, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 people out of 38 would be kicked by my usual standard of 2 weeks. I'm giving him a pass because I know he hasn't been able to play lately. I watch stream. Oh, wait, that's you? Mike, that's you? I did not know that. Oh, wow, very active. Yeah, yeah, it used to be pretty active. Then people kind of dwindled over time. There's a couple people I know that actually do log on every now and then, but yeah, it's been a while. Some of them are level 60s. The 39s and anyone that's not 60, I'd probably say is gone. But yeah, no, that's just the unfortunate reality of games after a while. I'd say this is like I kicked like what, 20 people out of the Blue Archive Club yesterday. The Ozalane Guild I think is pretty much dead. Like there might be 5 out of 50 some people there. So Wuwa doesn't have anything. If it did, it'd be funny. The Uma Musume has a club that has been getting balanced out, so it's fine. In and out 5-minute adventure. It's more so like, you know, it's sometimes hard to keep people's attention for one game, especially when you have like, for example, NTE came out this year. Arknights Enfield came out in January this year, and that game's still going pretty strong. I'm kind of curious what they're going to do with CC, so that's going to be scary when I hit that. But, like, you know, there's a lot of things, a lot of different games that people are probably playing, especially with a lot of 3D games nowadays. Like, Girls Frontline gets the advantage of being able to, you know, I can just go to supply mission, I can click on this, I can click this, click auto, and then get all my stuff done. Whereas it doesn't have the, I mean, yeah, there's things like the other 2 modes that it has, but, you know, you got games like Wuthering Waves, which has all the exploration you have to do, all the side quests, all the main story, all of the progression for the characters on top of it. Then you have games like Infield, which has the exploration, the side quests, the character progression, the whole factory. You know, 3D games are in a situation, like 3D gacha games are in a position where they could really take off as a with games. The things that's going to hold them back is how they implement gacha and how they balance, you know, if they balance it too hard against it. You're not using loop. No, I usually don't, because I don't really necessarily know what I want to build for. Because, like, sometimes I'll build for, like, I am not at all someone that plans things out that hard. I usually log in, like, today I went and got a bunch of gold. I didn't think I'd ever be farming for gold, but I did. So, yeah. Some days I pick stuff that I farm, other times I'm just like, oh, right, let me just get this, and then I'll split it this way. I'm very irregular with my grinding. At least with, like, this, it's easy, because I just gotta walk up to... I need part 2 more. That's challenge mode. I need to do that at some point. But, like, at least it's easy with this, because I can just, again, click this and done. I'm maintaining 3 gacha games daily. I consider myself less daily, just more active. Mostly because I think I cover, like, 6. So I've got... There's one I need to pick back up. I've been playing it, I just haven't... I've been playing it on the side when I have time, rather than on stream. I need to get into Uma again, too. So... Because there's a lot of cool ideas I have for Uma I want to do as projects. It's basically going to if I had to pick a game that would replace like my AL level of stuff that I would do, it's either going to be Infield or Uma. Or both. You're planning to play GFL 2 right now, so I'm good. No, it's fine. No problem with that. There's no problem if you just want to play one game. If you've got a whole bunch of other games that you play that aren't gacha related, by all means. If GFL is your go-to, then go for it. I have a variety that I like. Arknight's IP as a whole is one I'm very happy with. So I've always been with them. I was with Azulane, then I stopped. Blue Archive, I love its story and its character progression. Girls Frontline, its gameplay has potential. I really want to hope they do something more with it. But I don't know if that'll happen. If it just ends up being side modes for the rest of the time, it's okay. I don't mind that. But I do love its story writing. Its characters have some good charm to them as well. Wuthering Waves is good story, good gameplay. I just got to practice it more and get more familiar with all of it. Infield, same thing. Well, less so the story. It's I love the factory. I'm huge on that. Uma, I honestly really do enjoy Uma. I love the kind of roguelike feel that it has, but at the same time, the characters are definitely something to enjoy. And the fact that they're based on real horses and, you know, it's kind of cool seeing all that. I'm really happy with that. I want to play GFL 1, GFL 2, and then recently NTE. I heard NTE was really silly, but it's like not necessarily a bad silly. So... But yeah, like, I have a lot of those games. I do try a variety of them because I like the, It's kind of how I was with anime consumption when I was younger. I was a shotgun blaster, then just, I'm gonna watch only isekai. Or only harem, or only, shonen, or shorai. But look at first GFL. I actually was considering that, Azaria. I think I've talked about that before, where I really do want to look into, you know, visit the past. Not because I want to intend on playing through the whole thing, but mostly because it's kind of like a pay homage kind of thing. Like a this is what things were like before. That's a red scope. Let's take this. I'll take the scope. The scope looks interesting, at least. I'll get the rest of these later. Actually, I probably can get a bunch of it right now with the objectives. Oh, that's the first store, though. Probably would take these. I don't usually need the memory sticks. This is what? I guess I can grab these. I don't need the attachment box that badly. Calibration chips. How many of these do I have again? 101. I'll grab those later. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of like gachas I played just because I want to shotgun them and just like get a feel for different writing. Like, I do like Mika's writing. Arknight's writing has usually been pretty good. Blue Archive with Nexon's usually pretty good. I'm like sitting here trying to think what else. Azulane's is okay. Manju just has a problem with execution, but the content of it is actually not that bad. Uma's I need to read. I would love to see what they're about on it. So it's going to be a lot more lighthearted, but still, I'm just sitting here like, I don't think I've actually looked at Lynn this much at all in this game. Same, Blue Archive has a mixed bag on writing, sad and fun. Well, that's a good thing though, because it's one of those, like, part of it is, like, if you look at it from the right perspective, Sensei is a protector. You have the chaotic, crazy, funny, and just normal everyday life that they deal with. Then you have the serious, harsh, and bitter endings, or not ending, bitter writing that they have with, like, chapter Volume F, what's going on Volume EX. You have those kind of things, and like you have to realize, like, Sensei's main goal at the end of the day is to protect the students so that they can have those chaotic days. So it's like the writing of the balance between the two is fine because it shows that there's a lot of things, since like there are still things that plague the world, but it's stuff that Sensei does his best to protect the students from, so they can continue to have the goofy moments that we read all the time. So that's what I like about it. I've heard about Codename Cedar. I have not. But that's what I really do like about Blue Archive, is it does give that balance. It does a good job at handling the balance and knows when it's best to execute it. Cold War and Cats on the Moon Russian localization. Oh. I actually have been considering if I want to look into NTE a little bit just for the fun of it. Because it does look like a cute little game. So I will have to see on that. But yeah, anyway, it is getting late in the morning and I still have work in the morning. So I do have to kind of get around to that. But yeah, like I said, tomorrow we'll be starting early. I'll try to set up the stream as... Actually, you know, I'll go ahead and try to set it up now. If I have to move it back, I'll move it back. Give me 1 second, everybody. Let me go ahead and just schedule it, because I can do that right now. Well, you know what? I'm gonna reuse the thumbnail because I'm just gonna set it as a placeholder. Let me go find it real quick, so you guys at least can see it. Does it actually have a it doesn't have a hyphen. Okay. I need to switch this over to... I always mess up the name. And Fetusa. There we go. June 1st. I want to set it... Try that time. Alright. I'm going to try this time for now. So there should be another event popping up. So you guys will not have the time there. I'll just do it that way. Is your normal latency? No, I keep it on low. I prefer low because ultra low, which is a setting, has a hard time with VODs. You're trying Blue Archive tomorrow? No, we'll probably do Blue Archive later in the week because this one's time limited. UFL has time limited stuff. So that could be Wednesday. I probably will take a break, honestly. I'd probably say at Thursday. Unless I can't do the Thursday for any reason. I'll figure that out. I'm checking the trailers and the memes. Oh, okay. Sounds funny. So, but yeah. If you are wondering what time the stream will be tomorrow, I have it posted. So, I will quickly take care of all of this. This is like the one thing I forget to do every now and then, honestly. Oh yeah, I have dispatch assessments. I started a race with Bethilde. I didn't even use her. The game just had me use her. Wait, did I? Yes, she was actually a playable character, not the ally stage. We can do this quickly. I will look at her. I realized I didn't look at her in Norm. There we go. Not that I really could do anything. You're only allowed 5 dispatches, so it's not like I can do much with it anyway. But yeah, no, I usually keep things on low latency. Just so that way I can have VODs Because I know people probably... I had to imagine people will probably be okay with a little bit of a delay if it means that the VODs are better quality. Why am I going this way? It's over here. Oh, they're at it again. They're at it again. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, here it goes. Just pouring that whole thing on the dish. Did I just point out one thing, though? Let me just, you could definitely see that the face is not... the face is definitely not, animated at all there. But it's okay. The players aren't likely to see it. And it's probably not something that's worth the time when this is the angle you're gonna have. Lena has a special animation if you put it in the rec room. Lena does? Hello? Oh, alright, the Meki's not there. Oh, there's Lena. Alright, you know what? Let's get this out of the way real quick. Here you go, chat. There you go. You all know what to do. You all know what to do. I wonder what is going on inside that head. What is going on inside that head right now? I think the rest of them are all just in here, right? You're down there. These two goobers are over here. Okay, let's see. I need to hit F2. No, it's F3. I went to put a scar on my left eye. Wait, which side is left again? Which side is left again? I need to change Mosin out of there. Because it's not, or it's not Voimastina, it's, I need Lewis, who I don't have. Alright, you said Lena in the fitness center? Oh wait, no, rec room. Wait, no, is hers the one where she's like right here or something? Oh. Is that all it is? Is she already in the spot? Yes. Okay. I see you out there. Alright. I think that is that Nikita? Who's this, Nikita? That is Nikita, okay. I'm trying to think what other ones there. I need to look at all of the ones that do exist, because I do honestly love this kind of stuff. It does give a little bit more life, even if it's just the one looping animation. Oh, I filled it. Yeah, like look how short this girl is. Look how short she is. Like, I know it's the commander, sure. But she is short. She probably doesn't even go up to his, to the commander's chest. Yes, hello. Just see Can I just point something out? Wait, just wait. Macchiato's gonna turn and look at us again. Her priorities, am I right? She's just watching us. What? Alrighty. She knows what's up. She cut. What? Was that that? The lounge. Linda and Cheetah have a special one. Oh, it was that. Okay. In the lounge. Okay. I think I have both of them, so. I'll put her in the lounge alongside Cheetah. Alright, let's see. Is it the lounge? Because they're both in here now. Maybe I need to reload. It's a specific spot they need. Let me see. I think I can load out of this and into the... Ah, yes. They are gone. My lounge is too crowded. They're both oh, they're over here. Oh yeah, that is it! Is that the, hold up. Is that the... What are you two doing? What are you two doing? She's listening to the radio, what are you doing? Are you trying to, like, accidentally Faraday cage the radio or something? Oh, it's a jam. Is that a jammer? Is that what that is? That's actually kind of funny. So it's just jamming the signal. Meanwhile, Faye is just like... Faye is not amused at this. This is Faye watching both of them do this. She is just not amused. Meanwhile, Niketa over here. That is funny, though. I'm trying to think what else there is. But still, Hipper's stuck on the washboard category. She had a little bit when... So, she looks completely flat. Hello. One man down. I gotta just see this face real quick. Yes, I did see the P-Robo thing, I think. Behold, the face of a very angry Dushevnaya. Ah. I'm just gonna... I'm taking a screenshot of that one. Let's check the other faces going on. Oh, hang on. I gotta get her sword out of her head. Nah, it's nothing fancy there. She doesn't even know where she is right now. Let's see. There's usually one person sitting here. That's kind of surprising. Hey, does anyone ever come in here? Oh. Oh wait, no, you're just doing the... Look at my beautiful weapons, chat. I think that's everything. I'm like trying to think what, like, this one is still my personal favorite to date, just because it's cute. It is honestly cute. It's hard to figure out to like it. Is there not one with Leva and Lena at all? I feel like if there would be one, it would be these two. Or at least Leva, Lena, and Lainey. Has a group animation. Like, right here? I don't have Springfield on, but I can probably put her on.
This one was Springfield and Maki. Okay. I can... Belka I don't think has one right now, so I can swap her out for... Macchiato, you said? And then Springfield. Okay, so I need to F3 that I probably should have just done from this screen. So it's the Armory Passage? No, it's the Hangar Passage. So I need Macchiato at the Hangar Passage. And I need Springfield at the Hangar Passage. Is this for me? Is this for me? Is it for me? This one's cute, actually. I didn't even know this one was around. All right, let's watch. Let's watch the proposal, chat. We gotta rate her. We gotta rank her here. Give her a second. Prepare for the Wawa. And the Groza sticker on the back. Here we go. There, Commander. Would have been better if it was sweater shirt. You won't like it. Is really kind of cute though. I don't know. I love these little special animations. It's such a nice little. It adds a little extra charm that they actually are giving a little extra for the characters, and it's just unique little things. I actually do wonder how many there are though. This is the body of a terrorist, by the way. Yes. Beware. I think it's time I reminded the character. Okay, fine, I'll go to sleep. Jeez, I get it, Clifton. I'll go to sleep. I understand. I'll go to bed now. Leave me. No, they're gone. Alrighty. Well, anyway. That'll be all for now. The T-Dolls need him. So, like I said, I believe the stream for tomorrow, or later today, should be up on my channel if you do want to check out when that time is. I think there's a way you can remind yourself of it. I think. I don't usually pay attention much to how streaming events work for, like, you guys. But it is there. You will be able to see what time it is going to be on. Do not feel like you have to make it on time. It's perfectly fine. I have VOD the videos for everyone's comfort. So, regardless, I hope you guys did enjoy. It seems like a good story so far. There's a lot of things I'm liking about it. Like, they've already closed the whole Bathilda trying to get used to the commander angle. So, regardless, we'll see how the rest of this goes. If we get done with part 1 and part 2, we can probably do the Sori and the other fun stuff. I did already do one of the choices. I hated it because I had to choose between Sinteresi and Springfield. I like both of them. Help. I chose Springfield in the end, but I felt bad because I like Sinteresi too. So, we'll still see how the others go. Is seems shorter, by the way. Well, seems shorter and me yapping is a thing. So, regardless, have a good rest of your night, morning, afternoon, and I will see you guys in the near future. You need more help later then? Oh no. I'm scared. Anyway, I'll see you guys all later. Have a good one. Oh, my stomach. Okay.